RSE, Rugby Showcase East, one of the component get-togethers here of the EGRL, the Elite Girls Rugby League. Three of these are played throughout the season. This one culminates up here in beautiful Clinton Township at Bundt Park. Thank you to the Eisenhart family and the great folks at the township here who have helped us put this together today. I am joined here by my good pal, Marissa Kogan, who has been with us since the beginning, and I have to give props because we wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for her. She's back from her first year at Syracuse University studying broadcast journalism. Marissa, always great to have you back.
It's so great to be back. I always love coming to do this every summer. Since the beginning, this is kind of what culminates as me is my love for rugby, being able to talk about it with you and with everyone else and be able to highlight all of these great young women.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And this is such a great finish to the EGRL season. Basically, like we were saying before, there are 3 iterations of this program, and this one actually culminates with the championship for the league. So we've got some big games being played out today. And the first one will be a face-off of the home side Morris versus visiting Downingtown. Not too far away from over the river, but should pose to be a pretty good game.
Yeah, this is going to be a great one. It's the top 2 teams in the North Division of the EGRL, both of which are 2-0 in EGRL North Division play. So I think it's definitely going to be a great matchup to see them against each other, especially it's a cool morning, a little bit humid, but sun's just starting to creep out. I would say this is great rugby weather. It's a little dry, but the field's got a little stick to it. So
Yeah, we'll need some sun to kind of cook that dew off the grass. I think both these teams are well schooled. You'll probably see the ball staying in a little bit tighter in the morning, just because of the field conditions. But as that ball as the field dries and the ball stays dry, we're going to see some good expansive rugby today.
Yeah, I'm sure they're both well prepared for this morning's weather, both being teams from the Northeast right around here. They've been playing their whole 15 season in weather just like this, besides some trips down south. So I feel like they both know exactly what they need to do to make sure they are confident in the ball movement and the play, especially at this early first game of the morning when they know they both have played later today as well.
Yeah, and we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the cadre of coaches sitting to the right of us. We've got representation from Navy to Sacred Heart. I also saw Emery and Henry, our good friend Doc O'Neill, is up with us as well. So it should be a great day here. We'll get a whole lineup of the coaches that are here for you shortly. But this is another piece of this event that is important. So for the underclassmen, let's say the juniors, sophomores will get a look and they'll have an eyeball on them, but they can't be talked to yet, right? Mm-hmm. But the juniors, on the other hand, when this program is done tonight, we're heading over to Base Camp 31, pro activity courtesy of the Eisenhart family, where there's another tent set up with tables everywhere, one for each coach to actually interview prospective players, which is a fantastic recruiting event for college.
Yeah, I mean, there's 27 colleges or universities attending this year. That's 7 more than last year. A lot of opportunities for these players, especially because a lot of these juniors have been getting looks since they were freshmen 2 years ago mm-hmm. by these same coaches. We've mm-hmm. had the same quite a few of the same programs have been here every year for the past few years. So they may have made a mental note to say, I want to see that girl play over the next 2 years. And this year they can finally, pull her, talk to her. This is a great opportunity for all these girls. And it looks like we're about to get started with a kickoff. Looks like we're going to start with Morris kicking to Downingtown.
Pierceau, Morris moving right to left with Downingtown moving left to right. That's Tyler Ciccarella at the center of the field. He'll be our sir today. He's another hometown product of Morris Rugby and is doing great work in the Pathways program for refereeing in the U.S.
All right, first whistle's up. Looks like a little bit of a short kick, but well fielded by Downingtown. Morris's line of defense is right up there where the kick was received immediately, though. Great pressure by them to start, and they're just going to try to pushing forward. Downingtown's going to try to get that momentum. They have set up very steep to begin the game, which is really good. We hope they can keep that steepness through multiple phases.
I like the aggression out of the Morris defense. I'd just like to see a little bit more shape in that. It seemed a little bit bunched up there, Marissa, and if they can get the line speed they have at the moment, but they just need some shape to that defense.
And it looks like there was a turnover right about the 50. Morris has gotten the ball back, and they have immediately transitioned from that defensive straight cluster into kind of a steeper format.
That was Scarlett Weinstein on the carry into the contact area. This looks like Weyerhauser. No, pardon me, that's Pearson Massey in the 5 jersey on the carry.
Downingtown is also looking a little bit bunched, just like Morris did.
Sure, yes.
You can see, so it feels like they both need a little bit of time to get their defensive structure a little bit more set up, but it is taking multiple girls from each team to get that tackle down, which might be why they're a little bit more clumped. And it seemed to work for Morris quite a few minutes ago. They have the ball back in their possession. But it just took 2 Downingtown girls to get that Morris player down, so that might be why they're kind of stacking their defense a little bit. Unfortunate bumble, but it did go backwards.
Well, I think like we anticipated, they're trying to keep the ball in a little bit tighter due to the weather, so they're getting it. Ooh, unfortunate hands there for Herning. It looks like it was played back, which is good, Marissa.
Yeah, well, the grass is definitely a little slick. As we mentioned, it's earlier in the morning. It did rain yesterday into last night.
Thankfully.
So the more that they drop that ball, it is going to become a little slicker, which is why we mentioned earlier that the sun might want to peek out a little bit more because a wet ball is hard to work with. As we can see, it's affecting Downingtown as well. That knock on, they're going to play advantage, goes right back to Morris. They're going to swing it out wide to...
That looks like Olive Rhodes right there. Yeah, she's going to bring it around the corner and put it down for the first 5. And that was nice work by Flaherty, young Flaherty right there, who was able to actually create that turnover in the melee, which resulted in the try right there. That's a young player coming up right there that I think is going to have a real bright future in high school and college. You can see her here in the foreground trotting right behind Rhodes.
Yeah, and definitely great heads-up play by Abby Cirillo. Their scrum half to just get that ball out to Rhodes very quickly. She could see that Rose had the edge and definitely had an advantage. Even though she was matched up, she knows that Olive Rhodes is a strong runner, that stiff arm right around the outside to get down, and they used that ball immediately after getting that turnover.
Absolutely, and I think the way that it started to, if I'm thinking back to it, was they were able to control Charlotte Davies in the backfield, because God help you if you give that rugger any space, a sliver of space, she's off to the races. So it was 2 on the tackle there. Pardon me as I talk through the kick right there. Unfortunately, no good for Morris on Cirillo's first attempt here. I'm sure those percentages will change throughout the day. But that's the important thing of reading that backfield as well, right? And putting 2 on that tackle, targeting the ball, ends up with you.
Yeah, and Charlotte Davies and Abby Cirillo are actually going to be teammates next year. They are both committed to go to Brown.
Great program.
So they are competitors right now, but they both know they'll be joining an absolutely stellar Brown program who just won the national championship in 15s this last year.
Absolutely, and I believe Caitlin Maroney is up there playing most of her rugby in the brown jersey in the 2 jersey. So hats off to that young lady, graduate of the Morris program.
Yes, Rugby Showcase.
Joined by 2 more?
Yes, there are quite a few girls committed to Brown from multiple of the teams this year. Another one from Downingtown is Lily McGettigan. But Brown has been one of those college recruiters coming to the showcase year in and year out. So they know that they are getting talent from these games.
Absolutely.
And I believe that there was a high tackle, but they're going to
looked like an offside call, actually, from just that last arm gesture.
Yep.
So, yeah, they're Downingtown moving back 10.
Yes, Morris has been having a little bit of a hard time getting the ball up since that kickoff a few minutes ago. They're pretty much right where they started, right when that ball was received by Sienna Miller. So that was, I think, a lucky break for them to be able to move that ball forward. They were getting pretty stifled by that Downingtown defense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So this is Morristown's Petrucci on the throw-in. You'll notice in the foreground there's the orange band on her right leg. That's part of the scouting technique, orange and green. Orange is junior, if I'm not mistaken. We'll confirm that for you, but that's how the coaches can identify eligible players, orange and green around the right leg. Rhodes with a little bit of a dummy to the inside right there to Corfin. Corfin on the run. Corfin brought down at the 22.
And Rhodes did a great job of staying there with Corfin to be that support. She was slightly behind her in case she wanted to pop that ball out for a pass, but also right there to be able to ruck. And they did successfully ruck, but then the ball was knocked on during the next phase, so it looks like we're going to have a scrum to Downingtown. Probably, I would say, right about the 30. 30-meter mark?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, I think you're getting closer to the 22 than you are the 10 there. So certainly just about in the Downingtown danger zone. So they were lucky to get that turnover there. Or I shouldn't say lucky, they worked for it.
Yeah, so this will be the first scrum of the match. We just had our first line out, which Morris fielded successfully. Now Downingtown gets a chance at a set piece.
If we have the numbers right, I believe that's Hoke with the put-in, working off the back. Big foot put right up there from that young lady. Finds a little bit of green space on the first bounce right there into Herning's hands. Herning looking for the space. A little bit of an errant pass right there, but taken up by Rhodes. Great counter-rucking work right there from number 18.
Yeah, Morris is going to try to push Downingtown out of bounds, but they're going to stay right on the line and start moving the ball back inside. Now, that Morris defense is calling for that shift. They want to be spread out. I think they've noticed they've been a little bunched so far during this game. Right now, they're looking very different, very much better than how they started their game on defense.
Agreed.
A lot more scattered in a more organized sense so that they can cover the full width of the field, because Downingtown is using the full
Absolutely, they're moving it left to right and pretty freely, but Morris is scraping that defense there. Like you said, the shape has gotten a lot better, so there's less hustle to get to that breaking player, but you know, there's no secret to defense, folks. We've said it 1,000 times. It's structure and hustle. Structure and hustle.
Yeah, and you can probably hear from the field lots of communication going on. Both sides are talking on offense and defense, which we love to hear.
Up the boot again.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Well taken right there from that young lady. That's number 6, Medorsky. You've heard her name a handful of times. She's able to sneak that ball out of the air right by the touch here. Ball firmly with Downingtown. Oh, unfortunately, through the hands of Dixon.
Yeah, they were looking a little flatter than they started the game off with their steepness on offense, which was really good. I feel like that pod should have been a little bit farther back. The scrum half was expecting them to be a little bit farther back just to get that momentum going into that Morris defense.
You're absolutely right, because she caught it on the shoulders, right? And it was just, that was intended for the open hands at pace, but just the timing just slightly off.
But that's something that they can surely fix throughout the rest of the game, just recognizing that they need to be a little bit steeper through those multiple phases of offense, which is putting in that work off the ball. A lot of coaches will tell you all the time, you have to be putting in the work off the ball, and that means backpedaling or getting right to where you're supposed to be before you get the ball.
Absolutely. Nice strike right there from the Downingtown hooker. Good control on that. Great ball service coming out the back there for Hoke.
Yeah, that was another very strong scrum by Downingtown. They definitely have a solid set to them.
Absolutely, yeah. There was no movement there, and Morris was trying to put a bit of a push in there, but they were able to keep it the way they wanted it, right? Steady platform, nice strike right out the A channel, and ball gets out.
Yeah, it looked like Jess Pasco lost the ball backwards a little bit there, but then it was recovered by one of her teammates.
Penalty arm is up.
Yeah, it looks like not rolling away.
Correct.
On Morris.
I got the binoculars up, and Marissa, you are correct.
Upgrades this year.
That's right. Getting real tech savvy here. All right, McGettigan.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to opt for the penalty kick.
Yeah.
They're running the tee on.
So that's interesting. I'd like to see who's going to take this. Oh, okay, it's going to be Charlotte Davies. Certainly a good choice for this as well, but there's also a good foot on that young lady McGettigan as well in the 10 jersey.
Yeah, I mean, Downingtown knows that they're down to try. It is still early in the game, but you get points whenever you can. That Morris defense has been holding them back, and it's been taking them quite a few phases to break through that defense, especially when they're starting a little bit flatter than they should be. So if they trust their kicker and can get these points right here, I would say that's a smart decision by their coach. And you could see that the girls were asking their coach from kind of middle of the field, what do you want us to do?
It's a good strike. It has the mustard, but unfortunately the flag stayed down. But to your point, like, that is the right decision in the first half right there, particularly when you're back and forth between the 22s and you have an opportunity to put points on the board. Great call. Great ball.
So, and she definitely has a boot on her.
Yeah,
that
agreed.
that ball made it the distance it was supposed to make it, just a little bit wide right of the posts. But that's something that she can recognize and just use again for the next time.
Absolutely.
So Cirillo's going to try to find touch with that ball and does not look like it made it out.
No, it did not. That was the far side player. That was number 14, Projan, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Lucy Projan, a sophomore, who was able to basketball that back into bounds. But it looks like knock is called.
Yeah, I believe when she went to go get that ball.
Yeah.
A great heads-up play, good idea to stop it from going into touch, but just seemed to knock it on. Ref didn't want to play advantage, and we're going to have our first Morris scrum. Those Downingtown scrums have been very strong.
Yeah, I think Morris will give them what for here. Well coached by Bill Dobbs in the pack work right there. Good ball service for Cirillo as expected. Rhodes with ball in hand. Rhodes looking for space, taking players with her.
Yeah, Rhodes is shifty. And also,
absolutely.
She had Amanda Corfin right there to set that ruck, just like she was there supporting Amanda earlier.
Little break right here. Oh, do we have it right here for...
Good run on the outside. Good support by the other backs for Morris.
Where do they have that young lady playing? Sorry, folks, I'm just looking at a roster, just making a roster check here to see on the carry there. Oh, yeah, Cusack is in the 11 today, so that makes sense as we have in the 15 today working the ball back there is Herning, which is
right? Yep.
normally a home spot for Cusack. That's why I was a little confused at the numbers there for a second, but yeah, makes sense. Both interchangeable in that role.
Yeah, so Morris actually lost the ball to Downingtown. Downingtown tried to move it, but then did not release the ball once Morris tackled them and tried to jackal it from the ruck. So Morris is able to get the ball back right in front of the post. They are also going to choose to kick the penalty right now. We can see they're running the tee on for Abby Cirillo. She did miss the extra point kick after the try earlier, but it was a wide kick. We know that Abby Cirillo has a boot on her, and this looks to be pretty much centered right in front of the posts. So this is an excellent decision by Morris, especially because that Downingtown defense has been working up on them.
Sure, yeah, this is a bread and butter kick for this young rugger right here for sure. Flags are up. That's 3 points on top of the 5, making it 8-0 for Morris here, Marissa, as we play into this first half of these two teams kind of finding their footing on some pretty slick grass, but as the day progresses, that will dry, and we'll start to see the capabilities of the expansive game that the EGRL has been growing and growing over the past couple of years.
Yeah, you can already tell that they've started shifting the balls out to the wings a little bit more than they were during the first few minutes of the game. The Morris try was scored right here on the edge of the field.
McGettigan with that good high kick, which is going to result in the knock. You know, if you can't recollect your restart, you know, getting the knock off of that is pretty darn nice too.
Yeah, well, she kicked to the left of the field during their first kickoff, went straight to Sienna Miller, who fielded it very cleanly. This time she tried to kick in a different direction, and it paid off for her. And as a kicker, you're trying to sense which areas of the field you feel your team would be stronger in, and this is one of those areas.
Sure. Maybe a little chat beforehand to get the speed going to that spot and say, hey, I'm going to put it in the blue area. Red, white, and blue used to be the calls. Hoke. Nice strike again. Nice push from Morris here, though, Marissa. Yeah, that is.
That is exactly what Morris has been trying to do for these last few scrums, and they got it this time. And they have been driving those scrums. Downingtown has been pretty persistent on standing strong, but this time it played out in Morris's favor, which is exactly the turn of game they needed after that knock off the kickoff.
Absolutely. So kick to touch.
Yeah. Now they're going to get the ball in a line out right exactly where that ball would have been fielded earlier from the kickoff. So they pretty much get a redo from the last 3 minutes if they can field this ball from the line out cleanly, which they did earlier in the game.
you know, one of the things I think that is really well coached at Morris is doing the thinking on the field, right? These decisions are being made by the captain and the players, right? And that tells you something about the IQ out there. Ball's up, a little sloppy in the backfield. Morris holds on.
Yeah, they're going to get it out to Rhodes, who's going to go for a little chip and chase with Corfin by her side again.
Great
inside and
combination.
outside center. Oh yeah. They play off of each other very well. While they have similar play styles, they are different enough. Each of them has their advantages. Corfin's actually going to be taking her talents to Bowdoin next year, so congratulations to her.
16 is towels on the carry there, Marissa. It looks like we got a turnover. Morris's front foot taken away right there, but turnover to Downingtown far side.
And they're back to being bunched, just like they were at the beginning of the game. Downingtown has a little bit of an advantage here on this near side of the field. And look, they're going to take that hole right where they saw it. Yeah, but Horning's there.
Yeah.
Good cover by the fullback. Cusack is going to try to get that player out of bounds. And with a little bit of help from Corfin, they are able to right inside the 22.
That's Abby McGettigan, who was just taken out of there, trying to run that tight line right there, working in concert with number 6 on that Mordorsky on the pass into the hands of 11, which there was a number change there. Give me 1 second. Ruby Miscavige. So all names you hear consistently on this team, right?
Yes. And looks like there's a little bit of a fight for that ball, but Morris comes up with possession right back and forth between those two centers and Rhodes.
Just talking about them.
See,
just finding that space.
Hips. When you're a rugby player, you want to see their hips. You want to see what direction she's going. She has very good at keeping square hips, which means those Downingtown players are having a hard time figuring out when she's going to change directions. It just took them 3 or 4 players to finally get her down in a tackle, and all of their defense had to backtrack at the speed that she was running.
Yeah, Miscavige had to put a post pattern run on her to get her down right there because she was off.
Abby Cirillo is going to try to play the ball deep. It bounces back a little bit further than Morris would have liked.
That's recovered by Davies on the far side. A little bit of a melee over there, but it's going to end up with Downingtown. That young lady on the front foot right there, I believe is Dixon.
Yes.
In the 3. I'll confirm that in a second for you folks.
Yeah, Downingtown is back to being a lot steeper like they were at the beginning of the game, which is why they're pushing this Morris defense back. They're getting a little bit of an advantage when they're running up.
Nice little work right there from McGettigan to get out of those tackles. She's well read right there by Corridon in the 8. Big work right there from their hooker. That is Staley.
Yeah, and those forward pods for Downingtown are trying to stick together. You can tell they're shifting throughout different parts of the field. And they're trying to get that support there in the ruck right when they need it. Because Morris is going for that jackal every time. That first person in wants that ball. Absolutely. They have gotten the call before. They've gotten the not releasing, not rolling away, so they know it can happen again, and they are going for that ball primarily. And Downingtown knows that, which is why they're trying to get that support in. So, a lot faster than they're used to.
You were saying earlier Downingtown's working the ball left to right, right to left, and they certainly are. And I think Morris is picking up on that because they're covering that far side paint, that near side paint, and using that touch line as that 16th player because this is the second time that they've been able to take Downingtown out of into touch, out of bounds, and result in a line out.
Yeah, that throw was not straight from what it looks like over here, so I believe that's what the ref is calling.
That's correct. So the decision is Downingtown's?
Yeah, there was that little breakaway by Downingtown on this near sideline just a few minutes ago that gave them a lot of depth before Morris was able to get them out of bounds. And that was something that immediately seems like it was fixed by Morris. Even on that far sideline, they don't want to let that happen again because these Downingtown backs have great chemistry with the ball movement.
You're 100% right. They do really have some good hands. So we just had the first substitution. I'll try to get you a number. We had 19 come on, and we'll get, let's see, that's Meraki. Ava Meraki we'll get you a number in a second of this young lady who's taking a well-deserved breather over here.
And a lot of fakes.
Yeah.
By Doylestown, yep.
In the 10 jersey, now into the 15, hands into the fullback.
But Morris has that sideline covered.
Yeah.
They know not to let those gaps go again, and Herning is doing a great job in the backfield, tracking that ball, being able to be that second line of defense.
Rhodes looking for space. Rhodes looking, head on a swivel, looking for that support. She'll keep her feet till it gets there. If not, fine. Look at that nice little dish to, I think that was Petrucci in the red and black scrum half.
Yes,
scrum
I believe
cap.
so. 14, yep.
Folks, if you hear us changing the calling, it's because I'm on the binoculars and can see the far side of the field. So, which we realized last year was kind of a tough thing to do when you're sitting in a folding chair over here. Morris on the front foot here, Marissa. Cirillo off the back right there. Weinstein with a big carry right here, pumping the leg, brought down hard.
Yeah, the support's right there for Morris. Cirillo getting there to be able to dish the ball out.
Nice ball work right there. If Cusack can hold on to it.
Looks like it was a forward pass by Herning, and that's going to go to halftime. It was a great read by the fullback, Sosie Herning. However, just a little bit of the execution was off. I think she was going for that lateral to Cusack. Ref called it a little bit forward. Looked like it might have been a little bit forward. She was able to draw both of those defenders in and give that advantage on the end. And that very well could have ended with Morris scoring a try to end the half. But instead, we're going into halftime with the score Morris 8, Downingtown 0. But a very, very competitive game. These teams are matching each other's level.
Yeah, always. And I think, Downingtown is... been a program that came into the fold about 3-4 years ago. I think it was a little bit later than Doylestown, but they've been a great addition to the league. Well coached by, I believe, the gentleman Snow, who has a daughter on the team, or she graduated, if I'm not mistaken.
There is a Snow graduating this year.
Graduating this year, correct. Then.
She'll be taking her talents to Westchester along with 3 other Downingtown players.
Yeah, that seems to be a pipeline for that program over there. They're close to one another, Phoenixville right there. There's a fair amount of Downingtown that heads over to Westchester. But anyway, like you said, I think it was a bit of let's call it a quiet start as both teams tried to feel out the other side and feel the field out. And as they started to understand what Mother Nature had in store for them as far as how the field was working, they were starting to work with it, and then you could see that the ball, hands warming up, ball starting to move a lot wider, and getting a lot of exciting rugby in that latter part of the first half there.
Yeah, they had to adjust their styles of play multiple times over the first half, which I think stifled the play a little bit because it kind of feels like you're starting over. When you start play one way and they realize you can transition to maybe playing the ball a little bit wider. I think that's why we had a little bit of a slow start to the first half because they were starting out one way, figuring out what was going to work against the opposing defense and kind of transitioning their play and their ideas a little bit throughout the first half. And also these are shorter games than a normal 15s game.
Sure. Yeah, I believe we're playing 20-minute halves with a 5-minute break. That should make any kind of infringements, yellows, etc., about 5 minutes. Red is red. So, just taking a quick second right here before we start the second half, and joined to my right here is our good friend Lance Connolly, who will be joining us on the mics today as well. Lance, good to have you here, as always. So we've got quite the team of commentators here today.
Yeah, and it does look like rain is starting to fall on our field and on our players. So this is honestly perfect timing for the rain to fall because right now they are with their team, they are with their coaches. Right now they can say, this is what we want to do, this is what we want to change. Now that it is raining and that ball is going to be wet the entirety of the time, not just right after you bobble it or drop it, this is a great time for the coaches and the girls to communicate what adjustments they're going to make because of the rain.
Agreed.
Now, I mean, these are both Northeast teams. They are, I'm sure, very familiar with rain in the spring, 15 season. It's going to be rainy. We all experience it, which means they're They know what adjustments they are going to make. They just need to communicate that. I feel like play is going to go right back to where it kind of started at the first half, playing a little bit tighter. They're not going to try to make those long passes. The kicking game, we will have to see how that is affected from the weather. I mean, the rain is coming down
Pretty good.
pretty decently, and it just started a few seconds ago.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to stick with us very much. I mean, that's there is a lot of cloud cover out here, but it looked like intermittent showers on the radar this morning. Thankfully, I think that hopefully the big stuff has passed through, at least until this afternoon.
Yeah, and I mean, it's early in the day. This is the first game of the day. Each of these teams is going to play again once more, and they will have had experience playing in dry and wet by the time they get to their second game. So no matter what the weather looks like come that time later, whether they're playing in the consolation final or the EGRL final, they'll know what style is going to work when they play that other team.
Sure. Yeah, this is definitely an opportunity for the other teams to kind of see what competition is bringing, right? So, and you can see folks kind of keeping tabs on what's going on.
Yes, and right after this, we'll have that second semifinal matchup for that EGRL championship, where the winner of that one and the winner of this one will play for the final later today. So stick around after this because we'll have another great game.
Yeah, we'll have back-to-back all day, folks. I think there's a little bit of a break in the early afternoon where we'll go get some water in us. But otherwise, yeah, it'll be back-to-back excitement.
Yep, and 2 fields of action. The other one starting in a little bit. So either way, lots of rugby.
Chris Production O'Brien sprint his butt off to the other setup to get some coverage over there with an umbrella. Good work, and you know, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention all the work that Chris does. Chris O'Brien is the one behind the AV, takes care of, make sure that this streams correctly, the cameras are working, the mics are on, and he's also got the second generation here, Aiden O'Brien, on camera today.
He does everything, down to the little things of putting water in front of us to make sure that we have water during our streams. And he was here bright and early this morning to help set up not only the production tent, but the event as a whole. And there is so much effort that gets put into this weekend. Many
all the volunteers, absolutely.
Many people. But we would love to shout out Chris.
Absolutely.
We wouldn't be here without Chris. You wouldn't be hearing our lovely voices without Chris.
That's very true. I only work here, he says. All right, that's a shallow high ball right there. It looks like it's gone the appropriate 10. There is a melee on the far side right there. Binoculars up. It's going to stay with Morris. Oh, unlucky right there for Morris as that ball is fielded by, I'm trying to get a jersey number for you folks right there. It was Pasco in the 18 jersey right there. Hands into 24, who we don't have a name for quite yet. Poke off the back.
24 is Lebanon.
Oh my goodness! I think McGettigan went for a drop kick right there. You know, this is the second one I've seen in like the last couple of months. I think, Lance, we saw it in Wisconsin. Yeah, but we hadn't seen it before that in a while. That was a great idea. Unfortunately, execution a little bit light there, but great heads-up play right there from McGettigan to see that space and put boot to ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's the exact spot on the field that Abby Cirillo was able to get 3 points off of a penalty kick just maybe 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So definitely a great read by her. It appears that Downingtown is not going to be altering their kicking game due to the weather conditions.
Nope.
As of right now.
Yeah, listen, and I think you just think about the rugby IQ in her head that's playing through, that she has that thinking as she's moving at top speed, right? Like that young rugger understands the game.
Absolutely. I mean, she is an EGRL select. She plays for Atlantis. She played for the Rugby Pennsylvania state team. She has a lot of experience under her belt, and playing with different groups of girls helps you become a better rugby player, because you have to adjust to different teams and different groups, which is also something that college coaches love to see, because they want to know that you can play well with a different group of girls, because you're not going to be playing with your high school teammates once you get to that higher level or beyond.
And you don't need an individualist in the sport. You know, this is played by 15. Everybody's got their job to do.
Yep. And ref's going to have them reset that scrum, but we're going to have a Morris scrum right inside the 50. Morris is very steep on their offense, a little tighter than you would think they are, but that's because they want to be able to make sure that ball gets between them. So they don't want to go wider because that ball is slick. The ball's going to be wet. She's picking it right up off the ground.
Nice little push there from Downingtown, but nice pick right here from Corydon. Corydon, boom, into the contact, flips back.
Yeah, Morris support was a little bit slow to get to that ruck, but they were able to get there before Downingtown got their hands on that ball.
Wow, both teams right there just working that jackal as quickly as they can. Morris is able to hold on to it, moving right there through the hands of, oh my goodness, well read. Horning was trying to get a hold of that ball, and there was a blue heat-seeking missile that caught her right there. Morris is able to hold on.
Yeah, that was a slick pass out to the fullback right there. Solo's going to opt for the kick, and
Davies with a little grubber right through. Oh, Davies with some soccer skills coming through. Followed up by her 14 right there.
Yeah.
Projan.
The ref is going to call a penalty. Davies did get tripped by a Morris player. Didn't seem to be intentional, but they're going to call it anyway. She was not able to chase her kick after kicking it that second time. Downingtown's going to try to decide what they want to do with that ball.
Rain seems to be letting up slight. As I say that, it picks up a little bit. Little play right here, a nice little switcheroo between your 2 and your 6, and that would be Staley and Medorsky.
Yeah, and the Morris defense is finding themselves having to shift out wide to that far sideline. They were not set up as spread out as they thought they needed to be. Downingtown got a lot of field depth during that one phase before finally getting a tackle. They were able to get that ball moving, and while they were closer together to make sure the pass was getting there, they used a very wide area of the field on that, and now they're close enough to the try zone where it looks like they're going to try for those pick and goes.
Yeah, Dixon had that pick and go, and it looks like they're going to work it out a little bit farther. Did we go for another drop kick attempt right there?
I think we might have. Yeah, that was McGettigan again.
I think she's kicking from both feet.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because the last one, she's running away from us. In this instance, she's running towards us. That's interesting. We're going to have to find that out. I mean, she may be ambidextrous in the feet, and that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that one was just didn't really get enough air. Didn't get off the ground a little bit, so Morris is going to get the ball back again. Cirillo on the 22.
Listen, that's the second attempt in this game in the second half. There's got to be money on her making one of these.
Well, they know that it's a shorter game.
Yeah.
They're down by more than a try. Even if they made the kick, they would still be down by 1 point. So they know they need those extra points somewhere. We're making our way through that second half, and they know that they need to get on the board, especially because they're fighting for a spot in that EGRL championship.
Yeah, I forget we don't have scoreboards here, so if I'm not mistaken, we're still at 8-0.
Yes.
In favor of Morris, so just for the folks at home. Although Chris may have it up on the screens as well, so keeping us honest there. But 8-0 Morris here in the second half.
Yeah, I believe there is not a score bug on the screen. Yeah, so that's a Morris scrum on the far side. And we did have a couple substitutions by Morris, it looks like, because now playing scrum half is, I believe, young Mignoni.
Yeah, you'd be right about that in the 21 jersey. So it looks like I'm looking for our 9. I think she may have come off.
Yeah. Cirillo moved to fly half.
Okay, got her.
So
loose ball in the backfield, well taken by Rhodes here, always cleaning up the work back there. Support is there, Petrucci and Wise. Nice carry from Corydon. Corydon, nice young player right there, really doing some hard work this season, really coming into that 8 jersey.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see from that pick earlier, Corydon busted out of that scrum with something to prove.
Yeah, she's got a great
She got tackled, but you could see, she had her game face on, and she was ready to run through that line of defense. Looks like Mars is going to get called on not releasing the ball from a little jackal pick from Downingtown, so now they're going to get the ball back right when Morris was getting some momentum towards that try zone.
True. Very true. But that's been the story of this game. It's back and forth and back and forth. I mean, we haven't seen a score since the penalty kick for Morris in the latter part of that first half, I guess. So it's just, once again, it's rugby just being played between the 22s.
And this is exactly what you expect to see in a game like this. These teams are the top two in their division. They are both undefeated in their division, and they are both very competitive teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Downingtown plays in Pennsylvania, which is one of the more competitive states, has multiple good teams.
Tremendous league. Tremendous in-state league.
Yeah, and Morris has such a historic prowess.
Cirillo. Oh, Weinstein looking for it. She's able to cover. Well lucked over right there by Rose. Oh, unfortunately, it looked like in from the side. So that'll result in a Downingtown ball. I'm sure they're not upset about that. That's good news for Downingtown.
Yeah, I mean, the clock is ticking down.
Very true.
So Downingtown has to get their first try on the board soon because they need to score in more than one way to match that 8 or get higher than that
Dixon.
To win outright. Great run by Dixon with support right there.
Diving over, I guess, or not keeping the feet right there. So that ball's going to stay with Downingtown here. And there you go. That's your hooker, Staley.
Yeah, I think maybe a couple more phases, and then they're probably going to try for that kick again. Mars was looking for that not releasing call. Olive Rhodes tried for that jackal.
Oh, Pasco caught that on the hips, unfortunately, and she dumps it forward. So that's going to turn over ball right there for Morris with scrum down Morris. So, yeah, just a little bit bunched up in there. Again, trying to keep the ball a little bit closer, right, because of this weather. And, unfortunately, that brings its own cadre of problems.
Yeah, so Morris is going to have another scrum. We had a great feed by Mignoni earlier, so nothing seems to be changing on that front. Cirillo is very close to get that ball out of the scrum to support her scrum half. That's what a great fly half does.
Mignoni struggling a little bit off the ball service off the back of that one. Gets it out there to Cirillo, who soccer juggles it and keeps it in control. Nice work there.
Yep.
Good heads-up play from that young lady. Rhodes.
Morris is looking a little flat. After this breakaway, they seem to be getting a little steeper.
Players with her.
Yeah, and great support there by Corridon and Corfin to set that ruck right away.
Far side ball just got turned over. It's going to go with Downingtown. Morris ticked off and certainly putting some pressure on with that. There's Towels on the carry coming up the far side, still on her feet.
Yeah, Downingtown immediately shifting to a much steeper offensive format is very fast, very good play because now they can get their momentum going right away on offense as soon as that turnover happened. Rev is going to call the ball back, but keep it in Downingtown's hands. Looks like not releasing again. And they're not going to go for the kick. I was kind of expecting them to bring the tee out for this one.
Well, I think, like you said, with the clock dying on the second half right here, they're going to look to run that ball this time, right?
Yeah,
and see what they can do.
It looks like that was the same exact little trick off the penalty play that they ran on this side of the field opposite earlier, and it still got Morris.
Right, trying to get the ball off the back there, right?
Yeah,
and McGettin with a little show and go right there into 24.
Good handoff by 24. There was no counter ruck by Morris right there because they knew they needed numbers on the outside. They could sense that Downingtown was going to try to send it closer to the edge of the field to the wing because that's where they've been able to try and get those breakaways earlier. And luckily, Morris was able to tackle one of the Downingtown players out of bounds before they got too close to the try zone. So good read on them. I believe it was Herning that tackled the player finally out of bounds. So now they're going to get a line out. It looks right about the 10 in front of the try zone, maybe. So this is a must win for Morris.
Oh, great take right there from O'Brien. Real confident up in the air like that. Morris has the ball in tight right there. Oh,
Yeah, interesting read by Morris.
Yeah.
You are back in your defensive zone. I would immediately go out to Cirillo for a kick at this point, but instead they
Take the
chose the
pressure off.
maul,
Yeah.
which did turn the ball over to Downingtown right in front of their try zone. I'm not sure if I were a captain or a coach in this situation, that's what I would have wanted Morris to do. Nonetheless, Downingtown gets another chance at being able to put this ball down in the try zone. They have a scrum in their favor right in front of the try zone. They aren't looking very steep on their back line, but they are set up fairly wide, wider than I would think for the wet conditions we're in right now. So I'm interested to see what they're going to do with this ball.
Yeah, they're looking to stretch that field as much as they can, regardless of the weather here. They're going to try to get that ball moving fast with some pace and try to break that try line here.
Yeah, that Morris defense is spread out as well. So one little shift
inside.
And there are many
two
holes.
inside switches off. Very good. McGettigan trying to take it in right there. Goes into the hands of Davies, far side. That's the 13. And we have a number for 13. I thought we may have. Yeah, of course. That's McGettigan's sister right there, dotting it down. Let's see who gets the service. Holding the ball right there. It looked like we'll get her to turn around for a sec right there. I think it might be Mordorsky in the 6 jersey. Let's see. We'll get it in a sec. But yeah, exactly what we thought was going to happen. They moved that ball wide. McGettigan in the 10 jersey with 2 dummies on an inside switch, one after the other. Sucks in those defenders. She's able to get the ball off right there, and they're able to dot it down in the far corner. And this young lady is proving challenging to see the back of her jersey.
Yeah. And it was just an exquisite read by Downingtown.
Yeah,
they set up wide, which forced Morris's defense to set up wide and mark man.
Mordorsky.
And when you're set up wide and marking man with maybe 5 players stretching the width of the field, there are so many holes because you have to be spread out.
Yeah.
So as soon as they had that double fake and kind of layered their players, they automatically created a 3-man overload on that far edge, which led to that try. So that is definitely practiced by Downingtown. That was a great read on Morris's defense. There's honestly not much Morris could have done differently, because if they sent an extra person out wide, they would have had a hole right in the middle. And honestly, Downingtown would have scored either way.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
As soon as you get that ball into those shifty hands and you go for that double fake, which she showed earlier in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know it's coming, but there's not much you can do as a defensive player besides try to stay on your man that you have marked, either out on that wing or towards the center of the field.
Super competent rugger in that 10 jersey, McGettigan. She gets it.
Was that kick good?
It appears so, yeah. That's definitely 10. I'm not sure what happened here. Oh, were they? So just heard it from the backside. Everybody in front of the kicker offsides right there. So, yeah, as we're chatting away, we didn't see that. So, yeah, that's discipline right there, folks. I mean, that's a kick. That's a restart you don't want to give away like that. And Downingtown reads it well and just runs right back up. Ball moving well. McGettigan.
Yeah, and
Oak fishing it out.
They are talking and talking on that field, both teams. I mean, Downingtown is desperate. They need those extra points. They need to score another time. They either need to get close enough for a kick or they need to get into that try zone.
You can just see how slick that ball is. I mean, we're benefiting from the play being so close to us right here. And 18, I believe, is Pasco, is having a hard time holding on to that bloody thing. And you're talking about a quality player here in the pipeline as well. I mean, that's giving you some of the idea of like how slick that ball is right now.
Yeah, it looks like it just passed right through the hands and down onto the ground, but went backwards. So Downingtown still has the ball. They are making their way down the field, getting the depth that they need. But Morris is stifling them just a little bit. Their defensive line speed has slowed since the start of the game. Naturally, we know these players are tired. However, they are kind of in desperation mode because they know that the clock is ticking down and they need to stay in the lead.
Towels with the big carry there. They're starting to read Towels and Dixon on those pick and goes right there and putting 2 on the tackle from Morris's side of things, which is good because those are pretty powerful runners right there. Davies looking for the outside angle and well handled by Petrucci.
Yeah, and the touch judge is going to call out of bounds. I believe Davies' foot may have shifted just beyond the line to get that ball out, but that was a great tackle by Morris and a great read on that runner who did have an extra man on the outside. They had that winger in her support.
And bear in mind, this is year 2 for Petrucci playing rugby, and she's just taking it like a duck to water. It's amazing. Petrucci with the throw.
Yeah, it looks like Downingtown doesn't want to match numbers in that lineout for some reason. I think they wanted to keep extra players back for defense in case Morris decided to maul again.
Yeah, or avoid the maul, right? Less of contact area right there, so then they can just...
Great running drive, and I believe that was Rhodes?
It was Rhodes, yes, correct.
Yeah.
Downingtown, just no quit in this team. They're looking for that poach, and it's theirs.
No, they have that grit. They have that grit that you love to see from these emerging teams.
100%.
You can tell that these girls have worked very hard to be in this game right now, and they are not letting Morris prove them otherwise.
You're going to have to get lower on her. That's Amanda Corfin wraps up her legs because God forbid you let her get that head of steam going.
Yeah, you definitely got to tackle some of these Downingtown girls a lot lower than you're probably used to. Yeah.
Davies.
You see the wrap around the waist is not getting Davies down.
Is going to get... Oh, wow, that was a big try-saving tackle from those two right there.
Yeah, good read by Horning to be that fullback support in the backfield right there. And...
Wow.
That's Towels.
Yeah. Wow. Tremendous. Boy, that was some head of steam from that Doylestown side right there, working that ball down the field to result in those 5 points right there. I mean, you had Pasco take it into the contact area, handled well by the Morris team. There was great scramble from Morris to stop. I think it was McGettigan going in for it. McGettigan gets the ball off into the contact area, and Towles just keeps pounding.
Yeah, Towles and Dixon have been running that forward crash line very, very strongly, and it hasn't worked out every single time, but that was exactly what they needed in that time. They caught Morris on the back foot. They kept that momentum going. That ball was in play. It was not in that ruck for more than a few seconds. Their scrum half wanted to keep that ball alive and moving because that caught Morris off guard, which sets Downingtown up for a pretty decent kick.
Yeah, and Davies, pretty handy foot too. Davies, nice strike. Does it have the mustard? It does. Extra 2.
So, did they make their last extra point kick?
I don't believe so.
So now it is 12-8 in Downingtown's favor.
It was 14?
14?
14, so 2 converted tries.
Okay. 14, we do have a Downingtown player down on the field. She's been down for the last few phases of that play as well. So she's getting attended to right now. Probably only a few minutes left in the game, but Morris needs to make something happen if they want their chance at that EGRL championship in a little bit.
Well, I think you said it just before that that last try from Downingtown was they've got grit and determination and gas in the belly, right? And it's like they just, they there's no quit, they were down at that point, right? And they put 2 critical tries in the second half, in the latter part of the second half, to take control of the game here.
Yeah, I mean, no team wants to go into halftime losing, especially when you're losing by 8, which is such a crucial number because you can't get 8 points in one score, even with a kick after a try. That means you have to make 2 different plays to get up. And so when you're going into halftime, naturally every coach is probably going to say, from now on it's 0-0, we're starting over, something along those lines. But they knew they needed to regain that ground after coming into the second half already down by more than a try. Even though Morris only scored once in the first half. And with these shorter halves, 20 minutes, this is what you need to do. I mean, the game is definitely coming to a close fairly soon, right after we finish this medical break for the Downingtown player who is getting attended to right now, and I believe we'll be getting up soon.
We were told there was no 18 jersey here, but we believe that's Pasco.
That should be Pasco, yes.
And, that is unfortunate because she is just coming back from some season-ending issues. She's getting to her feet, and she's staying on the field. Tough rugger.
Absolutely. I mean, she knows that this game is coming to a close, and she knows that her team needs her. I mean, Jess Pascoe, strong runner, taking her talents across the pond to the University of Exeter in England next year, which is, I mean, that's a brag. Like,
well deserved, right? It's like you're not shocked, right, by that news.
Absolutely not. Strong kick by Cirillo is not able to find the hands of any of the Downingtown players, but they are going to get a line out in their favor. Morris needs to get the ball back, and they need to get the ball back fairly soon. They should contest this line out with everything that they have. And Downingtown is going to be steep and wide, just like they were earlier, to try to stretch out that Morris defense and create those holes for those very shifty back players.
Absolutely.
I know Steph has eyes on this line out.
I do.
Can't quite see it. But
Up. Yeah. I tell you what, if you can't get it in the line out, that's what you want right there. Some jittery hands on receiving off the top right there. But that's the whistle.
Last play. Yeah. I knew that time was ticking down. I mean, we don't have a clock in front of us, but we knew that this game was coming to a close. Yeah. And that was that was the break that Morris needed to kind of shift the game. They were already in their half of the field. They could have gotten possession right after that. But that was a great fought win by Downingtown. They kept their energy up through the entire 40 minutes. And that second half, I think they came out stronger in the second half than they did in the first, which is exactly what they needed to do to get back on top above Morris. Morris did a great job, but I think Downingtown just had that edge when it came to those plays in the back line. They had plays off of penalties. They had fakes and switches throughout their multiple back players who are all phenomenal players that Morris knows they needed to be watching out for because they have all of these accolades.
Sure.
But I think it just came out to the Downingtown just having more energy in the second half.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Like you said, the grit was on show for the second half, and it was that last try that just happened right there. They were just in full control of that ball, marching it down the field. Morris scrambling for the defense, making those try-saving tackles, but all for naught as Towell's able to break it through there on that final run and drop it down and take the advantage right there.
Both of these teams played phenomenally. This was a great game. It was a close game. I mean, they only won by 6 points. So it was a tight matchup. Play was back and forth. These teams were forced to go from offense to defense while the ball was live, and doing it great. And so I think that both of these teams obviously should be very proud of what they accomplished.
It's been a good season. If I'm honest, I think the grit was in Morris's hands in the first half, and then it switched over to Downingtown in the second half, and they capitalized on it. So I think Morris has to go back and collect with the coaches and kind of understand how deep they need to dig for the next few games over the coming weekend to make sure that they're able to continue that pressure and momentum that they set in the first half.
Absolutely. And I think the key to remember is that you are not done. You have another game. And if you are not a senior, you have more games tomorrow as well to be for those recruit sides age games. So although you may feel slightly defeated, of course you're going to be upset. You lost your chance at playing in the championship. However, your season is not over. You still have to play that third place game against the loser of this next game, which this next showcase is going to be Aspetuck versus Doylestown, who is the reigning Pennsylvania state champs, and Aspetuck are the reigning EJRL champs.
That is correct. Aspetuck is coming in with the trophy from last year. We've seen Doylestown a handful of times this year looking real strong. Aspetuck always perennially a strong side, and let's see what this game brings on. Coach Stacy and Shane and the cadre of coaches over there have done a really nice job with the talent that they have on that team this year. But don't count Aspetuck out. That if you want a definition of grit, Aspetuck, right?
Yeah, I mean, Aspetuck is third in the north, right after Downingtown and Morris with a record of 1-2. Doylestown is first in their central division. They are undefeated 3-0 this season. Pennsylvania state champs, beating Downingtown in that championship game. I had the pleasure of writing an article about Doylestown.
Yeah, very good article. I read it.
Rugby breakdown. So I am very familiar with this team and the work that they have made this season, going through kind of everything they've gone through. They have been a solid program for the past few years, but they were looking for that break, and they changed a little bit of their play style and their coaching style this year. And it is definitely paying off in their favor. I think this is going to be another very strong matchup. Both of these teams have multiple graduating seniors committed to go play for very, very promising programs: Queens, Penn State, West Point, Princeton, Harvard. And so I think this matchup is going to be just as exciting as the last one. We're going to get our roster set for a little bit, but we'll be back with you in a few minutes right before kickoff.
here the RSE Rugby Showcase East, the third iteration of a three-program event culminating in the EGRL, the Elite Girls Rugby League's season championship as well. Out here taking the field already, you see Doylestown, Pennsylvania, in-state champs will be facing off against Aspetuck from Danbury, Connecticut. A great team that we've seen, and actually the holders of last year's cup bringing it back today. So should be a good matchup between these two teams. Doylestown's been hot all season. Aspetuck graduating some key players, and so unfortunately a bit injury plagued as well, is coming out today. But you could still see some familiar faces out there. It poses to be a pretty good game here, Marissa.
Yeah, we have Aspetuck, who has black accents with their yellow. Doylestown has green accents with their yellow. So two yellow teams, but we have Doylestown kicking off left to right first. Some good additions to the Aspetuck roster. If you're just joining us for the first time this season, Sadie Hirschberger, formerly New Hampshire player, has now brought her talents. And when I say talents, I mean all caps, talents to Aspetuck.
You should have a chat with Lance about her. Lance thinks she's got some real potential.
I mean, she is on our top tier list every year at this showcase, and she is still such a young player. She's a junior this year, but we've seen her since she was in 8th grade.
Yeah, and like you said, Sadie was coming down with the Ospreys out of New Hampshire, but unfortunately they did not come down this year. So what the organizers do is they take the unattached players and then they assign them to teams so that they will get playing time here today. So Aspetuck, I'm sure happy and very lucky to get Hirschberger as an add-on coming down as a nomad.
Yeah, and as we begin to start playing this game, we can see that both teams are a little bit bunched. I mean, there's this whole area of green left unattended by both until you see Aspetuck is going to try to pull their fullback out wide, but a little bit of jackal in the ruck.
Great little poach work right there with a failed chicken wing, but nice jackal work from the 11, and that is Sydney Haddon. Unfortunately, she's not able to get the ball into her receiver's hands, but it does stay with Doylestown.
No, and strong run by Mackenzie Marks. First season with Doylestown this year. You might have heard her name before on the Morris roster.
Yeah.
But she's making her name known for Doylestown right now. And that's a strong run by 12. Yeah, Lunan, who will be going to Harvard next year. Great program. We are familiar with many Harvard players who have been recruited from these EGRL teams.
Yeah, and quite a few from Morris itself.
Yeah, so that strong run led to the first try of the game very early on, a lot earlier than our last matchup was. Right on the outskirts of the field, but surely a kick that I believe that's Nola Flynn.
Absolutely.
Is familiar with. Nola Flynn, another name that we are very familiar with. She is a captain, even though she's a junior this year. EGRL team, Atlantis. Obviously, Doylestown is a good program themselves. She has been part of the USA U18 players pathways.
It's a decent strike right there. Flags will stay down. It just ran out of juice right there by the crossbars, but a nice strike from the paint over there. Unfortunately, the 2 points will stay off the board, 5-0 Doylestown.
Yeah, but much faster start than our last matchup. But Aspetuck, I think, just needs to start to wake up a little bit more. I know they have it in them. They are a very strong team. So as soon as they start making those adjustments for this Doylestown team, I have full confidence that this game will be much competitive like our last one.
Yeah, and even in the past couple of years, they've never played with a particularly deep bench. So just because they're playing, they're coming down with the 15, don't count them out. I mean, they're going to leave everything on the field.
And that was a great first tackle right off the kickoff by Aspetuck number 12, Cara Doherty.
That's a name you hear very often coming out of that yellow and black jersey. There you go, Flynn off the back of that.
Yeah, Doylestown was a little bit flatter there than I was expecting them. That pod got a lot further up before that pass made it to them that I think they would have liked. There was barely any momentum for that front part of the pod, Mackenzie Marks, to carry that ball before getting tackled. Aspetuck's defense needs to spread out a little bit more as well. You can tell they're bunched right towards the middle. There are 4 unattended Doylestown players right on this wing alone. One of them is the talented Sydney Haddon, who had
big crashing run right there from Mackenzie Marks.
Still up.
Yeah, drops to the ground, releases the ball, collects again, picks up, and keeps rolling. Big work right there. Oh, okay, ball's loose.
Yeah, Aspetuck tried to get a hand on that, did knock it on, but the ref's not going to call intentional knock or anything like that. They did fully try to hold on to it, and that's Nola Flynn, just with the tap and go by herself.
She's stripped into contact, which is uncharacteristic for her, but it turns back around. Flynn off the back of that, working at the far side. That's unfortunate hands right there for who was it? Accardi.
Yeah, forward to Aspetuck, but Nola Flynn was right there to tackle that first Aspetuck player who put hands on the ball. And the fullback, Leah Sapolo, for Doylestown, is a name that you should start being familiar with. She's still in middle school.
Yeah.
But she's playing at a very competitive high school level. She has been one of the top try scorers for that team all season. She has been one of the top assists for all season.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, she just has so many accolades. I'm familiar with her because she is just one of those players that you need to know about if you're going to talk about Doylestown rugby.
Unfortunately, Rugby New Jersey and you know their interpretation of USA Rugby does not allow that age grade kind of blurred area. And understood, it's done for you know for player safety. Conversely, in Pennsylvania, it is allowed, and that's where you get to see talents like this, like you're talking about Sapolo coming up, who's still going into high school this year, and I'm kind of torn on the decision on that. Like, do you, don't you? It's.
I think it depends on the player.
Sure. Sure.
Big kind of WWE style tackle by Amy Guerin from Aspetuck.
Aspetuck trying to get their feet under them with some with an offensive foot here, but unfortunately having a hard time against what we've come to find out is a pretty tough Doylestown defense.
Aspetuck needs to get steeper. They have their pods set up, but they are fairly flat, and they can't have players running alone. This is a strong runner. This is number 3.
Baba.
She was all by herself, though. Support was late getting there, and we will have a turnover. Aspetuck, when they are on offense, needs to get steeper, primarily because that Doylestown defense is so fast and up on you. You will not gain any ground unless you have momentum catching that ball and running up onto them, because they will be in your faces back in the wherever you started if you're not running on.
I've had a handful, maybe a half dozen times to see Doylestown play this season, this past season, and I tell you what, they're just in every aspect of the game, they are firing on all pistons. They've got the right players in the right positions. They don't have to put players into positions because it's a need. They're putting players into positions because their skills dictate that's where they should be. You see it in their structure. You see it in they're playing a system. That defense is so stifling. I agree, you got to get steeper, but they're not even giving them the chance to get steeper. You know what I mean? And that's the pressure that this yellow and green jersey's been putting out all season on the other side of the ball. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're going to have a Doylestown scrum that's taken a little while to set up. Ref doesn't really like the way she's looking at it right now on the far side of the field. And Doylestown is not as wide as I would think they want to be. They have so much space on this near side of the field that is completely defenderless on Aspetuck's side. So I feel like they need to spread out a little bit more, because I know that all those girls can pass the ball. It has stopped raining, even though that ball might be wet.
Nola puts it to the boot, finds the space back there.
And that's Guerin again, I think. Yep.
11. Look at that jackal right there. Haddon in the mix all the time. One of the toughest wingers out there.
Yeah, Aspetuck's going to choose to kick it back. and they're going to try to put the pressure on Doylestown and make it hard for them to put that second try up on the board before they have a chance to respond. Great speed by Della Temple from Aspetuck, one of their seniors this year who's going to play collegiately next year at, let me check.
Oh, that's unfortunate right there for Aspetuck. That's not where you want to be pulling penalties against this team. And it's going to be up to them how they want to do it. Look at this. Oh, that was so unlucky right there into the hands of the three right there, Marks. Unfortunately, that ball just came out kind of quick for her. She was running an inside line to it. So it'll result in a knock right there. And no, hang on. That was not Marks. Pardon me. Let me get this straight here. No, it was. I'm sorry. It was.
Yeah, I think that just comes down to also those pods being a little flatter than I think Nola Flynn is used to them being. I mean, I know that Doylestown can get steep, especially right there when Marks can truck it and you are close to the try zone.
Yeah.
Get a little speed on her.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. And it was pretty tight off the back of that breakdown, too. So, yeah, that might be something for them to take away in the second half to talk about for the second half is just spread the field a little bit with, or give a little bit more space for your pods.
Aspetuck's kick is going to bounce first before it finds Sapolo, who tried to hit Haddon on the outside. But ref is going to call a forward pass, I believe.
I missed the hand gesture right there, but yeah, I suspect so because we're gonna break it down for a scrum down here.
Yeah, and that was something that Morris got called on right on the wing between their winger and fullback during the game earlier today. So it's just something you got to be aware of when you're running in the backfield and you're trying for those lateral passes because you are allowed to pass laterally in rugby. You just have to make sure that they are lateral,
right.
Not forward, because the refs will call it. Good swing out wide by Aspetuck. Fly half. I'll get a name for you in a second. Ryan O'Neill.
Young lady right there trying to work her way out of the contact. She was doing this early as well, keeping her feet till support is there. Fighting for that ball. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Doylestown just targeting that ball all day.
Doylestown went for the strip, but as soon as that Aspetuck player hits the ground, you have to let go of that ball.
Absolutely.
Doylestown thought they got that turnover, but that's not quite how it works. So Aspetuck got to keep the ball off that penalty. They are starting to get a lot more support to their rucks sooner because they know that Doylestown has a strong counter ruck, which is smart. Uncharacteristic bobble by Hirschberger will turn over for advantage to Doylestown. It's going to hit the wing again. And that's 22 right there for Doylestown.
Ball lost forward in the contact there on the ground.
That's Noel Santiago is number 22 for Doylestown.
But our referee is going to bring it back to an earlier infringement.
Yeah, I think she's going to pull it back to the Sadie Hirschberger knock, which she called advantage on. Advantage was not over by the time that second knock happened, so she's going to pull it back for a scrum to Doylestown.
Two formidable packs. The only thing missing on the black and yellow side is Cloder, who is unfortunately still out with a knee injury. That's another young lady that was playing up in 8th grade and making a name for herself. So we hope to see her back soon. Nice work right there. A little pick off the back by their 8.
Big drive by Aspetuck, but the ball got out quick enough for Doylestown to capitalize off of that.
That's what I'm talking about with that winger Haddon, though. I mean, she, not particularly a lot of size to her, but just plays out of her cleats and competent with the ball in that contact area. It always pops out on the right side.
Yeah, and she is a junior this year. I'm sure she will be talking to many coaches
absolutely.
at the get-together tonight. She has been a notable player for Doylestown over the last few years, even if they have not been at the top of the EGRL in the past few years. They have had a strong side. They are a historically competitive program. When I was speaking to their coach last month, we spoke about how they are always in contention for that state championship, and usually fall just a little bit short, which is why it was even sweeter to get that state championship this year. And now they're after the next, which is the EGRL championship later today.
Ball contested in the tunnel there, up in the air. It's still loose, comes up with Flynn.
A little bit of a wild
pass. Loonan.
They have numbers on the outside.
Haddon looking around that corner. Well read right there by the 15, the opposite side.
Yeah, I would have liked if Santiago went on the outside of Haddon and gave her the opportunity to pop it wide where there was space on the sideline. Regardless, that's something they can adjust for next time. Doylestown tried to go for the jackal, but ref called off their feet, so Aspetuck will keep the ball uncontested. Big tackle by Loonan.
Yeah, Loonan's an all-around competent player. Both sides of the ball. Ball a little lopsided there in the backfield. Hirschberger cleans it out.
And
Baba picked it up.
Yep.
Yeah, Baba on the far side brought down. Jackals on, counter rucks there. Nice work from Aspetuck to hold on. Ball moving well through the hands of O'Neill. Charging run from Reese. Hirschberger.
Yeah, Reese has some speed on her, but I wish she was a little bit steeper so she could start running before she got that ball, because she's a powerful force to get down.
You just mentioned that Della Temple. She's looking for that line break right there. Brought down just north of their 22, trying to work it out. There's Hamilton again. Counter ruck right there from your 11. Oh, the work right there from Doylestown. This could result in what they're looking. Nope. It's staying.
Yeah. Aspetuck is scrambling a little bit. This is what Doylestown is looking for. It may not be a clean turnover, but look, they just got the ball right there. If they're applying that pressure, Aspetuck is going to scramble and play a little bit sloppier. So if they can't get the ball directly, they're going to have to force that turnover through penalties, which is what happened right there.
That's what we've been seeing all season with this Doylestown team. That defense, they say defense wins games. I think Doylestown is really. I can't take away from their offensive play either, because it's been so clinical. But the defense is just it's unrelenting.
It is, and it's smart defense.
Yeah.
It is very difficult to play aggressive but smart defense in rugby. It takes a while to master, because it requires so much communication, silent communication between you and the other girls. You can talk all you want, but there are some things that you just need to trust your teammates to do. And Doylestown completely mastered that this season. And we've seen it prior in the other tournaments we've been at this season, and we're seeing it right now.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the other thing is, right, it's conditioning, right? Because I say it all the time, there's no magic bullet to defense. It's like you got to be fit. No, off the back, going to the far side, into the hands of Accardi. Accardi looking for the kick, says no. Haddon, unfortunately into the hands of Hamilton, and Hamilton just bobbles it for a knock.
Yeah, they tried to keep going, played to the whistle. The ref did call a knock on. That is another thing that a lot of these teams do really well, which is play to the whistle.
Yeah.
You hate to see a team just give up on something when they think penalty has happened. You can't do that. You have to wait for the ref to call it. Not necessarily you have to wait for the ref to notice it, but you have to wait for the ref to call it. Sydney Haddon jumped right on that ball.
Yeah.
And tried to keep it alive until the ref blew that whistle. And Aspetuck has had the ball in their own backfield for their last few possessions, unable to really get it out of this area of the field. So this is another opportunity for them to try to work something else. They have tried a couple different things, has not worked in their favor. They've had a couple strong runs. There's an 8-man pick by Hirschberger right there.
Hirschberger making some hard yards on the far side, but then again, there's that scrambling D that, once again, holy cow, what great work right here from that front row.
Yeah, and I think one of Aspetuck's strengths is their pack. They have strong forwards who are multifaceted, not just Hirschberger, who we've known about for a few years, but they have other forwards who are strong runners, smart ball movements.
Yeah, that work right there from 11 to 13, right? That pass was pretty much a no look, but she's confident that her outside center is going to be there for the receive.
Yeah, that was Guerin to Lawrence right there. big run by Reese Smith.
Smith, a senior this year.
Yeah, she'll be taking her talent to Queens University of Charlotte.
Great
this
school.
upcoming season.
Great rugby
school that
school.
recruits coaches here today.
Not a big student population, but they put out some good programs, men's and women's.
Yeah, I saw their women's programs play at the Sevens National Championships down in D.C. just a couple months ago, and it was a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Yeah, I think it's a student body of like 1,800, maybe 2,000, and they seem to just put together some really good rugby.
Yeah, Nola Flynn noticed right there that there was no one in the backfield for Aspetuck, and that is just one of the opportunities for heads-up play that we know that Doylestown is capable of.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and Kennedy's back there trying to control it as best as she can in the 9 jersey, right? Supported by her partner in crime in the 10 jersey, O'Neill.
Doylestown tried to go for that jackal, but looks like diving in the ruck, which will maintain Aspetuck possession, but still they are back by their own 22. They've had a few breakouts from there, but nothing really substantial. They need to break into the other half of this field.
O'Neill with the kick to touch easily. Probably wanted a little bit more of a severe angle on that to get some yards, but that's all right. It's found its mark.
Looks like Hirschberger is going to throw the line out for Aspetuck.
Yeah, we've seen this before, actually.
Yeah, although he lost it, Hirschberger was right there for the first tackle. That Doylestown player got hit hard.
Yeah, oh, good Lord. I saw her grimace in the contact.
Got right back up and keeps playing, but I wouldn't be surprised if Coach
Robinson.
makes some changes soon. They know they have another game to play later today.
Yeah, hey, it's been a long season for both these teams. They both play in state leagues, and they both play in the EGRL. So there's some miles on those cleats and those bodies.
Yeah, Aspetuck has made some adjustments to their defense since the start of this half. I like to see it. They are spread out a little bit wider. They were clumped towards the beginning of the game, which is good. So ref called a penalty right there against Aspetuck. Not sure what she motioned. Do you guys?
I do. Let's see if she gives it again. She's having a quick chat.
No cards.
No.
Well, whatever it is going to result in a scrum, yeah.
I'm feeling like that's what it was, is there was a bit of a melee going on over there, and maybe it was getting a little chippy, and that was the reason for the chat.
So we're going to have a Doylestown scrum on the far side of the field. Still, their back line is a little bit tighter than I would personally think they should be, but as soon as Sapolo inserts into that, they can shift Haddon out wide. And Haddon has been a menace on this near sideline so far this entire half.
All day long.
Their first try was dotted down in the far corner.
I think they're going in. Oh, well taken down right there by Hamilton. But it's going to result. See, that's the work, right? It's like in the contact area, that sympathetic pass and the offload gets it into the hands. The momentum continues.
Yeah, and that was smart to just pick and go by 13. Jocelyn Terry totted that down for Doylestown. She could have set the ruck. She had support there. Haddon could have come in and pick up the ball if she wanted, but the Aspetuck defense was struggling to get out and figure out who to mark. So Terry knew they were right in front of the try zone. You're going to pick and go for that, even as a back.
And Hamilton has the opposite 15, doing the best that she can to control that backfield. She makes the first try-saving tackle, but all for naught because that support's running right on the heels right there for that offload.
Yeah, so Nola Flynn is going to have another chance for a kick right here. A little bit easier than her last one.
Yep, flags are up.
That's going to shift the score to 12-0 in favor of Doylestown, right in time for halftime. Now, if you were Aspetuck's coach, what are you saying to your team right now?
I guess I'd be saying, you guys I need you to trust yourselves, and I need you to trust our system. And if you guys keep doing that, it's a proven system. We're the incoming champions from last year because this is the way we ran it. It's the simple things need to be done, right? Be methodical about your passing, right? Be methodical about your defense. Stay organized. Use your shape. And the last piece I would give them is, use your confidence. You're all experienced ruggers. Like, do not forget that. Go out there, trust left to right, and get the job done.
Yeah, I totally agree. We know that Aspetuck is capable of great things. They have great players, and that was very clear from this first half. They had great runs by quite a few of the girls, great defense, but I think they need to come together and start playing as a team more. We're seeing some individual movements that are not really followed up by team movements.
Correct.
Some of those runs were running alone, which led to a turnover because Doylestown was right there to pick that ball. So I feel like they need to unite a little bit more.
Their system's a little bit disconnected. We've seen it. They run it very well. They don't run a complicated offensive system, but it's super effective. They love the contact area. They just need to get back to their roots, start doing that, and like you said, stay with your support. Don't get fancy looking for the space. Go for those 5 hard yards every time. The breaks are going to happen. They're going to have to force more players into that center to contain those runners. It's going to open up those lanes for you. And then you can get it out to those folks like Guerin and Hamilton to put the wheels on and put those points on the board.
Yeah, and you have another half to play. If Doylestown could score 12 points in that first half, what's stopping you from scoring 14 in this second half? You're only down by 2 tries.
It certainly didn't stop Downingtown in the second half of the first game.
Absolutely. I think they have to come out strong. And Aspetuck is going to come out this second half knowing that they have to prove something because they are down 2 tries. It was just showcased in our last game that it does not matter what the score is going into the second half. Even though these are shorter games, these are strong teams who make adjustments very quickly. Aspetuck adjusted their defense during that first half rather quickly, which was great to see. Doylestown made a few adjustments during that first half. So they have to really be on their front foot, making the changes that they know they need to make and making the changes that their coaches and captains are telling them to make right now.
Yeah, and I'm also seeing something, and I don't know. I'm just checking the roster here, and we're missing Wiener, Kayla, if I have that correct, which is that certainly hinders that ball in hand running game that they have. So be curious to find out where she is. Hopefully nothing too serious, because that's she and her sister were the heart and soul of this team. She is the heart and soul of this team, as is Ryan O'Neill and Temple and Kennedy and all the young ruggers out there.
Yeah.
Smith. I mean, these are ruggers who have been through thick and thin with this team. So really like to see them get it under their feet for the second half.
Yeah, I think that this second half is going to be a lot tighter than this first half was, because I know Aspetuck can make those adjustments, and I'm really looking for them to break into that second half of the field. This is a tight score. It's 12-0, and this is a lot closer than Doylestown has been going into halftime against other opponents earlier in the season. Doylestown has had some outstanding wins. So Aspetuck should be rather happy that it's a tight game still. They have 20 minutes more to play. And in order to win, there are adjustments that they can make fairly easily.
You make an excellent point. And I've said I've been watching Doylestown progress through the season, right? And these and this team just gel like they have. We knew they were going to do this season, right? But for Aspetuck to hold them to 12, I mean, Doylestown's easily putting 40 and 50 and 60 on teams in the EGRL this past season, and hats off to Aspetuck coming out here and keeping it to low single-digit games so far in the first half. We'll see what Downingtown has to say about it in the second half, but so far so good.
Yeah, this halftime has felt a little bit longer than the halftime of our previous game. Looks like ref's making her way to the middle, so we should be getting set to go, but seems like they're giving these teams a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, it's a tight schedule though, so we're already at 10:30. 9 o'clock was the first kickoff, so actually that should put us just about on time for 11 o'clock for the third game.
Yeah, and after this, we'll have Corning and the Raleigh Cobras facing off. Corning in the Central Division is 1 and 2, and the Raleigh Cobras are in the South Division of the EGRL.
Correct. Nice, great for them to travel up here today. It's a good run. You know, we've definitely made our runs down there too, but it's always great the way that the league comes together and supports these events. You know, in particular this great championship weekend.
All right, teams are making their way back out. As they come up, we'll note any substitutions that the coaches have made to the rest of their roster. Switching sides. We're going to have Aspetuck kicking to Doylestown.
You're doing great to see you.
Aspetuck asking the ref a few questions before the kickoff.
So it's interesting you're saying that Reese is heading to Queens. Great program, and they'll be super happy to have her. But Reese actually originally from our neighbors up north in Canada from the west side, and I'd spoken to her a few years back. And at that point in time, she was looking to get back around British Columbia to go to school. But I guess she's opted to stay in the lower 48 with us.
I mean, when the opportunity arises, Queens is a great program.
For sure. You're absolutely right.
They have a lot of EGRL players coming in next year from Aspetuck, Corning.
Oh my God. These offloads in the contact by Doylestown are they're clinical. Look at this beautiful work with the ball right here. Heads up play, finds the green space out there. Now it's a kick and chase, and it's all yellow jerseys.
Yeah, that little kick was Jocelyn Terry who put the ball down for that second try in the first half. They're going to opt for the quick line out, but the ref is going to call it back.
So mark is called there, which is, I think, lucky for Aspetuck as they were kind of moseying over to what they thought was going to be just a standard line out. So you definitely, you got to get a player over there to call that mark. Otherwise, that ball comes out quick and you're on the back foot. That's a score.
Yeah, that quick line out is something you don't see as much in high school play, but it is utilized a lot in the college circuit. I can speak from experience. So rather sooner than later, a lot of these coaches need to start implementing it into their play style or preparing their players for defense for it. Looks like ball was not straight.
Yeah, resulting scrum down.
All right, so Aspetuck is going to have a chance to have possession in their backfield right now. They're probably going to have to kick it. They were stuck in their own backfield almost the entire first half when they had possession. And they have fast runners, so I would expect a kick from Aspetuck. Otherwise, they're going to be stuck back here for the next few minutes.
Yeah, and you know, it's covered back here by Sapolo and another young lady in the 25 jersey there. Like, so they're expecting that to happen. Oh, yeah, but she was
able to find green, and that Aspetuck fullback number 15, Jill Hamilton, kicked it, made the chase. She's a junior. She'll be getting talked to tonight for sure.
Absolutely. So a little bit of back and forth on the kicking there, right? Both teams understanding the need there, resulting in a penalty that's going to go into, wow, Hirschberger really well.
Big tackle by
far side. Lunan packs a lot of power in that frame. Marks. Right there to Accardi, into Lunan.
Good speed, receiving that ball, out to Haddon.
Haddon making that corner. She might be around it. Oh, right there she is.
Yep. And they're there was a lot of effort by Aspetuck number 4 Nags and their hooker Sprague to almost get that, but Haddon is so fast, and she took that corner and timed it perfectly to loop the outside and then cut back in before she could get tackled out of bounds to touch it down. In the try zone, near corner, difficult kick for Nola Flynn, but the score right now is going to be 17-0 Doylestown.
Yeah, still holding it kind of close here, but like you said with Haddon, I mean, it's like that chase from Nags was great, right? And she was probably spot on there, but she just puts that extra spring in that last step to just get that necessary 12 inches away from the tackle arm, right? And then boom, she's away. They can't put a shoulder in on her, and she's able to round that corner. But it's explosive, that it's the explosive footwork, right? It's like that pop right there that just gave her that extra step she needed. It wasn't even like a gear. It was like a hop out of the tackle. It was amazing.
Yeah, kick was no good. So score remains 17-0 Doylestown shortly into the second half. Aspetuck taking their time, making their way to the kickoff.
So early in the second half here, Doylestown comes out and firing the first salvo. Let's see what Aspetuck wants to bring.
Balls up and bounces once right into the hands of Lunan, who goes out wide.
No, I think that was, pardon me, let me double check here. I want to say that there was a higher number jersey on that one. I think that was Beckenhauser in the 24 jersey.
Good wide pass by Flynn to hit the outside. There's Jocelyn Terry. Takes 3 defenders to get her down.
Powerful runner.
Haddon's going to go for a pick off of that because the scrum half was in the ruck. Ref's going to call a forward pass on Doylestown right as Marks was getting a little bit of a breakaway.
Yeah, she had some head of steam going right there. You could see a little bit of frustration on her face right there, and rightly so, right? It's like, you've got a few more yards in you right there, and to get it called back is, I guess it's part of the game, but frustrating nonetheless.
Aspetuck set up nice and steep. This is, I think, a great position for them to start getting some ball movement in their back line, a little bit of a play going. They're set up pretty wide. They have that whole width of the field, and they have Guerin on this weak side.
That was a nice attempt from Robinson in green and yellow to take that from the head. I saw that foot go out like a trigger, and it just unfortunately wasn't able to make contact. Fortunately for Aspetuck, Sprague was able to control it.
We're going to have a substitute for Doylestown.
We have 23 going off for...
That's Beckenhauer.
20 coming up.
Which is Vivian Foley. Another middle school player. Beckenhauer's a middle school player.
So we have Tara and Tessa Beckenhauer in the 23 and the 24 jersey, just for clarity's sake there, folks. And then number 20, as you had said, was Foley.
Doylestown has this scrum right in the center of the field, and they have their back line split. So Aspetuck needs to read this and kind of figure out which way Flynn wants to go. She's going to go to Sapolo.
Wow, what a fantastic run from Sapolo right there. Great patience from Haddon to let that ball bounce into her hands before she went for it. And then she dishes it off to her buddy Nola, and Flynn finishes it off.
Yeah, Flynn was so smart for that, hopping in on the outside. It's something I wanted Santiago to do in the first half, is just support Haddon on that outside wing, just a little loop around, because that is going to catch Aspetuck, and it did right there. So they're going to go for another touchdown. This time it's Nola Flynn who's going to be able to try to convert her own try. Kick is up.
Oh, it's going to fall to the left and short. So the score line is 17, 20, pardon me.
I thought it was 17 earlier. Is it 17 now? Yeah, so it's
22?
22, yeah.
22-0.
Yeah, Aspetuck putting a little more pep in their step after this try to get back to the kickoff. They need to keep their heads up. This game is not over yet. They still have an opportunity to get on the board, and they have been making a lot of offensive moves in this second half to outdo their attempts from the first half. They are looking like a better team. They are playing like a better team.
Couple of substitutions out there. We see 21 coming on. That's Harriet Clay. And then we have this young lady in the near camera right here in the 30. Unfortunately, young lady, we don't have a 30 on the roster. We'll find you out.
30 for Doylestown is Fiona Bonenberger. There is a third page of the roster.
Ah, that would be helpful.
28, 29, and 30.
It's a nice deep roster they have.
Yeah, and that's something you talked about earlier. Aspetuck has always been a little bit of a lower numbered team. While they've had standout players, absolutely phenomenal players, and a great team, they don't really have a deep bench. And that's something that Doylestown has and is using in this game because, first of all, they know they have another game later today.
Ooh.
And second of all, the score is 22-0 right now. And you have the room to experiment with that. Aspetuck, on the other hand, only has a couple girls on their sideline. And even though they also have another game later today, they're trying to put their best foot forward out there so they can try to get on the board.
They can't take the same chances, right? That's the unfortunate thing of not having those numbers, right? And the fortunate thing of Doylestown is having those numbers and again being able to put them in, using the skills they have to put them in the right position. So there's never a dip when the substitutions come on. If anything, you're not a substitute, you're a finisher on the Doylestown team.
Yeah, and that's something that their coach mentioned when I was speaking to her is the fact that they have so many girls who are so dedicated to this program, giving 110%, coming to all the practices.
So big.
To give that effort because they know even if they're not a starter, they are helping this team.
Robinson with a pick off the back there, up the far side, and ooh.
Yeah, Flynn tried to go for that wide pass, but couldn't be caught cleanly. Ref is going to call advantage on the knock-on, which is going to give Aspetuck a little bit of momentum, but they're not going to get very far.
Yeah.
Just going to pull it back so they could have a scrum midfield. Aspetuck has broken into the second half of the field. Yeah.
There's no quit, which is good. And once again, like, trust your system because I know for certain that Coach Ray and Coach John coach a similar system, and they coach it through and through, right? So if they can just work with what they've been doing in practice, they can turn this into something.
Yeah, I think Aspetuck has a shot to do something strategic right here.
Absolutely.
They have these strong backline players. They can run something.
Seasoned, tough. I don't know if there's another team that relishes the contact area like Aspetuck does.
Good run by 12 to start.
Lunan just creating havoc. Holy cow, just playing out of her cleats. Look at that. Rucks it off, gets back in there, gets the poach herself. Lunan just taking the energy out of that Aspetuck attack right there. Hamilton.
Yeah, Flynn going to go to boot, but that backfield has been well guarded, ready for that kick. Aspetuck knows that Doylestown likes to kick it, and their back triangle, their wings, and their fullback are ready for that kick every single time.
Yeah. I mean, if you're watching some of the games from the season, you know what you got to do, you know?
Nothing really happened there for Aspetuck before the ball found its way back to Doylestown's hands. We're definitely under 10 minutes
by
now, folks.
Absolutely. This is looking like a conclusion that was somewhat anticipated. We were holding out hope that Aspetuck could give a little bit more of a forward foot game here, but Doylestown is just proving their mettle here at the end of the season as well, and honestly is not shocking at all.
Sounds like rain might be starting to come back down again, folks. So these girls will have a chance to get a little wet towards the end of their game as well. Not as hard as the last time. Little sprinkle, but that's going to make some adjustments.
This is so unlucky for Aspetuck as they're trying to get their feet under them. The pass goes behind the intended receiver.
Yeah, and Hamilton tried to kick it out, and it hit the posts, the backside of the posts, because they were in the try zone.
Yeah, it's just unlucky. What looked like was going to turn into a really good back line turned into a poach.
Yeah,
with Lunan on the attack.
Lunan's going to take it all the way to the edge to dot it down in that corner. They love that corner.
Yeah. Well, when you've got a competent kicker like Flynn, it's like, on a day where you don't have the heaviness of the weather like this, you can't count her out on that corner.
Yeah, so score's now 27, awaiting the kick. Flynn has not been successful from these far sides so far this game, but that doesn't mean anything because
exactly right.
Flynn is a strong kicker, and every kick is different. So she's going to call her tee to come out. A little bit of a miscommunication on the Doylestown sideline as to who's running her tee or her. And that's going to be Sydney Haddon, who was subbed out earlier in the half running that tee. And she put in a lot of work earlier in this game, and now she's putting in work even from the sideline.
You bet. She's a teammate. Put eyes on the uprights here.
Oh, it was a little bit short, but this time it was centered. Her last one fell short and was a little bit wide. Her one before that was too wide, but made the distance. This one just falls short. 27-0 to Doylestown now. We're probably around 5 to 7 minutes left in the match. And just a strong showing by this Pennsylvania team. And Aspetuck as well needs to keep their energy up for these last few minutes of the game because they have been creating chances.
You're right about that, and God forbid there's a little bit of broken rugby where they need it, they're going to be off and putting points down.
Looks like there's going to be a substitute. Aspetuck, number 5 is going off. That's Reese Smith. And I didn't catch the number for the player who came on.
Take a look, see. Scrum cap, far side. No, it looks like
I believe
Temple came off. Is that correct? No. That was their front row. Because Reese is still on the field.
Okay.
So their prop came off. So then we should be able to figure that out fairly quickly when they scrummage.
Not sure. Looks like ref's going to call a high tackle on Guerin, who's going to get that yellow that will most likely expire after the end of the game.
Yeah.
Considering we're down to the last few minutes.
That's an unfortunate card. Look, I will never go against the judgment call at the center, but it's not, in my opinion, it didn't seem like there were a lot of warnings around high tackles today. So just kind of that's a.
Yeah, and Guerin's been strong on these edges for Aspetuck, so that's definitely a big loss for them for these last few minutes. Kick is in the hands of the other Aspetuck wing, 14, Lulu Bonaday.
There's a good scramble back and forth right there. Oh, my goodness, what an amazing counter look right there from, let me get a face to the name right there. I'm going to get a jersey. 20.
Doylestown blocks the kick. Aspetuck has to keep trying to get it out of their own zone. They tried for the jackal. Ref said no go. Ball to Hirschberger. who's getting shut down, but she just picks herself back up.
What a warrior. What a warrior. Look at her.
She,
Oh, my God.
Hirschberger has that dog in her. There's no other way to say it. And you can tell that she has had an impact on the other Aspetuck players.
Absolutely.
Because some of them are starting to play a lot more like her. And Hirschberger is still such a young talent. And to see how much she's grown over these last few years, because we've seen her grow over these last few years, I'm just so excited to see her play in the future.
Lance Connolly feels the same way about that young lady. He said exactly the same.
Big run by Hamilton.
Does Hamilton have the corner?
Hamilton has the edge. She gets around 24, which is Tessa Beckenbauer, to dot it down for Aspetuck's first try. And Hamilton has been putting in the work since the beginning of this game, guarding that backfield from Nola Flynn's kicks. That is a well-deserved try because she has been doing so much work on defense. And now on offense, she gets her accolades to dot it down. Aspetuck now has 5 on the board, and she got it closer to the center for her kicker.
And speaking of Cloder, that's the young lady who just, in the gray over there, who just walked out to congratulate her buddy.
Aspetuck kicker.
Kennedy.
Yep. She's going to West Point next year. Very, very talented program over there.
Absolutely. They'll be happy to have her too. She's a good teammate as well.
And her play style fits right in with the other players I know at West Point. So I know she'll have no problem fitting in with their team. And that try is going to call game, but Aspetuck should be so proud because that is exactly how that game should have ended. They have been putting in work since the beginning of that game, and the final scoreline being 27-5 against Doylestown is impressive in itself.
Yeah.
So our EGRL championship is going to be a rematch of the Pennsylvania State Championships, Doylestown and Downingtown.
I'm sure that Downingtown is looking forward to that opportunity like nobody's business, right? And it should pose to be a really exciting game tomorrow afternoon. And if I'm not mistaken.
Thought it was...
It may be today.
I believe it's this afternoon.
You're absolutely right, because tomorrow is just for the benefit of the coaches. Yeah.
Yes, and then our consolation final for EGRL third place is going to be between Morris and Aspetuck.
If I'm not mistaken, we've got the Raleigh Cobras walking over.
Yep, they'll be set up against Corning for this next matchup in just a few minutes on Field 1. We will be right back with you guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, guys, welcome back for game 3 on day 1 for the Rugby Showcase.
Yeah, we've got a face-off here between Raleigh Cobras versus Corning, New York. So Raleigh coming out of obviously Raleigh, South Carolina, and we're facing off here against their northern EGRL compatriots from Corning, New York. Both teams traveling a bit of a ways today, a little bit longer for our South African families here. South African, South Carolinian families here. Happy to have both teams down. Just had a nice quick chat with the coaches from Corning. Great dudes, and happy to have everybody here.
Yeah, very excited for this matchup. This matchup does not have any stake in the EGRL championships, but still a great chance for these two teams to play each other when they wouldn't normally see each other during the season.
Ooh, brought down pretty hard right there. As
big tackle by
Cobras are trying to work it out of their
8.
22. I feel like the ball is moving pretty well for the Cobras, but there's some good defensive work on the other side. Unfortunately, all for naught as not rolling ways the call, and there's a nice little quick tap from this young lady.
Yeah.
Moves, great little offload right there into the hands of her receiver. And look at that, 2 into the ruck.
Great movement and speed by 14.
I tell you what, Cobra's looking pretty good right here. I'm liking the form that they're putting out there.
Yeah, that young lady who just had that great run will be playing at Emory and Henry next year, another program that's here recruiting today.
Yeah, Coach Doc O'Neill is here with us, came over to say hello this morning. Looking forward to having a chat with him tonight. He's made some pretty good he's gotten some pretty good recruits for the incoming season, or incoming recruits for the pending season.
Yeah, Raleigh was able to make that break on the edge, but that runner had no support, so Corning got a quick turnover off of that ruck. Corning's defensive line speed needs to pick up a little bit. They have a few individual players that are running up quickly and getting those defense, but the rest of them are just staying back. Great run by Caparella.
Oh, that looks real. That was a really good effort right there from Corning on the front foot right there.
And the Cobra player, number 10, goes for the handoff, but ends up knocking the ball on. That's Lillian DeSoto.
So DeSoto was trying to shake off that other player with a stiff arm, but unfortunately it just bobbled the ball out of her hands. You could see she had a bit of a chuckle on her face as she's shaking her head, thinking I probably should have held on to that a little bit closer to the vest.
Yeah, so now we're going to have Doyle. He's going to try to kick for touch.
It's a good boot coming right at us.
Almost hit the camera right there.
Yeah, and thankfully for that young lady, that astute young lady on the sidelines in the 19 jersey, she stops the wrecking of the AV.
Yeah, that's Bryn Steven. Good, strong line out by the Cobras to get it going. They have some strong runners, and something I like about the Cobras is all of these players know you keep moving through a tackle. You keep driving your legs through a tackle. First of all, you'll be harder to get down. Second of all, you will still be gaining some of that space while getting tackled. Every one of these players that have been tackled so far this game is still driving their feet through that tackle.
Absolutely, and you know what I like about it is that their offensive structure is out there and put on display. Right, they're moving the ball well. It's crisp. They're using their pods to create that crash ball and create that sucking in of those defensive players, and then they're picking the right times to move the ball wide. So that's really nice work from 9 and 10 there as they're reading the field, right, and making those decisions.
Yeah, so now we have a Corning scrum right outside the 50.
Nice strike from Corning there. Plenty of time for their 9 to do what they need to do.
Didn't look like much drive from the Cobras on that defensively.
So that is...
that's Hector.
Yeah, Hector is... expect to hear a lot coming out of that jersey all day long. She's always making the hard yards.
Yeah, she's a senior. She'll be going to Guilford next year.
Oh, great program. Our friend Christine Newcomb.
Now this is something I mentioned earlier. Corning's defense needs to come up together. They are coming up strong, but they are coming up sporadically. They have a couple players moving up a lot faster than the others are, which is creating gaps for Cobras to take. Cobras are going to keep trucking their way down the field.
I'd like to see Cobras hold on to that ball a little bit more, draw those defenders in. Those passes are going a little bit early, and there you go. There's the result.
Yeah, I think they're trying to move the ball out wide, but I think they're forgetting that they need to kind of keep the defense where they are in order to create that out wide advantage or overload, which means catch, take a few steps, then pass.
Yeah, make sure that you're engaging that defender, right? You're making it certain that they're coming for you and not sidestepping to get over and govern where the ball's going to be the next time, right? So just look for that contact in the offload, or look for that stiff arm in the open space.
Yeah, so we have another Corning scrum, almost pretty much identical to where it was earlier, just on the opposite half lengthwise of the field. Little bit of a drive, and there goes a little 8-man pick by Ector.
Yeah, so Ector read that well, right? Because that ball kind of shot out of there like a cannon, and I don't think that their 9 Rhodes was expecting it, and Ector heads up play off the back right there, picks it up and keeps control.
Yeah, and that Raleigh prop, Marissa Langdon, number 1, tried for that counter ruck right there, but ref didn't call it clean. Setting the mark, we're going to have a Corning lineout. And they are filling their lineout. We had a Raleigh lineout earlier. They only put, I think, 5 girls in there.
Yeah,
Corning is setting their full stack into that lineout, which is giving them a lot more options.
Feeling like a mall's coming if that's the case.
They're going to go to close. Yep, and there's the mall. Corning is a very dominant pack.
Absolutely. Close, uncharacteristically can't handle the ball there, but will get the penalty.
They thought about the quick tap. Coach said no. Ball's going to find touch off the foot of Emma Hadlock. Wait for somebody to bring them.
Full line again. I think we'll see more of the same, and if they're able to bring that ball down cleanly, player and ball down cleanly, and get the binds on, I think they could put some momentum here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to go to close again, because
tough ball.
Well, they have another jumper in Caparella in the second half of the lineout.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was close so much as it is the interference from the other side. So nice work from the Cobras to make it difficult to get a hold of that, right?
Yeah, there's a little quick pass from Hadlock.
Nice work here from good Corning, looking real good here. Corning cycling their pods, getting it back ready. Well read right there from the 14 onto the 5. Oh, great hands
Great
right
hands
there
by Hadlock. She bobbled it, was able to catch it before it hit the ground.
And folks, if you haven't played this game and you don't know the pressure that you're under as you're being run down by 3 opposite players and holding onto that ball is really impressive.
And Raleigh is coming up strong on their defense.
Yeah.
They're in Corning spaces. Corning is still trying to chuck that ball in on the far side.
Close, just looking to take bodies with her. Well read, she's driven back. Scramble defense from the black jersey down there, but all for naught. Corning's going to put it down. So you could see actually the black jerseys calling to that far side where they were light, and Corning reads it well and puts it in for 5 points. They're opening up the scoring here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a number on that.
Same here.
Player. You watch for the number, I'll watch for the kick.
You got it.
Kicking is going to be Fly half, Emma Hadlock.
That's looking like 14.
That's going to be Ellie Yarnell.
Nice work from Yarnell there to break through and put it through. But they read it right, and there was good. I hate to use the term panic, but work from that black jersey to see where it was. It was just seconds too late.
Yeah.
I tell you what, and that was unlucky.
Just right off the post.
Hell of a boot.
That's going to set the score to 5-0 in Corning's favor. Still pretty early in the game.
That was a great series of play from the Corning team down there in the 22, too. Like, just keeping that ball alive, not getting frazzled by a good defense.
Yeah.
Just holding it on. And I think, honestly, Hadlock, it was kind of the linchpin there. It could have been turned over, but she held on to it. And thank God, because had she not, there'd be no try.
I think something that is unique about Corning, not necessarily unique, but something strong about Corning that is kind of setting them apart, is the fact that through multiple phases, they are keeping the same momentum that they have in that first phase, which is hard to come by in rugby. Even amongst professional teams, you'll see it. When they get to that fifth or sixth phase, it becomes sloppier. They become a little tired because they're not really getting as far as they want to. But through multiple phases, Corning is coming off just like it's the first phase, and they're starting fresh. Great ball movement right there. That's going to hit number 2, Jana Butler. And great with the Katie Cree.
So unlucky. Just a little too fast there looking for that ball from their 9.
Yeah, Kagan Rhodes tried to go for that pick after Kendra sealed that ruck.
It was a good idea. Had she pulled it off, she was gone.
Yeah, Kagan Rhodes is actually going to St. Bonaventure next year. Another talented program. They're recruiting since the start. Great coach over there.
Yeah, just an all-around good program. Had a number of good years there too, and we've got quite a few folks from Morris who've found their way up there over the years. Most recently, Will Hogan, who just graduated from that great program, and whose dad is just started coaching again with the high school boys. Who a talented rugger himself, that Neil Hogan. Wow, nice little run right here.
Yeah, there's number 10 on Raleigh. That is Bryn Steven.
So the first try does not go unanswered. Raleigh Cobras come back with that nice run from Bryn Steven, who just rounds that corner and finds those soft shoulders there. Kick to come.
Yeah, that was a great run by her, and I feel like the game started off a little bit slow, those first few minutes back and forth, but as soon as Corning tried, now Raleigh's going to answer, and I feel like they have matched each other's momentums up until this point.
Yeah, I agree. We got setting us up game.
Setting us up for a great rest of this game. Looks like Lillian DeSoto is going to take the kick. Fly half. No good. Try was scored out in the corner. It's a hard kick for anybody. Definitely didn't have the width on that she wanted, but that's going to mean that we are at even 5-5 right now. Both teams have seemed to kind of open the floodgates into some impressive play. Corning utilizing their teamwork a little bit more. Raleigh utilizing a breakaway. That was well supported by her teammates, I will say.
Sure.
So
restart was a quick one, line drive down to the 22.
Yeah, Corning's got to get their shoulders in a little bit more on the tackle. Their scrum half just got a hand on her and was chasing still for quite a few meters. Raleigh is set up so steep. All of their players are running.
Oh, that was a nice little inside ball right there and switch. Oh, my goodness.
Number 14. That's Tanner Avery.
Wow.
She's going to take it all the way to the center to dot it down. sophomore, U.S. pathway player, Tanner Avery sets the score.
Geez, that makes a lot of sense.
10-5, Raleigh.
That was some explosive run right there. I mean, she came through at pace, took that ball. I mean, it was just top gear right from get-go.
Yeah, looks like Raleigh's going to have somebody else kick this one.
Let me get you. It looks like 6.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, so 6 on Raleigh has the kicking duties.
Okay, that's Hannah Ortego. That one's good. We're going to go to 12-5 in Raleigh's favor. And they're set up ready to go because they know that Hadlock went for that really fast kick off the last try. So they're ready if she wants to do that again.
Another line drive.
Yep, well fielded.
Absolutely. Good basketball hands right there.
She got a lot of space before getting tackled. That Corning defense needs to come up a little bit stronger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially because Raleigh is set up so steep.
Yeah,
good intensity.
There's your reason why right there, right? It's like, there's just, working through players. If you get up there and take that head of steam away, you're not going to have that advance against you.
Yeah, Raleigh's a little bit clumped right now. Their offense isn't really spread out. Ref is going to call time. We have a player down for Corning on the side of the field. Coach is going to go out to see her. I want to say that's Kendra Close, only because she's playing with her hair down, and that's something Kendra does. She doesn't put her hair up.
It certainly is her.
She'll be going to LaSalle next year to play rugby.
Good program.
We knew Kendra was going to go somewhere. I mean, she's a talent that we've been talking about for many years. I've had the lovely experience of being able to coach her a little bit. She attended a camp at Syracuse last year, and she's just a standout player. I coached quite a few of these Corning girls, attended the camp. So.
That's terrific. Yeah, and for her coming off, there's I can see the grimace on her face. This is a tough player right here. There's something she needs to have attended to for sure.
But she's not one of those players that goes out on their own volition.
Right. Although I think that may have been hers there, but I think that would be, it's a cold day in hell today, basically, because of what just happened there.
Yeah, so ref is going to restart play with a Corning scrum, which is going to go straight to the 8-man pick for Cadence Ector, which worked very well in their favor earlier. Ector's going to dish it off to Had. And then, sorry, my view was blocked a little bit there. Ector has the ball again. Strong runner.
Yeah.
Raleigh's going to try for that poach and get it. Support was a little slow getting there.
Yeah, that's pretty quick on the not releasing, but hey, that's kind of that's the way it goes. It's the interpretation of the referee, and he or she's going to let you know that in the chat, like, hey, I don't tolerate holding onto that ball. You better let go of it quick. So, you're most likely been forewarned at how the game's going to get called in particular areas like that as well.
Yeah, so Raleigh's going to get the ball back. They kicked straight to touch. Now there's going to be a line out far side of the field. And again, they're only going to put 5 girls into their lineouts. Another great snag.
Again, there's that ball from depth that you were talking about right off the lineout. Look at this. So unlucky for Avery there. Avery was just like had the wheels on, ready to go.
A little bit of a crazy pass, but handled well.
Hey guys, Guys, Corning. Corning, can you guys move it back a bit? Thanks.
Corning kind of scrambling to stop that Raleigh defense, but unable to stop them before they get into the try zone. We'll get a number for you real quick on our try scorer as she gets hugs and high fives from all her teammates. I think that's Marissa Langdon. Yep. Number 1, Marissa Langdon, freshman.
Thing's gonna run out of juice. Really?
That's going to set our score to 17-5 Raleigh.
Today's ad-free broadcast is brought to you by EPL Sports Tours. EPL Sports Tours are proud to offer truly unforgettable rugby.
Testing 1, 2, 3. There was an on button. I couldn't do this without you, Mike. Many thanks to Mike Eisenhart and all he does for all of us.
Yeah.
Couldn't do this without him. Literally and figuratively.
Wow. Poor Chris is.
Just like,
He hits one button and now he's like he's the savior. I don't know.
yeah, it's almost like he's the big guy on campus. Like,
Oh,
we got our teams taking the field. We let you know last time, but just in case you're just joining us now, this is North Bay versus Play Rugby USA, or PRUSA, their acronym spells. So, North Bay is a little bit of a motley side. They have a couple different teams making themselves up. North Bay, Virginia Outcasts, St. John's Christian High School, and Orchard Park. So 4 different combinations of girls, which may play a little bit of a role into their game style today, but we're very excited to see this matchup right now. North Bay is 4th in their Central Division, unfortunately looking for their first win of the season. PRUSA is also looking for their first win of the season as they are 4th in the North Division.
Yeah, and I tell you what, North Bay's been playing this setup, this kind of nomad combination setup to create a team based on just dwindling numbers over the last couple of years. But they've played together quite some time now, so we should see some continuity between these 4 sides coming together as one jersey.
Kickoff to start was PRUSA kicking to North Bay. Picked up and fielded by the orange jerseys of the North Bay Motley.
Oh, line break right there.
Break. That's number 10, Paige Rasnick.
Yeah, you'll hear that name a lot today, too. Nice work right there from Play Rugby to kind of control on that. Oh, great little poach from your 4 in the Play Rugby jersey right there, turning the ball back to her colleagues.
That's Mariama Jallo.
17 with the carry there.
A little bit of a fight for that ball as it finds its way back into North Bay's hands.
I tell you what, teams are getting so savvy about targeting that ball, the player and the tackle and the ball. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like it's hands-on. It's like, I'm going to slow you down, take you down, and if you're on your feet, I'm stripping the ball.
Yeah, ref's going to call Play Rugby on not rolling away in the ruck, which is going to give North Bay a little bit of advantage to gain some momentum as they make their way down the field, passing the ball out wide, which seems to be lightly defended by Play Rugby.
Yeah, so like I was saying, you're seeing that continuity come out of this team. And hats off to Coach Jeff and his ruggers here, because this is not an easy thing to do when you've got players that are anywhere from 10 to 12 hours away from one another. You have an opportunity to practice maybe the day before. They've been doing this all season, and this speaks right there to the capabilities of these 15 individuals to come together as a team.
And great run by that player right there through the defensive line, straight into the try zone between the posts, waiting to get a number on that for you.
Maggie Birdsell.
Maggie Birdsell. Yep. She's coming from the Virginia Outcasts.
That was courtesy of Coach Jeff over here, who's pulling this cadre of ruggers together all season long, traveling with them, making sure that making tournaments, keeping the game alive. Hats off to you, sir.
I do want to say that North Bay gave us their own detailed roster with jersey numbers, player names and pronunciations, which team they're coming from, and a number of other information, which they're the only team to have done it, which I would say this is pretty nice. I mean, this is exactly the information I have on my own broadcast sheet that I made. But it's nice to know that he was thinking about us.
Hey, that conversion was good in the 10 jersey there for North Bay as well.
So that's going to set us at North Bay 7, PRUSA nothing so far, but it's early in the game, very early.
And you know what? I tell you what, it makes me very happy to see PRUSA out here. They went through a couple of tough years themselves. A great young coaching staff came in, took the remnants of what was a very competitive side for a number of years and pulled it back to bringing numbers back together from across the 5 boroughs, which is not an easy thing to do. Some of these players travel 2 hours on public transport to get to practice and then 2 hours home. You've got dedicated young ruggers in that blue jersey out there, and hats off to that coaching staff as well.
Yeah, and these Play Rugby girls play not only EGRL games during their season, but they try to go to as many tournaments and play as many different teams as they can. I believe they traveled to New Orleans earlier in this spring to play in a tournament down there, which is phenomenal.
Isn't that one of the great benefits of this game?
Yes.
Yeah. Ball's coming our way. Looks like it's going to be a line out right in front of us right here. Good.
Yeah, we're going to have a great view on that one. Yeah, this Play Rugby team, some of them attended my camp at Syracuse last year as well. I was also partnered with one of their coaches, Brianna Thomas, who coached alongside me, so I'm familiar with them and their kind of game morals as well. And they're a tough set of girls.
Brianna is a terrific steward of the game. She is one of the people that I'm glad you reminded me of her name. She's one of the people that has brought this back to life. Cheeseball.
Yeah, good read by North Bay to see that Prusa was kind of not defending that sideline as tight as they should be.
Holy cow.
Good tackle. And good on North Bay to stay inside the sideline.
I was just thinking the same thing. That's your North Bay six.
That was smart.
Jalen Jones. And, I just heads-up play to have just that presence on the field to know where you are when you've got 5 or 6 sets of arms around you trying to wrestle you to the ground.
Yeah, North Bay knocks the ball on. Ref's going to call advantage and keep play going for Play Rugby. And then another penalty is now going to have Play Rugby take it again. That's number 11, Zanaya Grant. She's a senior this year.
Seen her for a couple of years. Not surprised to be calling her name.
Talented young girl.
Absolutely.
Very kind young girl. I coached her as well. Very good leader to her
You're getting
teammates.
around the coaching circuit up there. Good for you.
I am trying to grow the game, Steph.
Yeah. Marissa, you and your family, your sisters included, you guys are a great rugby family. Your mom's here today at the concessions, the food tent for the coaches, year 3, 4, I guess.
Yeah, since the start, she's been doing that job. All the coaches know her by name by now. Play Rugby's been able to get some momentum going down this field. They've only gained a little bit of space, but they have kept possession of the ball. And that was a great little take and run by Kamora Cooley.
So Cooley, another name you're going to hear quite a bit about. Quiet in the backfield, but a competent runner.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm looking at the setup here, I'm talking at the half about getting bunched up.
Absolutely. There's a difference between being bunched up and being in pods.
Yeah.
They were not set up in pods, but they were bunched, which I will say they were bunched, meaning that the effort was there to have support for those runners and for those rucks, but they need to be a little bit more organized because they have so much field to use and they're not using it.
And I noticed it with the attack, but the defense as well. The defense, there was quite a number of players on their side of the breakdown, kind of, I hate to say it, but I've been called for it before, ruck watching. So you definitely, you want to be cognizant of that and just hustle yourself out to the sides of the field. So make sure you're covering all the grass, like you said.
Yeah, so we're going to have a Play Rugby scrum down in their own half. Putting the ball in is going to be
25, it looks like.
Honorary Machuca.
Confirmed, 25.
Yeah, so
Machuca gets decent ball service off the back of that, comes out of the A channel. She's able to get it moving. Orange defense is giving them a bit of what for there.
Yeah, Play Rugby was not able to really move that ball forwards after passing it side to side, but ref's going to call a penalty on North Bay, and they're going to get possession, and Kamora Cooley with that big run support's a little slow to get there, but they got there in time to clear that ruck.
That runner brought back pretty hard right there. Good seal off from your 9 who's stuck in the contact.
That's a pod setup right there by Play Rugby.
Absolutely.
Which is good to see. They still have so much field to use. They have this whole sideline and all of the backs are on the other side of the field. Now they have Cooley outside on the wing by herself.
Well, I tell you what, if if the combination of 9-10 Prusa can just get a look-see at what's going on right there before that penalty breakdown, they'll notice that they have the opportunities outside. Because they're playing that crash ball up the middle, which is forcing Orange to bring, wow, big tackle right there on 25.
There's Grant getting the ball back.
Hey, that's what pressure D does right there, right, Marissa? Like that opportunity right there, just that basically those 10, 12 hard-fought yards were just knocked back with one spearing tackle and chase down of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same we saw from Doylestown earlier today.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
North Bay trying to clear that ruck, and they do to regain possession.
Looked like 6 on the carry.
Their try zone.
This is a lot of pressure on Play Rugby. They're doing a decent job of holding it back. I think it might be all for naught there.
Madeline Morin, I believe, number 8. Yep, that's Madeline Morin with the try. Setting the score now to 12-0 North Bay. So
I tell you what, great patience from North Bay on that defense, right? Just continual pressure, sending up that spear spike runner. They create that bobble that they need, take over the possession of the ball, and then put the try in, right? It's that just takes patience, right? Patience and repetition, and that's another aspect of defense, right?
Yeah, Prusa had possession of that ball for a long part of that drive following the first try, and they were getting places, and they were fixing a lot of the things that they were struggling with during the very first few minutes of that game.
Agreed.
But North Bay was playing the long game, and they were putting on the pressure so that they could get that turnover. Kick is good.
Yeah, that was a nice strike too.
14-0. That was a little curveball to it.
It did too. It did. Yeah, a little knuckle. So yeah, and that was your 10 on the kicking duties there. Raznik again. Early, like you said, so there's still plenty of time here for Play Rugby to get their form.
Absolutely, and they've already making some of those small adjustments that we're mentioning they need to make, and you can hear their coaches talking to them from the sideline, yelling at them to fix some of those things. They have leaders out on the field who are going to make some of those adjustments themselves, and the other players will follow.
Yeah, I tell you what, if that 9-10 combination of let me just work it here. Conte and Fosu. If we, it doesn't look like 9 is. Pardon me, the 25. So we can't go with the numbers here. That's Matuka. Yeah, like you said, if they can just have just a little bit of patience, scan that field before they go into the back of that breakdown, they're going to see those opportunities outside.
Wow! So by Peyton Raznik.
Raznik to Raznik.
A lot of hustle by Peyton Raznik. Seems like Play Rugby was not prepared for that kick a little bit. Their fullback wasn't ready for it. Getting on this side, Grant seemed a little unsure. So that was a great heads-up play by North Bay.
Absolutely. Hey, we were talking about it before, right? This is 4 teams coming together. Like, hats off to these ruggers and the coaching staff Jeff has, because, they're putting on a pretty good performance today.
Yeah, and this is something we don't usually see until the second day when they're combining all of these teams. And we harp on it on the second day, but one of the hardest things you can do as a rugby player is play with a whole new group of girls where you don't have limited limited practice time with them. Because rugby you have to have so much trust in your teammates, because it can be dangerous if you don't trust your teammates. Cooley's going to opt to kick that one herself.
What a great
straight to the hands of Jayla Walensky.
Walensky looking for a corner, but it looks like she's getting chased down. Maybe not.
Found the edge and cut right back inside.
Jeez, I thought for sure 3 on the chase that they'd get her, but boy, she just... Walensky, as we just said from the coach. Proud coach.
Yeah, that was a great read. Cooley had a good idea with that kick. They were deep back in their zone. But unfortunately, it was straight to the hands of Walensky. She needs to look for a little bit more green, but that comes with time and kicking experience.
I agree, and I think Walensky is she set herself up in the proper space, right, where she's back far enough that she can run up on a ball as opposed to have to chase it backwards, right? So that gives her that option left to right to get there. I think she would have been able to do it on either side of the field because of where she was in the field position and exactly where the fullback's supposed to be for that kind of stuff. And then she just boots one back, and then she just hits the afterburners and she runs it back. Yeah, just fantastic.
Kick is good. So we're gonna say 21 North Bay over Prusa 0. They've made the kick on every one of their tries so far, which is very impressive. And looks like they're gonna make a substitution.
21.
21 is Axel Kodaby.
Okay. So she'll be coming in as the outside center, but pretty versatile.
Actually, 26 is coming in. That's Darren Maloney.
Okay. Did Kodaby go in there as well?
No, Kodaby's on the sideline here.
Okay.
Coming off is Peyton Rasnick. Shorter kick, and North Bay's getting a little sloppy with the ball movement. That was a big tackle by Play Rugby number 17,
wow.
Rachel Dunlap.
Wow.
And Zanaya Grant's trying to get that other player down.
Number 12 in orange had a big carry right there. That was Mariana Johnson. Real nice work there. Just like you said before, getting that pace going from depth. She catches that ball, takes players with her. Unfortunately, her pass just bounces off of her intended receiver off the chest and results in the knock-on here. But, some inspired stuff coming out of this orange jersey.
Yeah, we won't have a scrum, but we do have a Play Rugby player down in the middle of the field. Trainers running out to help her. Players are taking a knee, but ready for the scrum when it comes up. It's going to be Play Rugby ball, and Rainey Machuca has the ball.
It looks like Play Rugby's number 10, if I'm not mistaken, is down here right now.
That's Amanda Fosu.
Getting attended to by Jeff Adamczyk from North Bay. And I believe St. Luke's was just out there. They're there, partners here today for the
two trainers out there, yep.
Thank you, St. Luke's.
Rain is starting to fall again. Not as hard as it was earlier. Just a little drizzle, but definitely something all the players should be aware of.
We might be okay for this young lady in the 10. It looks like she's just got a massive cramp.
I think she's getting stretched a little bit. Maybe a little hamstring or calf cramp. But when it happens, it sucks.
Oh, it's the worst. Got to drink that water. Drink a lot of water tonight.
Yeah, maybe have a banana.
Potassium.
I know pickle juice works for some people.
I prefer that to bananas, actually.
Yeah, I got a player up at Syracuse who will
pickle juice?
Yeah, our coaches bring a jar of pickle juice out on the field with waters in between tries, and if you want a little bit of pickle juice, you can have some.
That's a great idea.
One of my teammates does mustard packets as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'd never seen it done before she did it.
Interesting is my my code word for disgusting.
Oh yeah, no, I would never. I don't care how bad the cramp is. I'm not hitting a mustard packet.
I prefer mayo, anyways.
Might be her ankle that's getting stretched a little bit.
Well. I think she's feeling good.
I think she's good, but I think she still might be coming off. If she can't run, as especially as a back, I think it would be smoother for her to ask her coach to send somebody else on, especially because it's the first day. You got a longer weekend. Oh, this is 19, actually.
Oh, pardon me.
This is Lauren Ofuseheni.
Okay, it looks like Ofuseheni is going to take the bench.
Yeah.
She's walking off with a little bit of pain there, so we hope that she's able to get through that this afternoon and tonight, and we'll see her tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, she's a junior, so this is a big weekend for her. So you definitely want to take care of your body.
Yeah, true.
And just play it a little bit safer, especially because you have at least 1 or 2 more games coming up today and tomorrow if you so choose to.
Yeah.
We're going to restart play with a scrum because there was a knock-on right around the same time as the injury by North Bay. So we're going to have a scrum, and Rainey Machuca is going to put the ball in for play rugby.
Oh, nice one from the head right there. Take it from the head for North Bay.
Rayleigh Sparzak is the hooker for North Bay who grabbed that. She's actually a senior. She's taking her talents to Westchester next year.
Good for her. Good stuff. Nice strike right there, taking it from the head.
Yeah, good little feed from Cooley to Grant.
They'll be celebrating that one back at the hotel tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there's honestly no better feeling as a pack player than stealing a defensive scrum.
Yeah. Spoiling a line out.
Good read to just jump on that ball from play rugby. I think if she tried to pick it up, she was going to get hammered by North Bay defense right there.
So there you go. That young lady in the 11 jersey for play rugby is marshaling that backfield.
That's Grant.
Yeah, well, Grant, nice job there because there was a lot of chaos back there behind the breakdown. Again, a lot of kind of lingering bodies, and she's bullying people out of the way, telling them, I'm set, I've got 2 with me. Good for you. Yeah, hey, she's doing all the directing out there, as a scrum half should. Look at her calmness, just walking her team forward, taking her time.
Yeah, I don't know if she's going to be playing rugby when she goes to college next year. I believe she's going down to Florida.
Grant?
Yeah.
So Grant, it's an interesting thing. I'm trying to figure out what they're doing right there because, like we said, the scrum half duties seem to be with Machuca, right? At the breakdowns and stuff. She's got to be playing 10 role for her.
I think they have her doing a couple of different things because she was playing wing earlier.
Yeah.
When they had that kick and chase for a try. Play rugby's kind of mixing their back line around, I think.
There she goes again. Grant's just saying, my turn. Well read by the orange jersey, but just feisty in that 11 jersey, the blue jersey right there.
Yeah, and she's little, but she is hard to tackle.
Yeah.
A little pick and run, but with late support. Are they able to keep possession? Yes. Play rugby stays, but there is nobody from play rugby on this half of the field.
Yeah, it's they definitely need to work on that shape or staying in that shape. It may be some younger players out there is the issue, but again, I'm really impressed with this young lady Grant out there, just keeping her cool. She obviously knows what she's doing, right? And she's playing with some younger players out there.
Yeah.
And she's doing the coaching on the field, and she's empathetic. She's not getting loud, losing her mind. Like she's got a bright future in that 9-10 spot.
Play rugby did knock the ball on, but ref called it back to a previous advantage, so they kept possession, and Grant's going to give the ball straight to
22.
Madison Tay.
Tay working to get that ball back. Look at some hands around the neck there, sir. I'd be looking for that right now. That's not cool.
And Rainey Machuca, Rainey Machuca's going to try to get the ball out, but it's not able to because North Bay wasn't releasing.
So nice run there from 22. It's putting Machuca in a good spot here. Oh,
tried to play it through the hands on the back line. Not quite the outcome they intended for. It's going to result in a turnover, but they're trying to poach that ball and get it back. Ref's going to call diving in the ruck, I believe.
So that was 6. Jalen Jones on the poach again, doing doing the hard work there. 6 is the jersey number. Pardon me, hang on. No, that I need a different jersey number there. I don't believe that is correct. We'll have to work on that for you with the coach.
It's definitely getting a lot wetter out there, folks. Rain is starting to come down a little bit harder. North Bay's going to kick to find touch right in front of us.
Chris protects the equipment with a nice little juggle.
Ref calls final seconds of the first half. Just a reminder, score is 21-0 North Bay. And North Bay's going to opt to only put 5 in the line out.
Numbers are even. Steven, balls up. We're going to let that one go.
Yeah, we're just going to let that one just play out. Took quite a few play rugby players to get North Bay down. They gained quite a few meters off of that line out. Now they're going to try to send it wide, bobbles a little bit, and Grant's right there.
Yeah, again.
On defense. She is everywhere on the field right now.
Look at the work that young lady did over there. She basically took all the gained yards and moved them back single-handedly.
Yeah, they're back to where the lineout was.
Yeah.
Yeah, ref's going to call halftime after that last penalty. Play Rugby and North Bay, halftime score 21-0 in North Bay's favor. But Play Rugby has started picking up a lot of stuff that they were falling short during the very first few minutes. So I think they're going to come out really strong in this second half. They have fixed a lot of the issues that they started out having, and they're strong players like Cooley, Grant, Machuca.
Yeah.
Who was that? Madison Tay had multiple runs.
Yeah, good carries.
They really have to rely on those girls.
So I think the changes started happening when I think you made the point that Grant had been on the wing. They moved her into what we're assuming is the fly half role, and she's directing the field, letting Machuca go in and do the work. And you can see her yelling at Machuca in the right way, of course, which way the ball's supposed to be going.
And those two are both seniors who have been playing together for a few years. I coached them both at the camp. They know each other very well, so I know that they have that communication, which is perfect for that 9-10.
Yeah. Well, this is, I love the fact that you coached up there for a number of reasons. Number one, just getting into coaching, right? But number two, you have all this background information on these teams, which is fantastic.
I do. It was great. I mean, I got quite a few Corning girls from the Syracuse youth team who are not here today, a couple girls from Connecticut, one of whom signed up as an independent player because I told her about this. So a lot of players, and I'm hoping that they're telling their teammates to come to it again this summer because I'll be back there again.
Good for you. That is good stuff.
So I definitely know what the Play Rugby team is talking about right now, but what do you think North Bay is discussing on how they can kind of keep their momentum going when they did slow down a little bit towards the last few minutes of that first half?
Yeah, I think the tempo has to stay up, but I think they're probably talking about game management right now in the sense of you set the tempo, right? Like, this is up to you now. Like in 9-10, you're going into that into the back of that breakdown. You're on the front foot. You read the field, right? If you see that they're scattered a little bit, go ahead and take your time, right? As they're kind of like going to take their time covering the field, right? That gives you those opportunities to then set up, and then it's 1, 2, 3 ball, and around the corner you go. I don't think they need a lot of hurry up rugby right now. I think they can play methodically, and I think they can play by taking their time, putting those balls out, good passes, and I think it'll benefit.
I know it's hard to fathom as a player on the field, but I do think they need to rely a little bit on the lead that they've built for themselves. Yeah. They are up by 3 tries, all with kicks, 21-0. Going into the second half, I do think they need to use that as a little bit of a cushion, which is hard to do as a player because all you're taught to do is to assume that it's 0-0 and play like it's 0-0. But
second half, new game, right?
Second half, new game. They also, I think they're going to make a few subs. I think that coach is going to want to get the last couple of their girls off the bench and onto the field.
Yeah.
So we'll see what changes they make right there. I know they made one sub during the first half, but there were at least 3 other players on the sideline waiting for their chance to get in. And since this is a motley crew, I'm sure they're trying to split playing time fairly.
Yeah. I think, listen, I think the tempo's in their hands, how they set it, right? And I think, to your point, they have a fairly comfortable lead going into the second half. And I think they can play with that lead in the background and allow them to let that broader game develop, right? Move the ball out further. Because I think they're seeing it, right? They've got a lot of width in the channels out there near the paint. So, if they can get the ball out wide, it'll be a scoring bonanza for Orange.
Yeah, that wraps up the end of halftime. Players are going to make their way back out to the field after doing their final cheers, final words from their coaches. Rain has stopped up just a little bit, still drizzling, but not as hard as it was coming down at the end of the first half. Already some new numbers I see out there. Axel Cottaby, 21, has gone in. Maddie Scharfel, 23, has gone in, and that was just me noticing them as they walked out onto the field. Play Rugby's coming back out on.
I got a number 19, too, that looks like fresh legs out there on the far side.
That is Ellie Corriveau.
Okay. And then I think we've got fresh legs on. Are there a couple of 10 jerseys on the team today? No, that's Paige Rasnick.
So it's going to be North Bay kicking to Play Rugby to start this second half, which is a great opportunity for Play Rugby to kind of set their own pace right off the kickoff as to how they want this second half to be played. They have the say in how that ball moves. North Bay is going to come out trying to hit as strong as they can, though, right now.
Yeah, this restart could set the tempo for the second half.
All right, they went for a high kick. It drops in the middle, but finds the hands of Machuca.
Machuca just not afraid of the orange jersey, right into the contact, secures the ball back. Tough little player.
And since Machuca is scrum half, she was in that. Zanaya Grant passes the ball out. Ref's going to call time for that player who was just tackled. Seems like she got hit somewhere that is hurting her bad. They're going to call medic out to the field if they can.
She's pulling down a neoprene brace on her knee. I suspect it may be an aggravation of whatever injury was there. But unfortunately looks like she's in a fair amount of pain.
Yeah, Play Rugby has already sent a replacement sub on for her. Even though we're still waiting on medical attention to find its way out. The North Bay coach will find his way. But we're not sure if perhaps the trainers are trapped up doing work on somebody from a different field. No, here she comes.
Yeah, we've got somebody on the sideline over there as well, and
yep,
that's Coach Jeff out there, who's seen a fair amount of these situations and is a pretty competent judge.
It's just unfortunate. This is the second injury for Play Rugby, and they have a very, very small bench today.
Yeah.
So.
Rain picking up a little bit out here. It said it was going to be scattered showers throughout the day. We're approaching, let's see, we are in the afternoon at 12:30 here. So all this crappy weather ought to be wrapping up around 4 or 5 o'clock for us, and it looks like it'll be a nice day tomorrow.
Yeah, Play Rugby only has 20 girls traveling with them, one of whom went down in the game earlier, one of whom right now. And they do still have another game to play just today alone. So it's just unfortunate to see.
That's the 8.
Yeah, that'll be number 8 is Edna Mensa. She's a junior.
Well, Edna, we hope you're feeling better this evening and can get that squared away. If not, hopefully it won't be lingering and you'll be back soon for sevens.
Yeah, and I know that they sent a player out almost immediately as ref called time for as Edna went down, but I'm not sure where that player ended up, so I don't have a number on that one just yet. We're going to resume play with a scrum. It might be this player right here who's not sure where to go in the scrum. Near side flanker. It's going to be a play rugby scrum as Machuca feeds the ball in. Looks like it collapsed just a little bit, but ref didn't call it. Ball straight to Zanaya Grant, who's going to try to take the edge, but passes it out wide. She's there to support her teammate, but yep, she's the first one in the ruck, but she's down on the ground fully right now. They got to get that ball out of there.
That's some fight from Rasnick looking for that ball, man. She was in there. A little bit of inspired play here from Play Rugby. This is great. Big counter ruck, but all for naught as ball gets into the competent hands of 22. We were just talking about this young lady.
Tay. Yep. She's young. She's a freshman, but she's definitely been setting her own tone in this game so far.
Yeah, agreed.
Ref's going to call a knock-on Play Rugby, and ball's going to go for a scrum to North Bay in the middle of the field. Right around where the scrum to Play Rugby was about a minute or two ago. Grant got the ball off of that scrum, and she's fast, but she ran to the outside edge and then passed it out. And the only problem with that is you're bringing defense with you.
Right.
Her teammate on the edge got tackled right away because Grant drew the defense towards where she was passing. She should have straightened out just a little bit more before passing that ball, or just kept it herself.
Yeah, and she's got the step to do that, right? There's probably enough space on the inside. And you know what? Trust your speed because you've got it.
North Bay number 10 just cruising the defensive line. That's Paige Rasnick.
Rasnick with a great offload as she's hitting the deck. I mean, hats off to Paige on that one because she definitely had a big piece of that try right there.
Yeah, so that moves the score to 26-0, but Play Rugby did have a strong start to this second half.
Yes, they did.
They kept North Bay off the board for quite a few minutes right there, and they definitely made some adjustments after that first half. I can already tell, even with that injury and the player having to leave the game, unfortunately. Play Rugby definitely set the tone a little bit after that kickoff.
Agreed.
North Bay has made all of their kicks so far this game. We'll see if this one goes as well.
I'm putting one in the yes column for Rasnick on this one.
Yep.
Yeah.
That moves us to 28 points to 0 for North Bay over Prusa. And you might have heard in the background on that camera, Zanaya Grant, Prusa's senior, directing her teammates, trying to tell them where to go. Of course, they've had to make a few substitutions, and there's a very high chance that some of these girls might be playing positions that they don't have experience in.
True.
So, as the team leader, I believe she's the captain. She's definitely directing them as to where she's sending somebody to cover the backfield. She goes for a little grubber kick and wants to be that first person to hit that tackle.
Wow, nice work there from the orange jersey, just keeping their feet, a little bit of almost a maul there. Oh.
Bobbles the ball, yep, just a little bit. So the ref's going to call a knock on, and Play Rugby's going to get possession right about at the half.
See her colleague's foot slide out of the back of the ruck there, and it kind of created a little bit of disturbance for her trying to pick up right there.
Yeah, I mean,
because she already had eyes on the receiver at that point.
Yeah, she wasn't looking at the ball. Right. There's not really much you can do in that scenario.
No,
I've been in that scenario, so.
I, on the other hand, have never. We were told never to touch the ball.
I dipped my toe in the scrum half water at Syracuse this year, so.
That's fantastic. Oh my God, nice pack work right there from North Bay rolling back.
Drive made it hard for Machuca to get the ball out, but she was able to pass it out to Grant, who sent it wide. So now they're using that far edge of the field. They are a little bit more spread out than they were in the first half. which is good to see that their back line has kind of set up a little bit, but that North Bay defense is just stifling.
Yeah. They're a little bunched up. You should like to see them spread the field here. Look,
They got a pod set up there trying to keep up with that point player who made a great run right there. Not sure what number that was, but this player now runs all alone and got to get support to her.
Oh my God! If they can make that turnover and move quick ball to the outside, it's all over but the shouting, because Play Rugby is playing 15 ruggers behind the ball right now. It is wide open out here. There is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 player overload potentially, and
Yeah, so now you have to see 9 on the edge for Play Rugby. Conti, she has to get out here because North Bay is going to use this wing. Play Rugby, Zanaya Grant has to tell her teammate right there to move out wide.
Absolutely.
Okay, North Bay's going to kick for touch, far sideline,
Good
right
kick.
about the 10-meter mark. Good high kick. Yep.
Yeah, that was a lot of meters made up right there. Meters, yards, what's the difference? Inches.
Inches. I mean, it is a game of inches.
Inches. All right, well, let's see what's going on the far side here as both teams muster up for the line out. Weather doesn't seem to be dampening the fans' spirits over there. Lots of supporters.
No, and Play Rugby is spread out defensively, like they should be.
Wow.
And strong maul by North Bay.
Yeah, I think unexpected by Play Rugby. They've piled everybody in there now. I think they might effective. Oh, nice little break off the back. Textbook work.
Yeah, that's got to be Paige Rasnick right there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and now they're going to have a hard time spreading back out again. So if North Bay sends this ball wide, this 14 on the edge, Adelina Jackson, a try all day.
Oh, God, get the ball out to her. She's been patient. Come on. 26, 15, 14, been hanging out there all day just waiting for the opportunity.
Yeah, and that forced knock-on was Zanaya Grant. She made a great hit, was able to get that North Bay's player's arms in that hit as well, but not a high tackle, and she just popped the ball out from that player's hands as soon as she made contact. And that was a big hit by her at a perfect time, because if North Bay had gotten that ball wide, they would have scored 10 times out of 10 on an unguarded wing. So that was good timing on that little smart play by Grant, which will now force a scrum, which is not entirely safe for Prusa, as North Bay won a defensive scrum earlier this game, but it's a better opportunity than what they had just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, I'm Prusa's form is a little bit better here.
I think they're trying to mark man, which is good until North Bay decides to run any kind of layering or trick on the outside,
which we saw they have in the playbook. Yeah, I think the Play Rugby issue is.
Yeah, North Bay's going to win that defensive scrum again, which I think Prusa was ready for because they were flat regardless. They were not set up to pass that ball out.
Look at this nice little turnover right there.
Yeah, exactly. And Grant.
Grant just can't get around that corner, unfortunately. God, that's got to be frustrating for that young lady.
I think she had support there, but I'm not sure if they did get to the ruck fast enough. Ball will remain in Prusa's hands.
Yeah,
ref's going to call a high tackle on North Bay. Cooley's going to take that tap and go. Grant is not getting up. There you go. She was very slow to get up. I don't know if Play Rugby can afford to lose her.
Oh, boy. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. She is the field marshal.
Cooley's going to talk to her teammates before tapping it.
I really like her attitude, too.
Good wide pass by Cooley, but little bit of a bobble by Mensa on that reception. I believe Play Rugby knocked the ball on. Hard to get eyes on that, but I think we're going to have a scrum to North Bay.
You are correct.
I like that they took their time after that penalty tap.
Yeah.
To kind of say what they're going to do, especially because we know that they have newer players in there.
Yeah.
So that was smart by them, and the effort was there, but the execution just fell a little bit short.
Wow. I mean, technically speaking, Orange wins the day in the pack work right there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just moving as a unit, which is even more impressive because these girls, I mean, their top 8 are all from different schools. We have North Bay, we have Virginia, North Bay, Orchard Park, Virginia, North Bay, Virginia. So, like, you have at least one Orchard Parking girl, and that's upstate New York.
Yeah.
They're not down in the Maryland, Virginia area.
Right.
So to be moving as a unit so well for girls that you barely played with, that is just so impressive. And to be dominating this other side.
Well, that tight 5 is so steady. It's like, and that is such an opportunity for those Lucy's in this game. Like, if they can take one from the, or they don't need to obviously take it from the head here, but if they can get that proper put in right there, there is such an opportunity here for 8 to break away and then get followed by her open side and make some hay.
Yeah, they're going to take a while to set up that scrum on the far side. Ref wants to make sure everybody's being safe. There's at least one Prusa player in there who has seemingly not been in a scrum. So.
Oh, no, that was not the read. That tight side had Cooley and someone else. I didn't catch the number. That's something you got to look at when you're packing down right there. You know, when you're in that 8 role, like, and you've got that opportunity to kind of like periscope what's going on in the backfield right there. The opportunity was to the strong side here with the smaller players because you could have split off.
The other thing is that Zanaya Grant is the second receiver off the back of the scrum, second outside from defense. So she, who is arguably another strong person that you don't want to run towards, is not quite as tight inside the scrum as somebody you don't want to be by.
Exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, just badly read, but great idea, just off the wrong side, right? Because again, with that pack and control the way they are, that open side flanker could easily break off with 8, and then it's the support run is there, followed by your 9. Like, it's just
absolutely
it's all over.
Play Rugby tried for their offensive scrum, passed it back, first receiver knocked it on. It's still Play Rugby scrum, though, so ref called something against North Bay in that moment. Not sure what it was, but I'm not sure if they're going to try to pass it to her again or go out to Cooley or Grant. It's up to Rainey.
Stuck. Where are we? I'm looking for it. It's still in.
It's in good hands by Play Rugby. She's going to choose to kick that, and Conti's right there, and a little bit of playing off the ball by North Bay. Not called. She knew that she was wrong. She took her hands off the player and lifted it, but not sure fast enough for my standards right there.
Oh, what a fantastic!
A North Bay number 13, Jade Mobley, tried for that little snatch.
Yeah,
she's the one who kicked it earlier, I believe.
There's your go fast moment right there. I think it's well done.
Play Rugby has multiple girls down, taking a while to get back up.
I don't like to see that ball go up over the shoulders when you're going into the contact like that. That's
calling for some sort of bobble.
Absolutely.
Prusa was, you could hear them yelling to each other, hold it up, hold it up, hold it up.
Excellent.
Prusa has a player down. Ref's going to stop time and have somebody come out to check on her. I believe that's the player that came on for the injured, the most previous Prusa injury. I am not sure if Play Rugby has another sub to put in for this young lady.
I think there were some late additions, so maybe tomorrow they'll get a couple of more heads to put in.
Yeah, they might be able to get some of the unaffiliated players
Yeah,
on their side if they don't already.
yeah, that could be super helpful. You know, if you're looking at what North Bay is doing, and this is super important, right? You take these opportunities to have the chats. Forget about taking the knee. You can get the rest after the game, but you can have a couple of quiet, important words while time is off here, and just kind of get the resets that you want to happen.
All right, so Play Rugby has sent a player on. The player we have down was playing flanker. This new player they sent on is wearing number 12, I believe. Yeah, that's Hane DeBow, freshman. So either she'll replace, if they have to scrum again, she'll go in at flanker, or they'll send another player to play flanker. Now, seems like they're not sure what they're going to do either, as Zanaya Grant puts her hands up in the air. But if they don't have another scrum, I mean, the game's almost over.
Yeah, time.
So
there may be a little bit left on the clock because this has been a few more injuries than we've experienced in the other games and have taken a little bit more time and attention. So,
absolutely, yeah.
You know, and Frank, I mean, I don't think there's necessarily a rush to get things done today. So, you know, we're here, and you know, if we need to take the time, we take the time. If it puts us to 5 o'clock versus 4 o'clock, you know, it should be all right.
Yeah, I mean, our next matchup is set for 1 o'clock, which is in about 10 minutes. This game should be done by then, depending on how long this injury time takes.
Yeah.
But the next game is the EGRL Consolation Final. And then the game following that is the EGRL Championship.
Looking forward to both those games.
Yeah, those are going to be big ones. I mean, we can see the next game teams already warming up. Aspetuck and Morris, familiar with each other.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very familiar. Lots of history between those two.
Absolutely.
And they're going to clap it up as Soleil Johnson exits the field.
That young lady had a nice afternoon out there. She had a couple of nice carries, doing some pack work in there.
All right, so ref is going to resume play with a toe and go by North Bay, which was the call before the injury happened. So they're right in front of their try zone, nearing the end of this matchup. While they're up already 28-0, they're surely going to try to pad onto that score a little bit.
That far side white line, you could drive a tractor trailer through right now. If they're looking for it, that ball should move. It looks like they're going to drive to the near side here.
Yeah, and I
think there's a real opportunity to work that ball wide.
They have to send it wide, and I feel like Conti's on that edge. She was on this close edge earlier. She needs to call for help. She's been alone on the edge, guarding 4 to 6 North Bay players at any given time. You could freeze the frame.
You've got a 5.
And she's got to find her voice and say, "I need help over here."
Yeah.
That was a good tackle by her, stopping that try right there. But she needs to say, "I need help" on this side and call her teammates over.
Wow. Yeah, that was a lost opportunity twice there.
And now North Bay needs to shift it to the other side because that sideline's clear now too. Big driving tackle by
Runs into a brick wall up there. Yeah.
I mean, that is, I guess, one plus side of them really padding the center of that field.
Look at that.
Zanaya Grant gets the ball.
Popped out of that work over there from her colleague. Zanaya is able to grab the ball out of the air, turn it over. That's got to be a little bit frustrating for Orange. I mean, if you're looking to the outside, there's still a 4-rugger overload out that way. And, you know, I think people have try-line fever at the moment. You can see it.
Yeah.
It's on display. It's like, just take that second. That's what we were talking about. The tempo is yours in this half. Take a look around. You've got wide open hands to the right.
Yeah, I think the rain is affecting these girls a little bit. Play has gotten pretty sloppy. We've had a number of penalties in the last few minutes.
That's fair.
Zanaya Grant popped the ball out. She got tackled. No support there. Not releasing. North Bay got the ball, knocked it on. Now we have a scrum. And I want to say it's the weather because it is raining, and it's the weather or it's because it's the end of the game and these players are tired, but this is not what either of these teams looked like earlier in the game.
Machuca gets it kicked back out of the tunnel at her. Sir is going to have a quick chat with the front rows.
Machuca communicating with Grant where she wants to send the ball. They're going to decide to feed it from the other side of the scrum, which means they might be, yeah, they're going to push Mobley in to be that first receiver. Grant's going to come to the outside.
What did we not like there? I'm trying to figure out. It was called back up again. I suspect it's something with Play Rugby's front row right there. I think near side here, the tight head needs to bend those legs a heck of a lot more.
They're going to try again. In and
Orange Lucy has her all day. She's got head under the chest lifting.
Out to Mobley, who passes it on to the next player, but is tackled in the try zone, and then ref calls it a North Bay knock. I think because they were in the try zone, that player tried to touch it down in her own hand, but ended up knocking the ball on. Ref's going to pull it back to the
5 meter.
5 meter, and it's going to be a North Bay scrum. So I guess Play Rugby knocked it on in the try zone.
Watch Orange 1, how she gets her head under her opponent's chest and starts a little bit of a old school dark arts here. Maybe she's not doing it this time. Yeah, no, look at it. She's under the body.
It's a seasoned prop right there.
Yeah, look at her lifting. I mean, she's working her opposite.
Little 8-man pick, and that is not the direction I would have chosen to run that ball. Play Rugby had ample amounts of defense on that wing, one of whom being Zanaya Grant making that tackle. They have clear opportunities if they pass it wide. Play Rugby is holding it down in that try zone. They do not want to get scored on anymore.
I agree. Tenacity, grit. I think grit's the word of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Play Rugby has just showed out this second half and showed that they don't want to be stepped on.
No, not at all. You're absolutely right. You
score on us a few times, you are done scoring on us anymore. And I feel like they have been feeding off of each other's energy quite a bit. It started with just a few players making a few small changes to their game, and now a lot of the players are just playing smarter rugby.
Just a tough goal line drop attempt right there from Grant, just kind of right back up the gut by Orange here.
It calls a penalty in North Bay's favor. Not going to go for the quick tap. Play Rugby is on the try line. Send it wide, North Bay. Send it wide. Keep passing it.
Oh, so unlucky.
Big tackle by Mobley.
Oh, there you are, Ryan, in the corner.
There you go. That's 23. That's Maddie Scherfel.
Well,
maybe.
that took some phases to get done.
Yeah, that was a lot of strong work by Play Rugby. These last, I want to say, like 7 minutes-ish, they have just been very adamant about playing strong, smart defense. They had possession a few times during that time period, made a few mistakes.
Yeah.
Turned it around. That moves our score up to 33-0 North Bay. They're perfect on the kick so far today.
Number 13.
That's Peyton Rasnick. I believe this is going to be game.
Southpaw kicker. Puts it right over.
Yes,
there it is.
The final score to 35 North Bay, Prusa 0. But Play Rugby came out second half so much more improved than first half. So they should be proud of that alone, because second half, I think the second half score was so much tighter. They only scored two
Absolutely.
times during that second half.
Absolutely.
First half they scored 3 times and it was rather dominant. This time Play Rugby's defense was a lot more solid. They had to make a few on-the-fly substitutions after injuries, which is obviously difficult for players and for coaches. But that second half Play Rugby team was impressive.
Yeah. I mean, we said it. Grit and determination for them, right? They're a young team. They're coming together. You've got a couple of key players out there who are doing the directing and doing a great job. You know, hats off to Grant and Machuca for doing the hard work there. Hats off to Tay and for the big runs in there. You know, woman of the match for me in the orange jersey is man, it's a tough one because it was a pretty good team effort out there, you know. So I'm going to give it to Orange as working together today. In particular,
and they put all their subs in.
There are 4 different teams coming together. Like they made a good show out there.
Absolutely. That one ends right in time to start our next game, hopefully right on the dot for 1 o'clock. It's 12:58. The next game, EGRL consolation final for 3rd place. It's going to be Morris and Aspetuck. Kind of a storied rivalry right there. We'll be back in a few minutes to kick you off there, but don't go away. You got a big one coming up.
In here see Rugby Showcase East being hosted here at the beautiful Bundt Park, courtesy of the wonderful Eisenhart family, who are great friends of the town of Clinton. And of course, the Clinton Parks and Rec partnered with the Eisenharts, who were able to bring this event together for us, and all the terrific organizers and teams who have come out. I'm Steph Aliprandi with RPS Productions. I'm joined here by my colleague Marissa Kogan, who is really the genesis of what we do here today. So great to have you back from your first year at college up at Syracuse, studying broadcast journalism, no less. Great to have you here.
Second year at Syracuse.
Second year. Second year. That's right. Last year was your first year coming back. Holy cow.
No, but I love coming back. I love doing this. This is obviously what I want to do with my life post-grad. And right now we have a big game on our field right now. This is Morris and Aspetuck, and this is the EGRL League Consolation Final. They are fighting for third place overall at the finish of the season. Aspetuck is ranked third in the North, Morris second in the North. So this is a close matchup between these two today. They have seen each other multiple times over the course of the season. Through league play, they also met each other at the National 15th.
This is amazing work. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Morris is just showing out these first 2 seconds. Go ahead, Steph.
Well, I tell you what, I was going to call out right here Scarlett Weinstein, who just had an amazing series of runs into contact, drop the ball, release, pick it back up, let's go. Just really hard. Here she is again.
Saying Aspetuck to act on their back foot, which is not something you want to do as a rugby player.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what's going on. And I'm just watching. I mean, Scarlett has just come out like a woman of fire in this first half here.
Yeah, the pace has been set by Morris. They are playing a very fast game right now.
Well, Sienna Miller with those soft hands right into her colleague Landerman, who makes a few hard routes. Cirillo with a nice little dish right there, and Morris is still on the move.
Yeah, they're trucking it down that far sideline, and support is there, but you see how steep they're set up. They are down by that far 22, and their last player is over here at the halfway, 50 mark. This is exactly what you love to see after multiple phases of rugby, especially as Cirillo at scrum half. This is good for her because she can see that her support is there and they can run onto those passes. There's Wise with a little carry. Support's a little late to get there, but gets there before any type of poach.
So that's with Barati. Barati, nice soft hands to Miller. Miller running with some serious purpose today. I'm noticing something in her, a change in her running style, a positive change, that she's lowering that shoulder into that contact, pumping those legs. She's always had good carries. I think her body position was a little bit of a detractor for her because she would run straight into the contact, straight up. She's changed that, and it's making a big, big difference in the yards gained for her.
Absolutely.
Nice work.
Very noticeable.
Yeah.
Aspetuck regained possession, kicked it way down the field. Big kick to the far side of the field. We're about 10 inside the halfway, and it's going to be a line out down over there for Aspetuck. Now, Morris is set up a little bit wider than Aspetuck is on defense. You can see Cusack moving in on the edge right here to kind of match that width from Aspetuck. Morris is able to steal that line out, and now they are fourth. They have to get super and transition from defense to offense a little bit quicker.
I don't know how that young rugger has the wherewithal, the presence of mind to look up, see that space, and put the boot on it while she's moving at top speed. Fantastic, Olive Rhodes.
Yeah, she's a unit.
Yeah, she's a force. Great kick idea right there, but
Green, that's Hamilton, I believe. She put a show on earlier today. Fielded by from fullback to fullback.
Herning.
Is Herning, yep.
Oh, ouch. Oh.
Yeah, a little poach, tumble, and then try for 12. Cara Doherty to open the scoring up by Aspetuck.
What a turn of events.
So
to be expected between these two teams, right? Yeah. This is the kind of play we're going to see throughout this game because hate is the wrong word because they don't hate each other, but there is such passion. I love it.
Yeah.
There's such a passion to beat the other side.
Oh, when I was in school, Aspetuck was something. I can remember those Morris v. Aspetuck games very vividly in my memory. And it just shows, like, this game has just barely started, but both teams have made their way pretty much down the field.
Yeah.
Had turnovers, and Aspetuck is the first to get on the board, but it could have gone either way. I mean, Morris came out so strong. They were playing such fast pace.
Yeah.
And they opened up that fast pace and said, Aspetuck, you should match this. And they have so far. And they're going to say you have to keep this going for the rest of the game. So I think it's going to be a game of endurance for both of these teams. Yeah,
I think it'll be a lot played between the 22s. And I think, to your point, endurance is going to come into play here because there's going to be a lot of contact ball. And the other thing, like going back to originally, like Morris came out with something to prove here. They did a great job. But that is the response that you expect from Aspetuck. Yeah, shocked for the first 5 minutes, and then they just kind of look at each other and go, okay, let's get our proverbial together because we're better than this. And sure enough, there you have it.
Yeah, kick was no good. Score remains 5-0. I mean, Aspetuck definitely has a little bit more fire in their bellies, just logically speaking, than Morris right now, because Aspetuck lost to Doylestown 27-5. Morris only lost to Downingtown 14-8 to end up in this game.
Yeah.
So I would say Aspetuck has a little bit more vengeance under their belts just to prove that they are here and they know how to play. And Morris knows that they are going to come out like that. I'm sure they heard it from the coaches and the captains. And that is why they came out so strong at the beginning of the game. Big tackle by Miller to take down the other opposing prop. Yeah, that's Baba.
Yeah, this is an interesting turn of events, right? Because when this event kicked off 5 years ago, it was Aspetuck and Morris vying for the top spot, right?
Yeah.
And you're starting to see this cycle of teams come through. I think it's great for the league, right? Look, our home team is Morris. You obviously want to see Morris do well, right? But from a league perspective, the fact that like it changes hands like that, that strength
it is so special to have new champions, new teams.
Absolutely. Man, I got to tell you, I'm such a fan of that DJ Corridon in the 8 jersey.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that's great because, Morris
was born for that jersey.
Morris has a lot of strong players who could play any of those outer 3, 6, 7, 8 roles.
Yeah.
But the players they have chosen to put there as of right now is, I think, just perfect.
That's who we're talking about right there. Off of Corridon right there, and Morris is on the front foot big time.
Yeah, Morris has already made a few changes. Caroline Mignoni has come in at scrum half, and Abby Cirillo has moved out to fly half.
It's a good combo.
Yeah, that's how they ended their first game earlier today, and it works really well. They've done it multiple times this season. Ball goes out to the edge to find the hands.
That looks like DeMarco's going to put it down. DeMarco's awarded with a try. She's been playing the fullback and the wing role all season. Ball doesn't see the ball very often out there. Has had a lot of work like against competent teams in defense that she hasn't been able to make those line breaks. That's a well-deserved try from a very patient young lady out there.
Absolutely, and that evens it up at 5 apiece. And now a fairly difficult kick for Cirillo, but nothing she's unfamiliar with right now.
No.
So this gives her the opportunity if she wants to get ahead by just a couple points. Points could mean everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Running in the near camera in that 13 jersey is Flaherty, young player we were talking about earlier. Coming into camera view too is Scarlett Weinstein, who had a fantastic start to this game.
Oh yeah. That setting pace was Weinstein.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, kick had the depth to it, but it was no good. Ended all the way behind the field though, so that boot has power.
Yeah.
But we have a tie game right now, early on. I think both teams want to pick up their defense a little bit. Now that they've proven they can both score, I think this becomes more of a, okay, we know we can both score. How can I stop you from scoring? Not how can I score?
You know, that interesting shift of, not interesting, that expected shift of Mignoni to the 9. This is when we talk about having weapons, right? When you can put Mignoni, who's a young player, in that key role, and then you can move Cirillo out to 10 to command the field, and then basically you're moving Rhodes from the 10 into the 13 where she couldn't be more at home, in that center role.
I mean, Rhodes is exactly what you would want in a center unless you were a wing who wanted to get the ball more often. The only problem is that she's so powerful that if she decides to keep it, I mean, you're not getting the ball, but the ball is getting down the field, and that's what matters if you are a team player.
Absolutely. That's absolutely right.
Ball goes to Cusack. Yep, Cusack, strong runner. Right there to ruck is O'Brien, straight out from scrum half.
A little bit disorganized in the attack structure here from the red and black jersey, but they're finding it now.
Cirillo choose to kick it, and she finds Green. Great read by her to choose the parts of the field, and there's Rhodes already there to make that tackle in the backfield. That fullback was only able to gain about 5 meters, maybe.
She is a tireless force out there.
Mars is going to get called on coming in from the side, and Aspetuck is going to get a chance to kind of reset their offense. They do have a player down. Coach is going to take a look. Time should be off. Coach is on the field talking to their player. She's standing up. She should be fine. Coach is leaving the field. Players are all good. The tap is going to be a kick to touch.
Nice little boot from O'Neill, as to be expected.
Yeah, and the game is slowed down just a little bit right before that penalty. I think both teams need to decide where they want the pace to be for these next, 40-odd minutes.
That, as you aptly named it, that passion that exists between these two teams can ratchet up that tempo so very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it does not matter that this is the consolation.
No.
It's the third place. You need to play like this is the championship game.
What a great kick from Cirillo.
She finds Green again, just a great read. And, of course, first person up there is Rhodes, not able to get the tackle, but Scarlett Weinstein's right there to get that hit. Hamilton has the ball, taken down by Rhodes and O'Brien.
Stripped out of the hands right there, but covered by
Claire lost the ball forward. And then it was recovered by Herning, who also lost the ball forward. But ref's going to play to that original knock by Aspetuck squaring.
Sorry? Yeah, couldn't.
Yeah, ref's gonna have a scrum down, pretty much right in front of us. It's gonna be Morris's ball. And Mignoni's gonna feed the ball in.
Good pack work right here from Morris.
It was a solid scrum.
Yeah.
Teams were driving. Morris was able to get the edge and drive just a little bit more, but solid work. Tried to send the ball out wide. Was lost forward. So we're going to have another scrum on the other side of the field. This one to Aspetuck.
Yeah, there's a bit of a steady drizzle coming down now, which is making that thing like a greased pig out there.
Yeah, I mean,
to hold on.
Both of these teams played in the rain earlier. So they should be prepared for this. You also, if you check the weather forecast, you kind of knew it was going to rain today, which is something you could have worked on in practices earlier this week. I mean, I went to a Morris practice last week. It was raining. So.
Yeah, I think they're trying to use the toolkit of moving that ball as quickly and far as they can. And it's just posing a little bit of a problem, but I'm sure they'll find their way through it.
I think a rain game is more about legs than ball, and both of these teams have legs. I mean, like right there, that's Cara Doherty, Aspetuck's number 12.
Securing that contact area.
Ref says lost backwards, finds the hands of Jill Hamilton.
Look at her. Oh, my God, fantastic. Just keeping her feet, waiting for the support to come. Just a hard worker.
Yeah. Hamilton is notable in almost every game she plays.
Yeah, fair. Aspetuck marshaling their pods. There's that work in the backfield from O'Neill in the 10 jersey. That young rugger knows what she's doing. Where is she headed in the fall?
O'Neill, not sure.
I don't think she's got another year. Let me double check.
No,
here.
she is a senior,
Yeah.
but I don't think she'll be playing rugby next year. Where she ends up.
Well, we shall see, because those will be a lonely pair of cleats. Hustle from your forwards right there, getting in as they see the melee not going their way.
O'Neill is going to go to the University of Kentucky, whom I'm sure has a club program if she opts to join.
Yeah.
But a good school regardless.
She will raise the pace of that pace and quality of that team's game by stepping on the field.
Looks like Aspetuck is able to dot it down in the far corner of that try zone to get a leg up on Morris after a hard drive. That was strong defense by Morris, but the Aspetuck was just relentless.
So it was, right? And you saw Aspetuck, they were waiting for the ball to come out this way. When their forwards realized that it wasn't going to come long, they immediately charged in to create that forward momentum off the back of that breakdown, right? To do it again. And they just worked it down the field right there. So once again, you talk about two programs where the players on the field know what they're doing. These are two teams that can do that. Rugby IQ is very high with these young ruggers. I think I would say that a lot of it has to do with their experience, the length that they've been playing, but also really good coaching staffs on both sides of the ball too, as well. Like who understand who's capable of what and putting them in the right roles.
It also helps that this is a familiar matchup in this season. These exact teams of this set of girls for this year have faced each other multiple times. So they know what to expect from the other.
Oh, slip on the kick there, so that's flubbed. Unlucky.
She looks to be okay, though. That
Yeah.
could have ended pretty badly with this slick ground. But that means we are now sitting at 10-5 in favor of Aspetuck. Sure, Morris will respond within the next few minutes in their own fashion.
Yeah. Morris hustles back to that line. Ball's up. Good hang time right there. Great time for the chase. And, of course, Rhodes is on it.
Yeah, great kick by Cirillo right there. While it was too directly to the hands of an Aspetuck player, it was an exact spot of the field where she could designate players, and she had Rhodes set up right in front of the girl.
Oh, good cover right there to flip the ball back. That was almost a Morris ball. O'Neill puts it up in the air.
She's going to let it bounce. Yep. She's got to have her teammates get behind her, so they're there for some.
Unlucky right there, uncharacteristic, bit of a hot potato for those two, right? We were talking about that, the name escapes me now, but the other fullback, I think...
Hamilton?
It may have been Hamilton covering the backfield with depth, where you're running up on the ball. I think, Herning could probably benefit from cheating back a little bit, because obviously it's always easier to run up on that.
The other thing is, we saw this in the Morris game earlier. She is looking to get that ball out of her hands, which is totally fair, except you have to give your teammates time to get behind you. Yeah. And they need to be hustling to get behind you. Rhodes was there, but she was pretty much lateral, and that led to a little bit of a sloppier pass.
Yeah.
And while Herning had the defense up on her, so she couldn't gain much ground going forward, you need to look to move forward before you can look for the pass, because you are starting with all your teammates in front of you, which is of no help during a game of rugby.
Exactly right. And that field position for the 15 is so important to be covering those kicks because listen, Herning's got wheels and
absolutely.
She is a deadly runner. She's got sidestep. She's got it all. And, it's just, if she can catch that, if she can field those balls in the air and then get that momentum going, it's all over.
Yeah, fullback is one of the few positions that I have not graced on the field. I
would rather not play.
Yeah, I give a lot of props to all of the strong fullbacks we've seen today. Lisa Polo at Doylestown, Jill Hamilton at Aspetuck, Sosie Herning here.
Yeah, yep.
Zanaya Grant was kind of playing fullback for Prusa at times.
Zanaya Grant was playing every number.
Everything, yeah. Aspetuck gets the ball. Hamilton has it. Making their way down the field. That Morris defense is spread out. Aspetuck is looking a little clumped on their offense, but their pods are not quite set up. They're going to go for that poach. Ruck is set, though.
Yeah, there's Morris defense. That line speed needs a little bit of gas in the tank. They're organizing the line together, but they're catching the opposing player as opposed to a good positive tackle, driving them back over the gains. And, they'll force that ball right there. But, if I'm looking at this and I'm Mike Eisenhart later, I'm going to have a chat about, the consistency of the defense, the shape, and the line speed.
Absolutely, because the other part of it is that Aspetuck's fullback, Hamilton, has been inserting herself in multiple places in the back line.
Yeah.
So Morris needs to see that. That's a strong runner, and also wherever she inserts, it's going to create some sort of imbalance because you're not prepared for her to be in that line. So they need to be a little bit more heads up about their structure, just like you were saying, on defense.
Yeah, get that shape right and just keep firing. Keep firing.
That was a stationary scrum, but both teams were driving. Rhodes, little break with the handoff. She goes for a little pop pass out to 13.
Flaherty.
Yep. And that finds its way out to Leah DeMarco, first try scorer for Morris, who was tackled into touch.
Yeah, they're working that far side, that weak side, pretty hard over there, and Aspetuck is going to read that pretty quick. The opportunity there may have been to take it back inside, take the contact, and recycle.
Yeah, so that's going to be halftime, and this is quite a matchup. It is Aspetuck 10, Morris 5, but honestly, this game looks like it's 0-0, and it is being played like it's 0-0 like it should be. This is two strong teams who are very familiar with each other and with each other's strengths and weaknesses.
Absolutely.
And it's hard to play a team that you're so familiar with because they're familiar with you. You have to come up with something new, or you have to figure out how to get around them. Like, they know, I'm sure Aspetuck knows, watch out for number 10. Olive Rhodes is a strong runner.
Yeah.
And they're going to get her to the outside and force her to make those pops and offloads. And
they're also putting 2 on a tackle on her too, right?
And they know that Abby Cirillo can kick, so you have to cover that backfield. And Morris knows that, Aspetuck has forwards who will run with the ball and keep driving through all of those tackles, not just Hirschberger, but Bava and the other tight side will keep driving their feet through a tackle. So I think these teams, because they know each other so well, they need to make adjustments they're not used to making during the second half, especially because while Aspetuck has the advantage, they are up a try. This is basically a 0-0 game. A try does not mean anything, especially in 15s. In 7s, a try could mean everything because those games are so short. But even with these shortened 15 games, this 20-minute halves, a try is nothing.
Listen, we saw a lead erased in Morris's first game this morning very quickly in the second half on 2 tries that were scored, one at the beginning and the other towards the middle of it. But that swung the whole game, and then that's when kicking comes in because one was converted right there, so it puts both were converted actually. So that's 14 points to 8. That's almost you're going to need another try and conversion to take that game away.
And on the other side of things, Corning, when they played Raleigh earlier, Corning scored first. They went up 5-0, but then they did not score again for the rest of the game. And even though they had a very strong team out there and put on a lot of effort, offensive and defensively, that first try meant very little when the final score ended up being 45-5 in Raleigh's favor.
Yeah.
So that 5 points is not very substantial. If I were a coach, I'm telling them, play like it's 0-0 to both teams. Aspetuck cannot play like they have that try advantage, and Morris cannot play like they are down 1 try and need that extra one to get above. And the beginning of the game, very strong. Scarlett Weinstein and Aspetuck's defense figuring out that they were playing at that fast pace. I expect this second half to be equal to that, even though these girls are tired because they have already each played one game before this today. I know that the second half is going to be just as fast as the first.
Yeah, I agree. You know, like they're both. I think both teams are having similar conversations, right? And it's about. It's just you know what the gist of those conversations is. Don't walk away today not having left it on the field.
Oh, absolutely.
Give it all. That I suspect that probably sums up everything that is being said in those two circles right now.
I mean, I hate to bring it up, but for both of these teams, this is their seniors' last game.
Yeah.
And if you are not a senior, you want to make sure that your seniors leave proud, leave these programs that they have put so much effort into. I mean, Aspetuck has 4 seniors who are playing college rugby next year. Morris has 3 seniors who are playing college rugby next year, but both have more seniors than that who are ending their rugby careers. Supposedly after this, they have not announced any commitments. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
That this game means everything to a good chunk of these girls. Because, I mean, Aspetuck and Morris both have strong history. It is a strong probability that these seniors have been playing for quite a few years and have been putting a lot of effort into this. So these 20 minutes are crucial to ending it on a way that makes you proud. Whether that's winning or not, you need to make sure that you're playing in a way that makes you proud.
Couldn't agree more. You bring up a great point with it being the last game for some here, and you know you're absolutely right. As a teammate, underclassman, you're doing your damnedest to make sure your send off for your senior leadership is the right way. And it looks like we have some tension in the legs here. I think you're right. I think it's going to be a great second half.
Yeah, Morris is going to kick off to Aspetuck to start this second half. We'll see if Aspetuck wants to set the pace as fast as it was in the first half, just like Morris did. Kick is going to drop right in front of Sadie Hirschberger. I don't know if I would have kicked right second half.
That is inauspicious.
Great little run to start by her.
There's Reese. Look, Reese just keeping her feet, finally brought down, but just waits there until support arrives. Like, just a heads-up player.
No counter ruck by Morris means the Aspetuck scrum half has a little bit more time to decide where she wants that ball. Molly Kennedy is a seasoned player. She's directing her teammates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where she wants them to be. Like I mentioned earlier, she's going to West Point next year. She's going to fit in great with that War Women's Army Rugby side.
I think so, too. I think she will find her home there very easily. You know, I think, you know, they're looking up the backfield there. They're trying to run it out right there, and it looks like it's turned. It is.
It went loose on the ground. Morris jumped on it first. Ball is definitely wet. It is still raining just a little bit.
Landerman keeping her feet.
Yeah, her teammates telling her to go down. You have the support right there. Morris is steep on one side, but not the other. So it's smart for them to send it to that far side because they had the depth over there. This near side was rather flat for an offensive section.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cirillo's kick goes straight to Aspetuck. She was looking for touch, couldn't find it. Aspetuck is going to kick it back, and
oh, that was a big ball for DeMarco. I think she'll be all right there. Hamilton all over her. DeMarco offloads to, looks like Cusack on the far side. Yes.
Big riding tackle.
Corridon.
Yeah.
Penalties called. I think it's high tackle.
Yeah, Mars is going to get a chance to...
Look at that great head for Magnolia to go quick.
They wanted to catch Aspetuck on that back foot while they're backpedaling, but a little bit of a wild pass found ground instead of hands, but they keep possession. They have to keep sending it out wide. They do have an overload over here, especially because DeMarco has inserted on the wing.
That one-man wrecking crew of Olive Rhodes just making those hard yards. Their ball moving back the other side, Corridon into the contact. Hirschberger sees the opportunity and says, give me that. And she's just thundering, spinning out.
She's going to take it as far as she can. And it's good to see that she has support right there with her.
Just wiped out all those gains right there. Holy cow.
She's going to be a little slow to get up, but...
yeah, that was a lot of hard work right there.
I mean, when you're fending off multiples of defenders at a time successfully, you can be a little slow to get up.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that was a tough one for Morris because the momentum was certainly in their favor. Great defensive work from Aspetuck there to force that over where they did, right into the hands of Hirschberger. Hirschberger sees the open ball. This is the heads-up play from like a critical forward that sees that opportunity and then basically erases 15 phases of rugby. Like amazing.
Now, that was Morris's line out, but Aspetuck was able to bat the ball down in their direction. Good heads up by, I believe that was Weinstein on the far side to tackle that player out of bounds to get their line out back again.
I didn't catch it, maybe, but Weinstein's ball in hand right now.
Then it was definitely her because it was the thrower. That one, Morris is able to win. Support a little slow to that ruck, but yeah, see, the ref is going to call not releasing on that. It's a little fast, but
yeah,
support's not there and they get their hands on that ball.
I think you're right. And that may be what he's thinking too. Is like, hey, if no support is there, you better release that damn thing. Like,
yeah.
Right? Like, if you're fighting to get it back because you're covered, different story.
Yeah, there's Aspetuck's Anna Sprague with the carry right there. That's a familiar name. She'll be going to Queens next year.
Queens doing some nice recruiting this year.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I hadn't heard their name in a few years.
Freshman class is going to be stellar next season.
Aspetuck doing what they do.
Ref's not going to call the not releasing turnover right there in Morris's favor. I thought she had hands on that. Ball finds Jill Hamilton. Hamilton with a little pop pass out to Kara Doherty. Doherty's going to basketball style pass it back to Hamilton.
It's off the back. Oh, well read by Morris.
Yep. Reese Smith.
Landerman marshaling her defense.
Kylie Baba has the ball.
Yeah, Baba's driven back.
Morris is screaming for support.
Absolutely. I know. Oh, ball through the hands, but played back into the hands of Hamilton. Dangerous.
Morris is right on top of Hamilton, forcing her to make a wild play. She tries to pop the ball out, ends up knocking it on. That is exactly the defensive pressure that Morris was trying to put on. And kudos to Erin O'Brien during that moment. Because that was entirely her. She was calling for support. She made that tackle. She forced Jill to knock that ball on. And another kudos to Erin O'Brien following that great play is that earlier today she won a scholarship. What was the name of the scholarship?
Base Camp 31. There was a gentleman's name attached to it. Yeah, we'll have to get that. Inspired defensive play from Morris.
The John E. Shable Jr. Memorial Scholarship. Erin O'Brien, congratulations to that, and congratulations on that phenomenal defensive playing right there to get the ball back in your hands for a Morris scrum right when Aspetuck was encroaching on that try line.
Holy cow, yeah, you had Hirschberger and Hamilton just waiting in the wings to crash through there.
Another strong scrum.
Great kick from Cirillo. Actually, I didn't see that
somebody else
coming
in the
up.
Field instead of Hamilton. That's 13. That's Darcy Lawrence.
So again, I was out of Lawrence was out of view for me right there, and I see her coming up, and that's exactly what you want to see out of that fullback, right? Is running onto that ball makes it so much bloody easier to control and get that head of steam going.
Absolutely.
Reese brought down off the back. O'Neill, Hirschberger on the run.
Support's a little slow to get there, but
O'Brien
picks it. Doherty picks it up, and
wow.
I believe that was Molly Kennedy.
It is Kennedy in the 9 jersey who puts that down. There's a bit of dejection showing up on the Morris faces there. I get it, but shake it off, Ruggers. There's still some time to play here. You're not that far off.
Absolutely, and Aspetuck's ball movement right there, the speed they were playing with is the speed that Morris said they wanted to play at the very beginning of this game. So they have to be prepared for that on defense. Morris's captain is having a word with the ref, trying to make some clarifications, probably off the play that led to that. But now Molly Kennedy will try to convert her own try. Score right now sits at 15-5 in Aspetuck's favor. No conversions made in this game so far.
Coach John O'Neill running the tee out for his 9. Cirillo, I think, had issue on that series of play there. It looked like she was having that chat. It was more her with the referee versus the referee with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, she's a good student of the game. I'll be curious to ask her later this afternoon what the chat was about.
Yeah, kick is no good. Score sits at 15-5. However, we still have time left to play, and Morris still has energy. They are all running up to that kickoff, which we love to see. So I'm sure they're going to come out guns blazing.
Yeah,
for,
gas still in the tank. That's good.
These next few minutes of the half.
Cirillo not looking a little bit unhappy there, or a little angry about the speed it took everybody to get back to the line. And rightly so.
Yes, Cirillo is up on that and on defense, but her teammates are not. So she needs to tell her teammates, she needs to lead and say, we all come up together on defense, which I know they do. Ball straight to the hands of DeMarco.
Fantastic.
And see how DeMarco's running forward and her teammates are slightly moving back, so that way she made sure she had the pass option if she wanted it. That's something that was lacking in the first half on both sides.
Oh, off the feet. That's unfortunate. After a beautiful run from DeMarco there, a lot of hard work that was just turned off. Wow, that poach is on right there, and that's Landerman. Landerman's ticked.
Yeah, that is something that I feel like the ref should have called, knowing that what he was calling earlier this game.
There's good fire in the belly from Morris. They know that they're behind. The clock is running down on them. This is good stuff.
And big tackle by Rhodes, but there is an overload on the sideline that Aspetuck did not recognize before Morris did, so kudos to Morris. That was a chance for a breakaway.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Calm hands right there from O'Neill. Gets it into the hands of her loose head.
Sliding tackle by Cirillo.
Okay.
Ball goes out to Anna Sprague. Ref's going to call not rolling away on Corridon.
Yeah, unfortunately, she was doing her damnedest to get out of there, but just tied up in there. And, you know, it could have been somebody holding the ankle in the back. I'd certainly vote for that, right?
These penalties are acting kind of like a kryptonite towards Morris. Every time they get defensive momentum,
yeah, you're right.
Back 10, whistle, back 10. They are building on their defense as much as they can, but they have to be clean about it.
Weinstein looking to get everybody together there as well. So what you were looking for seems to be happening from a handful of the players out there marshaling that defense.
See, they need to make the tackle back here.
Yeah, exactly
There's
right.
Weinstein doing it. That's how you win it. That's how you win defensively in rugby. You have to push them back.
You got to take that space away. Positive tackles.
That tackle made a little bit of a loose ball, and that forced a knock-on by Aspetuck. Morris will get possession. They are in their offensive half of the field. While they're not directly close to the try zone, this is a great opportunity for them to run something in the back line, which we know they can.
Absolutely. Absolutely. These, again, two good packs right here, so let's see what we got.
Yeah, we have Cirillo back in scrum half right now.
Yeah, I see.
And then fly half is Flaherty.
It's looking like... Yeah, tough to say at the moment. Okay, there's the feed. Nice strike.
8-man pick by Corridon. O'Brien right there to set that ruck, but yep, there you go.
Nice
out ball. Great defensive draw by Cirillo on that one before dishing it out to Rhodes.
Rhodes is still on her feet. Oh my goodness. Taking players with her.
That play by Cirillo is when you can notice a little bit that she's been a fly half before, because that was more of a fly half play than a scrum half play, but it worked out in their favor. They have gained a lot of momentum going down the field, and now they go for a little pick and go, but
offsides is the call in favor of Morris right there. Sorry to interrupt. Just going back to that, all of that work done right there by the 10 jersey Rhodes, who kept her feet in. I lost count on how many attempted tackles they tried to put on her.
Yeah, Cirillo's going to feed it straight to Kern, who's going to be able to dot the ball down right inside the try zone.
apologies, folks. I am trying to keep this equally sided. But that was a little exciting.
So we're going to have Rhodes kick instead of Cirillo. Wide kick. Again, no conversions have been made in this game. Score right now is 15-10. Morris, if they make this conversion, maybe they have a chance for a penalty kick.
Yeah.
Following this kickoff, they could tie it up. Regardless, they are going to need to score again in some type of way.
Yeah,
if they don't make this kick, they have to score another try.
Well, the good thing is the opportunity's there because on the restart, it's their ball. So, and no good across the front.
Yeah, we have a couple Aspetuck players who were sitting down in the try zone during that kick. Hopefully they get back up. They realize they still have a few minutes left to play. They have to leave it all out there. Score is going to be 15-10 in Aspetuck's favor. The clock is surely winding down. We still weren't smart enough to set our own clock. So no clue how much time is left in the game. This one feels like it's flown by, but I feel like that's just because they're playing really fast.
We need a ball out to the center of the field. It's figured out.
And a little bit of a wild pass right there from touch judge.
That's funny. Yeah. We got substitute coming on. No. Yeah, 13 looks like she's going to head for the benches after a good hard work.
That's Darcy Lawrence. Darcy Lawrence is going to join Guerin.
And 20 coming on in her stead.
On the sideline. Ball is up. Morris field it cleanly.
Waymeyer. Look at the technique from Corridon in that breakdown. Grabs the leg, shoves her off.
And great line break by Weinstein. Support is right there.
Wow, the
Ref's going to call a penalty, but Cirillo's going to look for that pass. Going to try to hit Weinstein. A little bit behind her. Ball went backward.
Jeez, here she goes again. Look at this run. She can't believe it.
Four defenders.
She can't believe it.
And Jill Hamilton must not be in because there was no coverage in that backfield. And if Jill Hamilton were playing fullback, she probably would have gotten it.
That would have been stopped. I believe you.
That try ties it up. Morris 15, Aspetuck 15, and I'm interested to see whether it's going to be Rhodes or Cirillo converting or attempting to convert this, since neither of them have made a kick so far this game. It's going to be Cirillo.
I want to go back and watch that series of play with Rhodes with the ball because I think she was incredulous that she was running through all of these folks, that they weren't putting hands on her. At one point, she's kind of looking around like, not even so much for support, but like, is this really happening?
The other thing is that she didn't quite have that support if she was looking for that pass, which she wasn't.
She did not.
So defense, as a defensive player, as Aspetuck, I'm reading that and saying she can't pass. She has to keep the ball or she'll chip and chase, which we know that she can do. Kick is no good. Score is tied 15-15. This might be an overtime.
Yeah, we might be seeing some extra time here.
But if I'm Aspetuck, I know that she can't get rid of that ball. You have to go in for that tackle.
Yeah. Exactly right. Isolated player, get them to the ground. Then you can get the whole not releasing.
Plus, there were four of them. So if one on the left tried to go in for the tackle, forcing Olive to shift to the right, whoever was on the right could have made that hit so much easily.
It was an odd thing. It was an odd, and you could see it on Olive's face.
It was uncharacteristic of Aspetuck. Aspetuck has been strong all game.
Yeah.
That was not something that we would have seen from them in the first half.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Kickoff goes into touch before any Morris players touched it, I believe.
No, it was touched by I think
Kearns.
It looked like Sienna Miller might have gotten like a leg on it.
Mm.
No, I mean if she had, it would have been. No, you're absolutely right. No, nobody touched it. Look at Corridon.
Yeah. Ref's going to call her for trying to tackle that player when the ball was on the ground. She should have played the ball in that moment, but that just comes with time and experience. Corridon's still a young player.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll take her tenacity any day.
Absolutely. Now, Aspetuck trucking down the field, you can tell that they know they need to hit that try zone.
You're absolutely right. They are setting the tempo.
Morris's defense needs to shift to the left a little bit. There's Hamilton.
Yeah.
Where was she in the last play?
I'm wondering if she's moved into the centers, maybe?
Possibly. Hamilton and Doherty. They have already been working well together, so.
Kennedy off the back to Hamilton. Oh,
Back to Hamilton. Big double tackle by Morris.
absolutely. That's Waymeyer and Corridon on that work.
Morris needs to come up on defense.
Look at the poach work right there, trying to get in. Unfortunately, thwarted. Oh, a tough one for Morris. Quick ball right
Sides.
You can feel
It's walking back 10.
the weight of this clock starting to.
They want themselves to calm down. You would think that they want to be more frantic in this moment, but you could literally see Aaron O'Brien telling everyone to take a deep breath. You need to calm down. Aspetuck also, you need to calm down a little bit. You have that tenacity to get to the try zone, but you need it to be clean because this is your opportunity. So Aspetuck, calm down does not mean slow down, but they need to take a deep breath and run the plays that they know how to run.
Agreed.
Hamilton with a spinning into the try zone.
Oh,
it's a great individual effort by Hamilton off of great teamwork passing off to her. That gives Aspetuck the edge, 20-0. Not sure how much time is left in the game, but Hamilton has been showing out all day.
Yeah.
So we knew that try was coming.
Yeah, 15-15, and that one takes it 20-15 in the dying minutes of the second half, unfortunately for Morris here, but nice work. And, you said it when the score was tied up that it was going to change the tempo that Aspetuck was going to bring to that next series of play, and certainly it did. I think a lot of the credit goes to the young lady getting the hug right now, doing the unsung work of marshaling her offense and her defense, and that's Ryan O'Neill in the 10 jersey right there. It's her.
Yeah.
It's her demeanor. It's her calmness. She's the one that brought it down, took it down a notch, and then gives those opportunities to Hirschberger to get those hard yards, to get recycled, to then finally get into the hands of Hamilton to finish it off.
Absolutely. And Hamilton's little spin move and dive into the try zone is something of, sports movies. I saw that in slow motion. Kick again is no good. No kicks made in this game, but that doesn't matter. Aspetuck wins 20-15 to clinch the third spot in the league over Morris. An all too familiar feeling for Morris right now, losing to Aspetuck, unfortunately. However, during that second half, they showed that they are a strong team the entirety of the game.
Mm-hmm.
They don't just come out strong, or they're not just a second half team. They played with that tempo that they set in the first minute up until the very last minute, which is very impressive.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think both teams put out a good showing there, right? I think both teams have had a long season. Coming into this game, they're vying for that third place in the league when in past times they've been vying for the championship. But that did not change the intensity that both teams brought to the field today. And you know what? I'm sorry for Morris. But I'm happy for Aspetuck. And both teams just gave us a hell of a performance out there. It was fun to watch.
Absolutely. That was great rugby. And we have another fantastic game. The EGRL Championship is coming up in 10 minutes. It's going to be a battle of Pennsylvania, Downingtown versus Doylestown. So don't go anywhere. We will be right
before
back.
We turn off, let's talk about our unauthorized, unsolicited women of the match, ruggers of the match.
Ooh, okay. Can I go two?
Of course.
Okay. For Aspetuck, I am going to go Ryan O'Neill and Jill Hamilton.
I'm with you 100%.
For Morris, I'm going Scarlett Weinstein and Sneaky Feed, Aaron O'Brien.
Okay.
Olive Rhodes deserves a lot of kudos for her runs, but Aaron proved a lot of leadership during that game.
Yeah, fair.
She was directing the team on defense multiple times. I could hear her from over here, and they listened to her, and they made those adjustments, and it worked really well. So I just want to give her a lot of kudos for that. What about you?
I fully agree with the four that you mentioned. I'm going to add two honorable mentions, Olive Rhodes for Morris and Sadie Hirschberger on the other side of the ball today.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to have Doylestown and Downingtown for the EGRL Championship coming up in about 9 minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Today's ad-free broadcast is brought to you by EPL Sports Tours. EPL Sports Tours are proud to offer truly unforgettable rugby experiences to many worldwide destinations. Contact EPL now to organize your team's tour. info@eplsports.com. The broadcast is also brought to you by Rugby New Jersey, New Jersey's state rugby organization, Steamroller Rugby Supply, Clinton Bagel Company, Interstate Waste Management, the Morris Rugby Family, and Ultima Replenisher.
jumping on right now, but we have the EGRL Championship right here for you folks. It is a battle for Pennsylvania, as we have the Pennsylvania State Champions, Doylestown, playing against Downingtown, another team from Pennsylvania they faced just a couple weeks ago in those state championship rounds. So we have Doylestown in yellow and Downingtown in this teal greenish color. Doylestown is going to kick to Downingtown to start. And once again, I am Marissa Kogan, and I am joined with Steph. If you don't know who we are, skip back a little bit in the live stream. We've introduced ourselves multiple times. I like to consider us the voices of the Rugby Showcase, but maybe that's just me speaking. Good long kick by Doylestown to start the game. Downingtown found it, and now they're trying to move forward because they are stuck in that backfield after that long kick by Nola Flynn.
Good pressure out of the gates right there from Doylestown, as to be expected, right? And just we've got our friend Brad here from the Referee Society, and he passed along an important name for us, Liz Mazzaria, who is the center of this championship match out of Philadelphia, PA. So it is an all-PA setup.
That is phenomenal. I mean, Pennsylvania is such a competitive state, especially in girls' high school rugby.
Yeah,
they have quite a few solid teams over there, these being two of the major ones, and quite a few, solid high school programs, youth programs, college programs over there.
Yeah.
And we're very excited to have them all here with us today. The sun decided to come out for a little bit for this championship game. So I decided to see what happens. Doylestown has regained possession after a knock-on by Downingtown in the backfield. After that scrum, looks like Doylestown knocked it on themselves. So Downingtown will get another chance to get out of their own backfield. Following the kickoff that started with them ending up back there, Nola Flynn's got a boot on her. She's the kicker for Doylestown, so she kicked it, and it made its way all the way back to about 10 in front of the try zone, which is tough for a team to kind of break out of, especially against the defense of Doylestown. We have talked about it multiple times today, but Doylestown's defense is just so succinct, and I think the biggest part is they are up in your face, but they are together. Is very hard to find a gap between those players.
I agree. It's just they're doing the fundamentals correctly all the time.
Absolutely.
And you can see it in their play. It just comes out in how they play. We were saying it earlier. It's just so fluid. It's like there are very few mistakes. The ball continues to move. There's very few whistles when they're in control. Like they're women of fire this season.
Absolutely. There was a little bit of an overload for Downingtown on that side down there. Doylestown defender Sydney hadn't realized that and kicked the ball out of bounds to end play over there, which means Downingtown still has possession, but she just saved herself from a 3v1 breakaway situation. So that was a smart heads-up play by her. We've mentioned her multiple times. She is recruitable this year, a junior, and I'm sure she's caught the attention of multiple college coaches here today.
I agree.
We have 27 universities or colleges attending this, looking to recruit their next generation of players. The full list is available on our website, but most of them here today have already recruited in the past and have a number of seniors from all of these EGRL teams attending their programs next year.
Yeah, this is again, it's a terrific event that's just become more and more powerful from a building of the game perspective, moving players into those collegiate roles, having all those collegiate coaches. It's some cadre of coaches under that tent today, and there are plenty more watching at home. And this came out of a need to keep rugby going during COVID, and it's just morphed into this terrific finish to the EGRL season and this recruitable event for colleges around the United States, in particular on the East Coast and probably in towards Heartland, but I know we've got coaches out west watching as well.
Absolutely. So Doylestown was moving the ball down the field, down their passing line. They did catch Downingtown offside, so they had a little toe and go just 5 seconds ago right here, and were able to do a little bit of a tricky feed to one of their backs to get the dotted down in the try zone. Not sure who the try scorer on that one was. Everybody's high-fiving each other, so I'm not sure who.
Looking like it may have been Mackenzie Marks, as she has been the recipient of quite a few high fives there. I think it may have been.
Regardless, that sets Doylestown up 5-0 early against Downingtown in this EGRL championship final.
Now, this is interesting. We've got McGonigal in at 1. I don't recall seeing her in the first game. It might have been saving, this weapon of a rugger for this game in particular.
Yeah, perhaps. Nola Flynn's kick was good. It was a very wide kick, so good on her, but Nola Flynn's got quite a boot on her. So kick is good. That means its score now is 7-0, and Doylestown gets the ball back. And let's see what Downingtown can do.
Yeah.
Against this Doylestown offense.
So we were talking about McGonigal earlier, coming out of Gonzaga, and how much she was the conduit, the equal sign to continuous play. With, thinking that, you've got a prop forward like that going into the contact area, was going to secure the ball, go into the contact area, take as many players as she could. Instead, she's getting wrapped up and then soft-handedly dishing the ball off to a hard runner coming either side of her. Like, it was just, it was fun to watch. We were talking about it. Doylestown has all the tools in the right places this year.
I think their focus on keeping the ball live is just very unique, because not many teams are prepared for you to do that, especially when you're a strong rucking team as well.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world if the ball hits ground, you've been tackled, but Doylestown likes to play live ball. That means pops and passes and offloads, and it's something very different from a lot of these other EGRL teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Pick off the back, well read from Marks there in the gold and green. Stopping that momentum. Pasco, opposite side. Pasco, great in the contact area, gets that dish off as well. Oh, turned over far side. Nola Flynn off the back, boot up in the air, finds that green space.
And she's chasing.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, did she just almost grabbed it out of the air?
I'm not sure who has the ball on the ground. It looks like, okay, Downingtown has possession. They are set up very steep, which is good to see.
McGonigal. Oh, McGonigal with that spearing defensive run just stalls her pass out of the back. Smart takes it back into the contact, drops it to the ground. Nice little step inside here from number 11.
By Nyla Moore.
Big carry here from 3.
That's Dixon.
Dixon doing some hard work in the first game as well. Off the back from Hoke.
Okay, they wanted to run a little switch line with the outside center, Abby McGettigan. Downingtown has just been pushed back. They regained possession probably 20 meters in front of this, and Doylestown has just been pushing them back and back and back. They have kept possession of the ball, but they have not gained any ground, and now it's going to be Doylestown ball. And basically what Doylestown just did on defense was give themselves offensive room.
Yeah. It's just, we've been talking about it, on air, off air, like that Doylestown defense is a study to be done, right? Like, it's just, if you can duplicate what they're doing, it's going to improve your game exponentially.
Nola Flynn's going to feed the ball for the Doylestown scrum.
Oh,
And pick, but it looks like the weak side flanker read it right away.
I think you're right. I'm trying to get a jersey number on that young lady. She did read that really well, breaking off.
Big run by Downingtown Charlotte Davies, a name we're very familiar with.
Yeah. Towels.
Yep.
Towel stripped, uncharacteristic right there. Great work right there from Doylestown.
Towels and Dixon on Downingtown play off of each other so well because they are both such strong point persons for pods.
Yeah.
It's so valuable to have them on opposite sides of the field.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got one going into the contact, brought down. You've got another one right at the ready behind her. That's what we're talking about opening up those alleys on the side. Oh, unlucky for Riccardi right there. just coming off of that great poach work she did over here.
Yeah, Downingtown's going to get a little chance to break out of this half of the field. They have the legs that they're going to need in this game against Doylestown's defense. When the defense is up on you, you're not too sure about passing the ball because you're pretty much guaranteed to lose space.
Yeah.
But if you have the legs, which Downingtown does in their forwards and their backs.
Agreed.
I think they need to kind of abuse that level of play to kind of catch Doylestown off guard.
Agreed.
Ref's going to call for a reset in the scrum. Front line wasn't set up the way that she was hoping for it to be.
Pasco taking her spot at the 8. Good to see her back on the field after having a little bit of a
Scrum teams. Hoke feeds it out directly to Lily McGettigan, who's going to go for the give and go multiple times before finally being brought to ground. And that was the use of the legs that I was just talking about.
Yeah, exactly right. And then here goes Pasco into the contact, taking players with her. Nice tackling form right there from McCarty to lift that leg to drop Pasco.
Yeah, the support just needed to be there a little bit faster to support Pasco because Doylestown was able to poach the ball right out of that ruck before anyone was even there to counter ruck. And now they have the ball breaking right after Downingtown was able to break into the offensive half of the field.
Wow, well led right there. There's that young lady again. We got to get that. That was 11. She was doing the work over on the other side right there for Downingtown. She understands defense.
Pasco a little slow to get back to the defensive line.
Little no-look dish right there from one to the other.
They trust each other on that Doylestown team, and you can tell.
Yeah,
from the way they move that ball.
Oh, right. You know, you know what? You're just expected to be in the right spot. You know, don't make me look bad. It's kind of it seems like the attitude, right?
Opportunity for a poach by Downingtown. Ref's going to say no. Noel Flynn gets her hands and sends the ball out. Not releasing on Doylestown. Downingtown gets the break they were hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. That a lot of hard work went into turning that ball over because Downingtown was really on the front foot right there. Once again, like we were saying earlier, that not releasing is being called very, very quickly, which right, wrong, and indifferent is how the game is being called. And to your point, support has to be there in order to not get that call against you, right?
Yeah, it looks like Doylestown is going to try to get the ball back right here, right off of that poach. Ref's going to let it be. Downingtown, short-lived offensive push right there. Pasco up for the tackle, misses. Again, slow to get up. Not sure if Pasco's feeling too hot this game. She gave a lot of effort in their game earlier this morning.
She's also coming back from being off the field for some time. Due to injury, so that could be a component of it as well.
Marks tackled, no support. Pasco able to strip the ball, but ref's going to call not rolling away on the Downingtown player who tackled Marks, and that's just a miscommunication that I feel like needs to be fixed in quite a few of these teams because not rolling away has been called multiple times today on the attempt for poaches, and you have to know that your teammate needs to be out of that ruck if you want to get your hands on that ball.
Yeah, this officiating staff just doesn't want to see any monkey business in the breakdown, so they're calling that stuff quick. Get the ball moving.
Kick to touch by Doylestown. We're going to have a far side of the field line out, probably around the 30-meter mark.
Yeah,
I would guess
about right. Yeah.
Not as close as the 22, but
getting close.
Decently down the field. Doylestown set up very steep, but very narrow. They have quite a bit of width on the outside. Sydney Haddon's taking a few steps back.
Well taken.
Very clean line
out. Look at that speed coming out of that back line, off that line out. Look how hard that was to stop. It couldn't stop it.
No, and I did not see that number, but we will follow her and see who it was. I want to say that it was Noel Robinson. I thought I saw it too on that jersey.
Let's take a look. We'll get it in a second. I know who it is for certain. I just need a number. Number 7?
7
7.
is Paisley Davy.
Well, the kudos go to number 7, Paisley Davy.
That means it's 12-0 Doylestown, a win in the kick. That'll be up by any second by Nola Flynn. She made a kick from right over there earlier. This one's going to be good as well. 14-0 Doylestown over Downingtown right now. First half of the EGRL championships. These teams very familiar with each other. Pennsylvania teams battled out for the state title just a couple weeks ago. Doylestown is already set up, ready to receive that ball again. And Downingtown surely took that time during that kick to talk to each other about what they could fix. And I believe a lot of those words probably came from Lily McGettigan, who's playing fly half and is a leader on this team.
Absolutely.
Great catch.
Plays side by side with her sister Abby as well. So good rugby family.
I think that's the fullback, Leah Sapolo, if I'm not mistaken, with that run.
Oh, wow, McGettigan. McGettigan with that sympathetic into her 8. Holy cow, Pasco doing the hard work.
Marks is having a hard time getting a strong hand on that ball today. That's, I believe, at least her 3rd knock on this game alone, which you hate to see with a player as strong as a runner as her, unless you're Downingtown, and you're going to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
Towels with a strong run right there. Ref blows it dead.
Yeah, Nola has some strength in that first pass. I think you have to come to expect that it's going to come at you with some pace, with some speed. So whether it's like adjusting your where you're going to receive from, whether it's a few 4 or 5 steps away from where you are, so it gives it that time to arc a little bit. But that's not an easy. And she's moving the ball, and I'm not saying that the speed of her pass is consistent with every pass she makes. She definitely makes a different, puts more oomph in it when it has to go further away. But it's got oomph either way.
Lily McGettigan is going to go for the little give and go again, successfully. I think Doylestown has just got to read that she's going to fake that pass almost every time. Just tackle her, just go in and hit her. Downingtown is making some solid progress down the field right now.
They are.
It's going to be an offsides. Yeah.
It's got to be. Yeah. They definitely are, but I just it doesn't feel from my vantage point. I think the word there's a calm there. It's playing a little bit ahead of themselves, and they just need to ratchet it back a little bit because they're a very good team. It's the pressure of that Doylestown defense. Look at that McGettigan looking for that space. Holy cow. Great catch from the 4.
Goal, yep. I think the thing is that I think Downingtown is trying to play faster than they're used to. I don't think they're used to playing at this pace against anybody. Doylestown alone, and I don't think they're prepared to play at this fast pace, and I think they need to play how they know, and when they have the ball, they need to slow it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Because when you slow it down, you'll be more comfortable in the pace that you're playing, and you'll make better decisions for your team. And I don't think they're prepared to be playing this fast right now.
I think some of it is forced to be that fast because of the defensive pressure that Doylestown is putting on, right? But to your point earlier, get your offensive line steeper and deeper, and get that ball further away, get them on the move, and that ball's going to start moving for you real quick. But hey, listen, it's an easy thing to be the pundit here behind the table instead of being out there on the field. But just a little patience, the kind of patience that McGettigan shows out there would benefit a few key players out there today.
McGettigan is going to opt for the penalty kick to get Downingtown on the board with 3. Score now stands 14-3 in favor of Doylestown. Those are Downingtown's first points.
once again, good idea to take that in the early stages of the game, get those points on the board. You're going to get the ball back here, putting you back on the front foot again.
And this kickoff should signify the end coming for the first half. So if Downingtown wants to get a try on the board before halftime, they need to do it right now, right off this kickoff. Nola Flynn's going to go a little bit shorter with this kick than her usuals, but...
Oh, unlucky for Downingtown there.
Yeah, ref's going to say that was a knock-on, and she is playing advantage.
Marks
finally got a hand on it. Strong drive. Ball dished outside.
23.
23 is Tara Beckenhauer, sister of Tessa Beckenhauer. Downingtown has been able to regain possession.
We've got 4 Beckenhauers on this team.
Really?
Yeah, family affair.
All too familiar.
Very true.
So Downingtown was able to get a turnover, get the ball back, but then they knocked it on, which gave it back to Doylestown, who now kicks to find touch, and we should be nearing the end of the first half any second now, but they are going to play that line out. Steph's got our eyes down to that far side of the field.
I do. Taking a little bit of time here, Robinson. Ball's up, well taken. Kind of off the top there, right? Oh, wow, we're going to run again. Great tackle.
Tackle. That was pass go.
No, that was 15, actually. That was, yeah. Davies.
Yeah, Davies.
Yeah, Charlotte Davies.
They're going to send it out. Sydney Haddon has the ball on the edge. She's going to swing wide, and honestly, that's what Downingtown should have expected. Sydney Haddon loves to go to that edge, and she is good at cutting out and then cutting back in.
Yeah.
She chose not to cut back in on that one. I think she could have gotten a little bit closer to the center of the field to make the kick a little bit easier for Nola Flynn. But that's going to notch 5 more points on Doylestown's score, setting them at 19-3 right now, awaiting the kick and surely the end of the first half.
We got to be getting close, yeah. It looks like folks are, I'd say you got it right there. Everybody's moving in to get the water. So let's see what happens after the kick attempt here.
Nola's been good from the other side wide.
Nice strike. Just a little short. Oh, geez, right on target. There it is. There's your half.
Halftime score, Doylestown 19, Downingtown 3. But Downingtown is definitely going to score some more points in this second half. They are putting in the work off the ball.
I agree with you.
And I think if they make a few small adjustments, they can catch Doylestown off guard on their back foot. I think personally that they should focus a little bit more on offense than defense in this second half. I'm not sure if you agree with me. I know that you have to be defensively strong against Doylestown. But Downingtown has such a strong offense, and I don't feel like they've really used it to their full capability so far this 20 minutes.
I think it's such a tough thing to do against Doylestown. You know, like you look at Morris, and when Morris is clicking, that that offense really works well. And I mean, they couldn't even put a point on the board against Doylestown at Gonzaga.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a pressure D. I think you said it earlier. The only way you can combat that is, yes, you got to move quick off the back of that ruck. But that line has to be so steep and at the ready. By the time third receiver hits it, they're in an 800-meter like sprint. You know, like 100-meter sprint at that point.
Yeah.
You know. I think if they can do that, and they have the capabilities, the tools to do that, if they can get that steep and deep and the speed on that third receiver, they got a good shot here.
Yeah, I think that's why I was thinking that they need to think a little bit more when they're on offense and really set the pace that they want to play at. I mentioned it earlier this game. They should play the offense they know how to play.
Yeah.
They should not play to their opponent. And this is a tough opponent in Doylestown. But Downingtown is a strong team. Downingtown
Absolutely
has many wins already this season. Downingtown has many strong players. Downingtown actually has the most college commits out of all of the teams here today. Downingtown is sending 9 girls to play collegiate rugby at high levels.
Yeah.
Almost all of them are going into NERA, which is the NCAA women's rugby.
Yeah.
So they have the players, they have the talent, they have the flow and fluidity. They just need to show it more.
Yeah.
We saw it in their last game against Morris. We need to see it in the second half if they want to put up a fight against Doylestown.
Yeah, you make a great example right there about the Morris game from Downingtown this morning and how they came out in the second half and that offense that they put together. If they can muster that shape, that energy, that pace, I mean, I think they'll be in pretty good shape. They've got the competent players out there. It's once again, to me, it's such a Doylestown is clicking on so many cylinders right now, and defense being such a critical component of it. It's just it's so tough to do. You know, we saw it out in Wisconsin at the recent high school girls nationals when Lady Mustangs from Idaho came out and played against I think it was Catholic Memorial from Wisconsin, not too far away in Milwaukee. And Catholic Memorial is a very competent team, skilled players, but the unbelievable pressure that the Mustangs were putting on, they just couldn't get out of their half. Albeit trying to get out of their 22, it was stifling. And then you saw like Catholic Memorial play another side, and they're on the front foot. They're in the game. They're putting 30 points up. It's good defense, I think, is a tough thing to combat and come back from.
Absolutely. Halftime's feeling.
Thank you for allowing my diatribe.
Yeah, of course. Both these teams are having discussions, and we should be having the second half get underway.
I did see Charlotte Davies in the 15 jersey for Downingtown.
Link off to the medical tent.
Yeah. I'm hoping that's just a quick fix because she will be missed in that blue jersey in the second half here.
Absolutely, and this is her last game. Again, like I mentioned in the Morris and Aspetuck game before this is the seniors' last chance, and of course, both of these teams want to come up with their first EGRL championship ever.
Yeah.
We will be crowning a new champion this year.
At this game.
Neither of these teams have won the EGRL championship before. So of course you want to be that senior going out winning the championship. But it's not just about the championship. You want to, like I mentioned earlier, you want to play a game and play a way that will make you proud of what you accomplished, regardless of the score. So it doesn't matter that Downingtown is down by 16 points right now.
I agree.
Doesn't matter what the score is if they play a way that will make them proud. And if I were one of those girls, I would need the second half to be different than the first, because I would not necessarily be satisfied with myself after that first half.
Okay, that is fair. I think with our punditry here, we're going to actually bring you back to live action here and very shortly as Liz takes the center of the field and takes control of the game. Having a quick chat with her ARs before kickoff of the second half here.
Absolutely, and we're so grateful for all of the referees here today.
Yeah, well said.
We have 2 fields going. Our second field right now doesn't have a game at the moment, but for most of the day, we have 2 fields going, both with sets of referees, and these referees traveled from far off places. I mean, Liz is from Philly. We had a ref earlier today who was from right around the corner in Morris County, but we are so grateful to them because another group of people who this cannot be done without.
Yeah, our pal Brad is here as well as Adam Gernstein, who's a former men's player for Morris, who has donned the referee jersey now to kind of bolster up that need in the game.
McGettigan's going to opt for a short kick to start the second half, and it just slides right off the front of a Doylestown player.
Let me get the binoculars back and
start your clock.
Start the clock as well. Can you believe it? We got it.
Great run by Towels right there, but that counter ruck by Doylestown is too strong. Downingtown shifting quickly to a straight standard defensive format.
Oh, great spearing run right there. Just misses the target coming out of the 19 jersey.
Great run on that far side.
You want from that defense. Robinson into the contact, Accardi. Oh, unlucky, bounces off the hands there. That's the break that
bounced right off the front of Jocelyn Terry, right when they were getting that momentum. So Downingtown gets a little bit of a lucky break right here.
Yeah.
The scrums have been strong so far all game, but no one's stolen any scrums from the other person in this game. So we can assume that Downingtown will have possession after this. Whether they choose to have Lily McGettigan kick it and chase or try to pass it out, I'm not sure which is the way to go at this moment in time because the kicking game has not quite been working. I mean, Leah Sapolo is a fantastic fullback. Even if McGettigan was able to find Green, I'm not sure if they would able to get the space that they would really hope for in this moment.
You telling me that she's still an 8th grader, Sapolo? Is that correct?
I don't know if she's an 8th grader, but she's a middle schooler, so she might be a 7th grader.
God, that's amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
It's going to go from McGettigan out to the other backs, find sister other McGettigan. Downingtown has been able to move down the field a little bit more than any of their attempts in the first half.
Yeah. But you look out here and you see Haddon in the foreground, like she's making sure that space is covered.
She's not calling for support on this side, though. She thinks she can take.
I think she can.
Well, she is outmatched, but honestly, I would agree.
Yeah, she just made the hand gesture looking for a little support there. It's filled in by your number 22.
Well, the thing is, I'm pretty sure Charlotte Davies is still out. So.
I just saw her walk back this way. I'm not sure, but interesting work from Haddon here. She gets her 22 jersey up there. She falls back into the backfield.
Doylestown runs a pretty strong back triangle defense.
Yeah.
Where we have Sapolo directing, even though she's a middle schooler, directing Haddon, who's at least 3 years older than her, and their other wing about where she wants them to be. And if she wants Haddon to be back a little bit, Haddon will be back a little bit. Yeah. Doylestown gets a break on that one. Not rolling away or not releasing by Downingtown.
I missed it right there as Liz turned away from us. But let's see, Nola's going to kick the touch. Good kick. I think Nola probably wanted a few more yards at it.
Yeah, I think it found touch just a little shorter than she was hoping for. They did not gain a lot of ground on that one.
Tough angle that she was kicking from to get that distance, right? It's like.
Yeah, especially because she's a righty.
Yeah, and she's tight to the far side.
Doylestown again, steep but narrow.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's what's their setup here? Is it it's looking like 1-3-3-1.
Yeah, and then they have.
Yeah, so 1-3-3-1 they're running.
They also have Sapolo. Looks like she's going to be running behind.
She was running on that second 3.
Yeah, she's with Jocelyn Terry
on the follow-up. Yeah, that's a good, powerful running combination.
That
right
is
there.
Because one, they match each other's speed, so they're there for support always. Big tackle by Jocelyn Terry right there, and there's Haddon getting that ball, getting out of the ruck in case her teammate 22 wanted to come in and poach. That 22 is Noelle Santiago.
Good call.
Downingtown had the opportunity for a poach or a counter ruck right there, and they were a little late to it. Towels eventually got in there, but Doylestown was set by the time they realized that they should have contested that.
Yeah, I think Nora Flynn was in the backfield there hoping that somebody would take the duties over, so that it wasn't happening, hustled over to get the ball back. And that was the opportunity you were talking about that Downingtown could have counter-rucked and gotten hands on.
Marks dishes it to Terry, who gets tackled.
Look at McGettigan just slicing through. Pardon me, McGonigal.
McGonigal, yep. McGonigal on Doylestown, 2 McGettigans on Downingtown.
Cardi with that nice inside dish to their 8 right there. I mean, holy cow, nice work.
Out to Terry. Ball has found its way to the middle of the field. But not releasing is called on Doylestown right as they were encroaching on the try line. Downingtown gets a lucky break. They're surely going to send it to Lily McGettigan, who's going to have to kick it out. They are so far into the backfield. It would be dangerous to keep this ball in your hands.
Interesting. New kicker.
Different kicker.
All right. Finds the touch.
Kick it straight to find touch.
So maybe not the distance, obviously, they wanted there, but at least it does take a little bit of pressure off of that continuous attack.
Taking their time, getting to the line out. Ref is saying, let's go.
Just about to kick off first half live action here of the Raleigh Cobras facing off against Greenwich Southington in the red. Greenwich Southington in the red, moving right to left. Raleigh Cobras in the black, moving to right. Joined here with my good buddy Jan, who had called the game this for some time. Looking forward to it.
It's been a while.
Yeah, but
I'm looking forward to it too. This is one of my favorite things.
So Greenwich with the lift up right there, being brought down just about to 10. That was the Greenwich 8. Who is Luke Brock. So the coach right there from the opposite number, the 8 right there, and that's Sandberg.
Good drive by Raleigh.
Yeah, absolutely. This morning, they had a system with their defense.
Yeah. It was forwards, and then to the backs.
Yeah, they just suck in those lines and they have those angles. Side is really still on it. Moving the ball well.
They're moving forward.
Yeah, there's that little bit of speed that they needed right there, kind of getting this little chipping.
Yeah, number 15 on the outside, able to dot it in for 5. Number 15 from Cobras.
15 from Raleigh Cobras is going to be, we've got numbers on. Hang on 1 second. That is 10 Avery. 10 Avery was today as well. I think that's a name we're going to hear a lot about. You remember the first time we saw her was down in face Guilford Dollar. Christine Newton, I think that's the first time we started. We saw her in action. Really competent player. On the kicking duties is the 10th, and that will be. We've got numbers. Not all of them. Bear with me 1 second. That's Lillian DeSoto. Nice strike from DeSoto. Things are off.
What's it to 7? Right, 7-0. Raleigh Cobras over Greenwich.
You want to keep tabs on the scoreline? Perfect. Yeah, that'd be great. There is some.
Yeah. So it sounds like we've opened up the sideline lights too, which is great. I think it adds a lot more color. That might be mine. Okay, well, I thought that was with possession again of the far end of the field. Yeah, doing really well there, fighting it through. Greenwich not doing a good job on that defense, getting a little bunched. I think they need to start looking left, making sure that they don't open it. Look, here it is. It's going to. Lucky. Oh, yeah. Hey, nice work from Greenwich there to capitalize on that, turn that on. Counter right there from Cobras, causing the problem. The penalty will go in favor of Greenwich. We've seen Tyler refereeing quite a bit. We've seen him in the past too. He's a high-level referee. He's frustratingly slow on the whistle. He lets the play happen. Let's see where we begin moving forward. After saying that to Liz, who just came off of the championship match at the center, I said, "You guys are doing a great job out there. It's like you're letting play happen. You're calling things at the right times. It's safety issues obviously get blown up right away, but the officiating's been solid." There goes our buddy Mert from Navy. Yeah, scrum down far side. It's going to be a Greenwich put in. And it looks like number 6 is holding the ball for the put in, and that would be Gabriela Aliaga. Aliaga signals, balls in. Nice, taking one from the head right there from Cobras. Ball off the back. Working it up the weak side. Well read by the 9 jersey there. That is Emma O'Neill Simpson. More good work here from Cobra. Nice, quick hands right there. Into willing hands right into the contact area. Great recycle. Great step from Desoto around the tree. Anything. He was taken down around 10 meters. Give it take, yeah. Those are the hands of the rock, number 4. Big second row one right there. That is looking like we do not. Do we have a number? I'm checking. We'll have to get you a number there. We have a turnover. Greenwich now has possession of it. Feels tackled. Greenwich has the grounds. Greenwich running for a little bit back. And it's 1 and 2. For a second, while I looked for a roster where I had some notes on names here. Oh, it's back in the hands of Raleigh. It's on the roster. We just had the one change there with the 18. And unfortunate knock on for Raleigh. Yeah. Yeah, really in the front foot there, I think actually Greenwich doing a reasonable job of keeping the composure on defense. Just can't seem to get that front foot going on the defensive play to that line speed that they need to slow that pace down coming from the other side. I think that's the next step. Their shape is pretty decent. They just got to get off that front foot together. Yeah, forcing errors. Yeah, absolutely. Aliaga. This time right there for Greenwich. Head on the swivel. The kick. Yeah. Oh. Hey, that's what you want, right? Precisely what you want on a kick like that. Yeah, if it's going to go into the hands, you hope they're bobbling it on the other side. So that pressure kick taken by number 7, Greenwich. And that young lady is, I believe, Catherine Brodick. You know how that was come down to Greenwich. Enthusiasm from the rugby bench. Absolutely. Yeah, also hard. You strike one right there. Stop. Excellent try. Yeah, that's Jella Doyle. Number 14. Yeah, that's she's a senior club starter, club captain, select side captain. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Has she decided where she's going to school? It does not say, Jan. I think our trusty colleague Marissa probably has it, but
Yeah, you could second.
She comes back every year. Yeah, she's the best. We wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for her. You know? Yeah. She's phenomenal. She's somebody that I coached years and years ago at the U14 level and then through high school. Took a step away from rugby for a week, so some hockey. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. The soda for the two. Tyler. Bit of a late 13-0. Wild Cobras over Greenwich. Bit of a late afternoon shower coming on just to make the ball a little bit trickier for both sides, but nobody seems to be bothered by it at all.
It's an 8-mile rugby radius. Yes, all time show.
Understood. Just getting some heads up weather reports from our organizer Mike Eisenhart that we have got lightning in the vicinity. So if it shows up and we have to cut off, it has to be done for safety. Things have to get broken down. So if we go 0 to 30 on you there, apologies. Just got struck by lightning or we broke it down. That's it. One or the other. Yeah. So while we had possession, there's a pass to midfield and draws it's a penalty. I'm sure you can't really see it at home, but it's a pretty steady drizzle out here that's all of a sudden showing up. The ball's kicked out of bounds, but at midfield. Yeah, so that's a decent kick to touch right there from Greenwich to pick up all those yards. Nice work right there. Gives them a good attacking platform on the other side. The ball right now is in the hands of, I believe, Denise Solis. He's looking between the binoculars and then down at a piece of paper. I can't read anything else. Okay, big right and left. There you go. 12 in the Greenwich jersey. That's what you want. It's Rowan Kelly. What's we want from that center? Freshman, no less. That's very nice from Mariaga. Making is Greenwich. No, unfortunately. Oh, that's the hard work right there. Working forward. And the trick, look at that, the chase is on. That's excellent. And the offload. Side view, ball getting fished out of the back to a company winner. That is the young lady 18s in the game. And that is Memphis. I don't look after no good right there. The ball's going to stay with Cobras. Cobras pick and go through there. Down the back, but it's definitely slippery. Yeah, you could see it just through the hands of the 14 right there, Jerry Dora. All right, so it's going to be a scrum down. Scrum down 2. Runners. Yeah, it's a pretty good steady rain out there, Jan. It's tough to see probably at home, but through the binoculars, it's coming down pretty good. It's definitely going to make that ball pig, just like a greased pig.
You ever seen a greased pig?
Huh?
Have you ever seen a greased pig?
I can't say I have.
You ever touched it?
No,
So how do you know?
it's an old saying.
It's a guess.
It's a guess.
It's a guess. It's always good a guess.
It's an old saying.
Word of mouth.
Yes.
It's word of mouth. Word of mouth. All right.
Aliaga.
Ball's out. Oh, so it. There's that greased pig.
There it is. Yeah, exactly right. Oh man.
Yeah, good steal by. Molly, and it's 12 calories.
That was an important tackle right there from that young lady.
Yeah, try some.
Yeah.
A little bit of lemonade.
On the tree, working it down the field.
And she's on.
It's again, just calm composure in the front foot. I think it was great scramble defense from Greenwich. They just weren't able to hold on at the end there. But I mean, I think the way that you combat that, Jan, and you've been doing a ton of coaching over the years and certainly this past season, the only way to stop that forward momentum is to get that line speed up.
Yeah.
It's like, otherwise, if they're just going to look at you all day.
First errors and no contact.
Yeah.
Get that shoulder on. Push them back.
Because the form is good on the defense, but it's just missing that speed to take away that head of steam that they're putting on. DeSoto.
Yeah, some strong runners all right.
Yeah, they do.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, DeSoto's good for the kick there, making it an additional 7.
Yeah, so that puts it at 21 nil.
Up, jogging it back. Restart shooting sit with. I see if we get a jersey number there in a second. Your number 8 for Greenwich.
Tried him.
DeSoto again, just working around the tackles, brought down just about the 10 far side.
Big something on the far side.
You know what? Some decent discipline from Greenwich here, not to get sucked in every.
Yeah.
But then you got to get those shoulders, those tackles.
It will stop. And that's the thing, right? They're just pumping their legs, hitting and pumping their legs, pumping their legs. They're not going down just because they're getting touched.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, well, but no, that's a good stop. There was a good stop out there.
Yeah.
By Greenwich.
Turtle them back on the breakdown. That's a little bit better. Oh, beautiful run right there. Absolutely.
Number 13.
We'll get you a number here, a number and a name in just 1 second. So it's there.
Number 13 for Robert. Outside center. Makes it excellent throw.
It was a fantastic line she ran. Like it just right there for sympathetic pass into the hands, Jan. Boom.
Like this tiny was the
And then right down the middle, making it easy for DeSoto.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Easier anyway.
Put some Chris O'Brien on producer.
He's our greengrocer.
Greengrocer producer. Eating a donut. That's roughly 12 hours old. No, it's no good.
DeSoto's got quite some bandage on her knee there.
I was out there last summer.
Score 24-4.
Thanks, sir.
Well, we played over Greenwich. But Greenwich, don't Greenwich out. I don't know. Greenwich is I think at halftime they're going to correct themselves, and I think they're definitely going to come back hard.
I agree. I agree. So Greenwich appears to be made up of, it doesn't appear to be one senior on the team. There's a fairly good cadre of juniors and then sophomores as well with a handful of freshmen.
I know. And now you see there's that nice good pressure that caused that knock on.
Right.
In a good position for Greenwich.
Totally.
So better on midfield. Midfield down in Graham's red zone.
Yeah, this is going to be a big scrum. See what they can do here.
We're about 50-50 on the scrums, so.
Yeah, back and forth for sure. Colorado signals.
Oh, it's one against the head again. Eyes out. Hard line.
Even again, even one side, the stitches are behind.
Right over.
He's out of the tackle.
That's a scary thing, man. That prop comes out from that shoulder.
And she's been running some game today. I'm looking for the number one on the roster. I do not see a name. I apologize. I'll keep check. Let me just check the backside here. Marissa Langdon, pardon me, Marissa Langdon in the one jersey. I'm glad we were able to get that right there because she did some really hard work on the far side in a couple series of play just earlier. Yeah.
She gets that ball. She gets that ball. She's able to push it through and drop that shoulder. I just got a wet really.
I got one earlier. It's just
really?
Yeah, it's the same culprit.
Is it?
Yeah. All right, we'll see one of the Cobra coaches running down to the medical tent to Can't wait to see that.
He looked indicator with his heels, and that was his second.
Second.
Yeah, he definitely indicated showing them with both hands.
So it looks like we've got the Greenwich number 3, McCarthy, looking like she's got an issue with her shoulder. So hopefully we can get it attended to here. Yeah, our Raleigh Cobras coach has run out and gotten medical attention to come out to the field. Good stuff. Henry. McCarthy seems more annoyed than hurt.
Yeah.
I mean that we got a tough brother in that 3 jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's been a busy day of rugby here. We're wrapping it up with this game here on field 2. I know field 1 has got another game going on as well, where Lance Connolly is right now. And
It's kind of new rugby, right? It's like nobody's ever heard of him, right? Scotty.
seems like a nice guy.
Yeah. Oh, too much.
Oh shit! Oh no!
This was Chatty Cathy.
It's Chatty Cathy for fucking
Chatty Connolly.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a second here just to make sure it's off.
It's a good opportunity for everybody to cool down and getting.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like a legit box. Yeah, like a cardboard box. Oh,
The bottom of the
Shane Flynn coming over to collect his trophy. Very happy.
Ceremoniously again. Show us. Walks right across the field like he owns the place. Oh, that's a big box. Oh, yeah. That's a big box. It's been nice, man.
You notice a little note of people.
All right, looks like we're going to resume first half action here. Raleigh Cobras, Greenwich.
So here we go. So Shane's gonna have to walk around. You have to go around the show.
You like any paper stuff?
Congrats.
Taking a break there just to congratulate Shane Flynn, part of the coaching staff over at Doylestown for a hell of a season, and Pennsylvania State champs, CGRL champs. Hats off to you and everybody over at Doylestown for a great season. Yeah,
Well deserved.
yeah. Stacy Mancuso, head coach.
Oh, nice kick. Oh, just misses the hands.
Yeah, Avery, unfortunately, she's trying to get it from running the opposite direction on her shoulders, almost able to grab it. But it's going to be called knock.
Well, it just goes to show you a little bit, what camaraderie we have between these coaches, and we know each other for many years, and we've seen each other around the block, and we can give each other a hard time, but we also know how to congratulate when it's deserved.
Yeah,
And Doylestown really deserve that. Deserve that win. They worked hard all year.
Marissa Togan nicknamed them the Machine.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought it was very apt.
yeah? I wouldn't.
I don't think I am good. That's a good strike from Greenwich Hooker.
Well, and Greenwich has it out. Good hand. But that's when Aaron pass goes to number 14, but it's getting sloppy. Very sloppy by there.
Yeah, wow. It's yeah, there it is. It's coming up for Cobras. Cobras just finding space and all the traffic. Unbelievable. That's Ortego. Ortego had a great first game today, and holy cow.
Tough to take down. Is she in? She's held up.
Held up. Unfortunate for her. Dude, she had such an amazing morning game. Like, that kid was such a force on this field. Holy cow.
See if it's not in the picture.
All right.
Oh, he's playing a penalty. It's going to Riley Cobras.
Right there.
Riley's running in. Well, tough to stop. Riley continues to maintain possession, drive forward.
DeSoto gets the ball off into the competent hands of inside center. That's a 13 right there. That's Hines. Oh, look at this. Ortego. I want that try. Man, she's tough. Man, is she tough. So,
Yeah, puts in a 29 now.
I don't know if we have a. Say. Sort of thing. Let me know. Yeah.
And the half has been played.
Ortego is a senior.
Well, he gets away with running across the field with his back, so one around, he wins it out.
That
So what's the half?
it appears to be the half pick to come from DeSoto. DeSoto gets a good strike on it, but there it is. Yeah, I looked like from my angle it was off, but I stand corrected. Nice work. So that sums up the half there. What do you got?
I don't have enough fingers and toes.
So.
31.
Okay, so I believe it's 31-0.
31-0 with the half.
Okay. Yeah, it's indicative of the effort that Greenwich is putting out there. I think defensively, a little bit of work on that line speed, which we saw starting to come to fruition, making a difference there. And then, like, some real moments of brilliance with the attack. The difference with Cobra is they're just stringing those events together with regularity, with frequency. It's just a fluidity to their game, both on the offensive side of the ball, and the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah. they've got some really hard runners that are hard to stop.
Yeah.
And sometimes, no matter how much line speed you have, you can't stop them. You know, and sometimes it's big body against little body, and they punch through. Or start collecting defenders, right? So you have 3 people trying to tackle one big person.
Right.
And then now you've created another, and they're small enough to get it out, and you punch it through.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you're seeing with the maturity that comes with teams that have a good mix of like underclassmen and upperclassmen is like that the experience with the upperclassmen just pours over the underclassmen and just brings the whole game up, you know?
Man, you and I have been around this game for a while. We've coached for many years, and we see the seniors coaching the freshmen just as much as we do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you take the example of Otego out there as a senior. Like, you know, if you're talking about somebody who is setting the standard for the full game, like you saw it right there in that action that resulted in that try, right?
Yeah. It's another thing, like Mike.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing. It was just she becomes someone that the older people want to be like.
100%. 100%. Weather is ameliorating a bit. The gray is starting to move out.
I don't even know that word. No, that's one heck of a word. I will tell you the sun's coming out. Marketing. I could say that. I'm not going to say ameliorating.
Thank you.
But I will say that it's marketing as
Yeah. Thank you for jumping in and dumbing it down.
yeah, I would have been some what's so full is there.
I'm forward as well. I like to read. Take information.
Oh, wow. What are you doing? Somebody using that to look that up. She's like, like Kindle, the Kindle, yeah, I mean, so there's about 4 words on every page. Please stop. Ameliorate. Yeah.
You ruined my $10 word.
Bundt? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And,
Yeah.
was the first time? Lance asked us if we're still on the air. I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody would probably turn this off already, but. You want to take the second half?
Fine. I'll pick up this. I don't know. So here, the numbers actually driving?
Yeah, they are actually. I can certainly tell from the first game with Cobras because they played on this field. Everything lines up right. I don't know Greenwich, but from the faces to names, it seems to be.
Okay, yeah. So that's really good trying to.
That's it for halftime. So we're going to start the second half. Score still 40 to 0. Valley Kirby's over Greenwich. I'm joined here by Lance Collins, the legend.
I wrote the legends.
Nowhere in here.
I'm proud of the fellas to get here, right? Yes. Yeah. 1 hour drive. That's better. How many stops you stop at? How many times you need to stop? Still ready? I'll tell you what, the score, again, 31 down. Rally Cobras over Greenwich. Again, don't not count this Greenwich team out. They're going to be able to, I think, rally together and do some damage.
Yeah, the rest of it, I want the rest of it in Rowan County, who's where it's all the play number 8 was really top player and probably the St. Joseph player. Goes up, it goes 10, and it's taken on the fly.
That's second number 19. They'll have the ball, push it away forward.
Okay, Steven.
Brings it just short of midfield and it goes out of bounds. Looks like it's going to be a Greenwich pudding.
And Steph ran through the use of his binoculars. Oh my God, in fact, they actually see numbers on the other side of it. Yes. So Greenwich put in. We're using 5 in the last before, same thing he has.
Put it in stolen.
By Raleigh, take it well.
No, and it gets dropped and then retained by Greenwich. They're going to slap you out there, but they're going to keep it. Yep. Unfortunate. Greenwich is able to dig it out of our ruck, but then it goes into the hands of number 6, who unfortunately knocks it forward.
We saw play that in Tampa, and thinking most Carolina also.
She's incredible. A fun player. Characteristic. Scrum around. Ryan's been really good with set pieces today.
Took Bradley to put ball in for. Oh, it's not Raleigh. It's. Sorry. There's put in there. Yeah, so let's have a Simpson put it in. Well, that.
Chingu and then for an advantage. It's in the hands of Ryan.
I love the way she's straight line up there. Yes,
This one, she was in front of her. And she's going to get through. Number 15.
No. That's Tanner Avery. Just a sophomore. And she's already been invited to a pathway camp. I can see why.
She only got it down in the middle. And Bishop 5, but it's 36.
So about the kick. Good kicker too. As you know, Bundt Park and Clinton, New Jersey, and we are lucky that the weather gods and rugby weather gods are on our side because these storms have gone all around us. Yeah. But we are free of lightning. So raise it up.
Kick is good.
I think the solar kicked on the southwest side in Tampa, didn't she?
Yeah. So Painesville 2, 38 to 0. Raleigh Coleman's over Greenwich. Then came out and made it like a Muggies.
Yeah. Our steering room is working. Good goes to the wearing 8, but I think she's playing in the backs. Nice kick. Up.
Passes off the shoulder.
Nice one.
Ryan maintains possession. Good side run.
What was that, right? That's pretty exciting. I'm a big fan of rock lines coming in hard.
Yeah.
So,
I said earlier, I got that same athlete. She drops that shoulder. She gets some distance. Good side run on the far side.
I think that was just Soto on the break. We were saying her name a lot. 18 taking it up. They got that pot of forward sitting out there, waiting. a little slow in assembly, but the soda had her backs lined up all the way through the hands. And the soda was on the backs.
Yeah.
They're taking herself right near the touchline, ball wide. Yeah.
She came in fast. Number 8 for
It was gorgeous.
she came through that line like a rocket. When you see that back, the burger stop it.
Steinberg. Yeah, Sandberg. So you're right about that. Another side player, and she's their team captain. Coming in pace, there's no defense out there at all. They all decided 55, both of them. Looking at. The beauty these teams are so well coached. They understand the game.
Yes.
They're taught to play rugby, not to win. You can be taught to win and be not know how to play. They understand the game well and the nuance of the game. That's really important. And that's good coaching. Some good athletes.
So, if you go,
And when I go to bed, I bring the string.
So they do door like this?
That.
45 nil. Molly.
Okay, you ready to kick off?
Every night.
Yeah.
Rounds with the kick.
And they're like, oh,
Take him from not forward. The position for scrummage for Greenwich.
I think the athleticism of the bigger players, the type 5 players now are much more athletic. They just sell 4 or 5 years. And they're more skillful.
It's not uncommon to see a type 5 player go off to college and then come back and you ask them where they're playing. They're like, oh, I'm a center.
Yep. Great try by Raleigh there. So taking it up.
I respect that.
To kick.
Beautiful place. The chase is good.
Exactly.
Like they probably have isolated it.
Oh, Raleigh gets possession.
Jada Bolton. The left side wing, it was all the way over the right hand side. Left wings who and here's a hard runner. Lock on the Taylor is not done.
Very much left forward. Left a break for Greenwich there.
That's the Jada Bolton's playing in the scrum. Sorry, I thought she was going to wait. She was in the way over here before. But she's a flanker on the side.
Yeah. See if it's hard.
Fitness level of the high school girls has really come up out of this.
Right.
What thing is it? Section. See. Yeah. Second.
What?
Yeah.
There we go again.
So you want to do it enough?
That character kind of. When the ball's hitting behind her, the fullback ball, that's not her. She knows.
So that's down when I played, started playing for the big programs up in the Northeast too. I mean, they tended to stay down south, but you know, a little bit of Harvard and Brown and Finland and Ivy boards.
So what? I'm not unfamiliar with the humidity now. Going for the kick.
I thought it was deep. Take it out.
Just really a still dangerous on the outside.
Yep.
Versus some goals. They're over with the rain. Slowing it down. It's just a lot much, right? And she brings 3 people with it, too. Yeah. Maybe yeah.
We say retain possession, so.
Foul, penalty. Right, quick. On the road.
Usually then,
Bringing it to 50, nothing.
this sort of clinical is it?
Melody.
Afterwards. I can get something.
Yeah. What?
And while I'm bringing some subs.
Yeah.
Well, so those are all those things.
Say, I don't see it. So they had them. I guess if they call it donation. Yeah. Yeah. 0. Right.
It's impressive. A lot of parents, a lot of the other teams are stuck around the rock rugby. It's late in the day. They're still sitting around on the sideline watching the other teams play, which is good to see.
It's not the nicest weather either.
It's not comfortable.
But the fans throw in. I mean, a lot of them never seen the game until their daughter started playing. They're just fascinated with it. They love it. Some of them knew the game.
But that's no good. 50 to nothing.
Yeah, drive by DeSoto. The live growth. Number 8 to kick off.
Oh, they are.
Sometimes you let it bounce. You never know what that ball is going to do.
For fitness, there were rugby players who would run around and track dribbling a rugby ball like a soccer ball. So it's just a force change of direction.
See which way it goes too.
Yeah.
It bounces funny.
You scrum down
To Greenwich.
to Greenwich.
To Greenwich in good position.
Purposely, I wasn't paid for this. She flipped.
No power doesn't like what it's there. Line up. They're not totally resetting, but fixing that foot.
Oh, you have a problem. Just we don't have anything on that. So the last segment. Just trying to make my precious. As soon as I make
Ball's out.
12 just took the ball.
people saying yourself.
Trying to Kelly. She was just really active in the last game. See her here, but took charge.
Didn't know that.
No. I get it. Well, actually, I could only have the student something. It's like the user, that's the worst.
Well, finish ball.
Spin it back for a penalty.
Really good.
Like waiting.
Dropping the run.
Didn't breathe.
Miss Scully there. Good prop.
A bad problem. I don't know who has it. Looks a while ago. I missed. It wasn't too right. Crash back then. Now he's going, looks like going for touch. Ooh, he's getting close to the end of the game. Yep. Indicated penalty.
Yeah, we had to run the thing up before. The coaches sure did. You have to bring those sips. You can step the line out. Spring shots. Raleigh put in. Hey, no, taking my forward. Good shot. Oh, you run.
Riley with the run.
Good ball.
With this. Right here, makes you proof to that on it. Dummy runner, no dummy runner. The steer probably still on the series. That's from 24. I coached her in a model down in Guilford. She was an incredible runner, strong and fast.
Yes, yes.
I think she's young. I think that's why she came in as a Fed.
So Wayne knows, I guess that's it.
Okay. So that was the end of the game, and it was Raleigh Cobras over Greenwich, 50-0. Greenwich did a good effort. So we're going to wrap this up, and we'd like to do one more game.
You can wrap it up for 10 minutes. We go on mute.
Yeah.
We go one more game.
Okay.
Four.
So we have one more game coming up, so stay tuned. And on behalf of EGRR and North Rugby and Park and town of Brooklyn. Thank you for watching. The next game will be West Carroll versus Lebanon USA, which promises to be a good game. West Carroll is a legacy, team, been around for a long time, and Rugby USA is always very talented athletes. So please stick around, watch, and we'll talk to you in about 10 minutes. I don't know if you will. Somebody will. Yeah, we're going to do chairs here.
Yes.
Musical chairs. With no music.
With the B team.
Just fun. No music, just fun.
Yep.
So, talk to you soon.
some of our age group. This matchup has West Carroll in green and Play Rugby USA in blue. Mexico, if you've forgotten already, I was on here all morning. And
But it's finally stuck with the old guy. You're a wise person.
I think I did everything right in life to get stuck with you right now. This is my first time calling a game with you, and I'm so excited. I've heard such great things.
People lie.
Well, to start this game, we have West Carroll kicking off to Play Rugby USA. And the sun has come out just in time for this last game of the day. It peaked out during our game before this on this field. A lot better luck than we had earlier this day with the bouts of rain and clouds, and it was still pretty sticky and a little bit humid. So I don't know. Do you prefer playing in sun or kind of cloudy rain?
Yeah, I want to play every game I could get in.
Yeah,
We were not happy about letting me play, but we were 2/10 of a mile from having lightning delay. We still 30
Yeah.
minutes. So we were really lucky that we got.
I got that warning and I got ready and packed up to leave. I think a lot of the recruiters have also made their way out so far, but they have already seen these girls play today. Both of these teams have already played before. West Carroll on the other field and Play Rugby right here played earlier today.
Yeah, I've seen. I did not see rugby play. I was on the other field. I did see Cal County play early on. Rebecca Balseros was just a savage out there.
Yeah, she's a name that we mention almost every year, multiple times. She's just she makes herself known no matter the opponent every time she's out on the field.
13 Isabel Sanchez, another good force.
Yeah, when I saw Play Rugby play earlier today, they did play our North Bay Motley side. They lost 35-0, but they did put up a pretty decent fight, had a couple injuries holding them down. Hopefully they've made some adjustments based off of those. Some key players to look out for. Definitely number 7, number 11. Just a couple girls who have definitely proven and number 25 for sure. She's playing scrum half.
Yes, we're at the Machuca. Number 7 is Kamora Foley.
Yep. And then Zanaya Grant.
Kamora is only a sophomore.
It's a young talent. I mean, she has definitely made her presence known on this Prusa team. And she is very interested in pursuing rugby post high school and everything. She's attended a lot of camps and clinics and tried out for many extra teams and everything like that. Kind of put herself out there.
And the opportunities are different too, because now, I mean, it's opportunities for scholarships for college, so that's huge.
Yeah, it looks like Prusa's going to steal that scrum, and
They good.
Machuca lost her feet a little bit when passing that ball out, but was able to get it out to the wing. Now, Prusa did struggle earlier with keeping their width on the field, but they do seem to have different players playing on the edges this game than they did last, so I'm interested to see if that'll change.
It's something we've seen actually in some of the younger teams.
Turnover and West Carroll has the ball back with them, but a whole horde of Prusa players is on her just in time for Kamora to strip that ball.
Case here, trying to take it right, running sideways,
Yeah, there's Sanaya Grant.
but the defense was up to the task.
It's a clear on this team. Ref's going to call offsides on West Carroll after a dominant attempt to clear a ruck by Baladeras. Grant's going to try to find touch, but not able to get it. West Carroll drops the ball, but it goes backwards. Looks like a lateral pass right there.
Yeah, Goofy Goodman, the shoes are no odds. The team is 15 and 13, Goodman and Sanchez.
Not rolling away. West Carroll's going to take this time to talk out their play. Still looks a little bit disorganized, but Play Rugby is not really have a solid defensive structure, which is why there is that breakaway on the far wing. They're not in a straight line. Just going to touchdown. That is 15. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
got lightning pace. She's got really good hands. So it's like catch the balls that most people would not get. Tops of pace and intercepting the pass. Full speed when she took it. There's no chance anybody got there. She's got big eyes. You can see that ball. She defends really well.
yeah, and that's great for an edge player right there. She was smart enough to go outside and then cut back in to be able to dot it down right between the posts to make the kick a little bit easier. So West Carroll getting on the board early, winning the kick by Valadares.
That's a referee Bradley if it's okay to reset the ball. It was over. Yeah. It was scored 7-0 to Powell County Marauders.
Yeah, I think that was a great start by them to kind of see on the field where they had those gaps and openings, especially with the play rugby defense being so clustered towards the middle and not in a straight line, lacking a little bit of communication and continuity there. So they abused that and used the edge to their advantage, and now they'll get the ball back from the kickoff, and let's see what play rugby can change and adjust right now. Let's not let that happen again.
Great athleticism and pace. But the referee moving the back. Up. It's 10.
West Carroll is a little slow to create that steep offensive line. I think you would like to see it a little bit sooner if you were that ball carrier to know that you had pass options that had a little bit of momentum. But they've now been able to, and just breaking right through that defensive line. That's number 4, I believe.
And 10, just Josie. Really nice player, just the correct player. She and 12 work off each other.
Yeah, that's a clear opening on this near side of the field. I mean, a player in sight, West Carroll had the opportunity to send the ball out, but if they really wanted to right there, I think that would have been a try, and that is definitely a high tackle, yeah.
Colby and Fleming being real active here. You'll see 10 and 12 do a lot of little give and goes. They're running bungees off each other. Loops really fun. They work really well.
Yeah, and that kind of high quality play is what we love to see at the showcase by a lot of these teams. I mean, it definitely just ups the level of competitiveness between a lot of these players.
Yeah, through Marcella, Aguilera Martinez scored a great try in the first game. Active play, runs directly. Schussler again.
Yeah, Marcel Aguilar Martinez is actually going to Quinnipiac next year to continue a rugby career. So
with two other players, who's in Valadares and Melody.
Valadares, yeah, and Carolyn Melody, yeah. So West Carroll is sending 6 girls, 6 graduating seniors to college rugby circuit next year. Very impressive.
That we know of.
Yes, that we know of.
Yeah. 6 out of not many more than 6, essentially almost all seniors when we played in college. We'll never stay against Alpha, but it's a huge boost.
Definitely. West Carroll was able to score another try, I believe, down in that far corner.
You can get a number I'm going to use.
So Valadares is going to have another wide angle kick down a little bit of a hill.
But she's kicking uphill into the wind. That's more Zephyr.
This one's definitely going to be more difficult than her last kick straight between the posts.
She's pretty good kicker though. What a progression in the girls' game is ridiculous. I'm stunned at the.
I'm not sure if I did not see the
Push. I just That's good.
It looked good from here, but I didn't see anybody signal good kick. So
they're training two such edges. I don't think they're training to go down the closer foot.
we'll call it just 12 nothing.
Yeah.
If those 2 points come into play later in the game, we'll double check for you. But it seems like Play Rugby needs to make quite a few changes right now to cover those edges from these West Carroll Marauders, I believe. A lot of communication going on the field. Definitely love to hear that, both offensively and defensively. It's a good tackle by 16, I believe. West Carroll set up nice and steep. Shifty moves. Yeah, tried to go for the big give and go. That's number 15.
Yeah, that's easy. Great coach. Gabriel Martinez again.
Yeah, West Carroll has their offense set up system-wise so well for these multi-phase. Out to 19.
I think that might have been 13. I think it might have been Sanchez.
And opt to go to the weak side. They're going to keep sending it to that edge because they know they have the advantage in the edge.
As they start seeing defenders, defenders move over, but they're not going to keep it on that side. Only Doylestown.
Yeah, they're going to get an opportunity to reset their offense right in front of the try zone and just truck it in.
Martinez. She's a powerful runner. She runs low. She runs really well. She keeps the people out in the center to get contact. She explodes into the contact, as you like to see, as opposed to sort of microsecond hesitation, which reverses all the momentum.
Absolutely, and that drop in the shoulder makes such a huge difference, especially with these powerful forward player runners. A little drop of the shoulder and keep driving your feet through contact is literally the key to breaking through tackles. Looks like somebody else is going to take the kick, not Valadares this time.
And you have to want to.
Yes.
That's the other piece. The desire. You take two people with equal athletic ability, one can tackle, one can't. One determined, I'm going to knock that person down.
Kick is no good by West Carroll 11. That's going to bring us to 17-0. West Carroll shortly into the first half.
Zeline Roth. Hate to mention her, first time mention her name because she missed a kick, but she's a really nice player.
That's a hard kick to take.
Yeah.
And if you're not the team's main kicker, because Valadares is, I mean, it's just an opportunity for you to get a little bit of practice in.
Or watch.
Bully's going to kick the ball off for Prusa again. Short kick, high in the air, well fielded by 12. Big tackle by Prusa, number 22. Ref's going to call offsides on Prusa, though. Back 10. Hustling back to the back line, but West Carroll is not a huge fan of the quick tap from what I can see so far in this game. They like being able to set up some kind of offensive play and talk about it before tapping that ball.
We saw that's good. Quick tap, and they were having money. They're trying to push out a good work.
I mean, I guess they do what works, and this system has been working for them so far this game against Prusa, so don't fix it if it ain't broken.
Another
big tackle by Prusa 22, who's now trying to counteract her own tackle. And her efforts are going to prove worth it, as it seems West Carroll has knocked on the ball somewhere in that ruck. So we'll have a scrum to Prusa right inside their side of the 50. They're trying to figure out how they want to set up that back line. There is not really any width or depth right now within their backs.
Flat. And, oh, okay, there we go.
So they all split. She was feeding the ball on this side. I would think she would want to pass it back to this left side because from what I can see, the stronger players are on this left side. I mean, you're starting off with Cooley. You have Grant in the background finishing, and then I mean Conti on this outside wing is also pretty fast. So
We're curious to see how well Alabama defend here. So,
So definitely struggled with their scrums during their face against North Bay earlier today. North Bay did win a couple defensive scrums. So if West Carroll is aggressive, this is not a guarantee for Prusa. Even though they have the size in the scrums, their drive seems to be lacking a little bit. Yeah, and there it is, just
the dummy
defensive win. Grant's going to try to. Grant gets trampled by Valadares, who passes the ball out to 19. Centers it and dots it down for another 5 on West Carroll's belt.
Field 2, field 1 is wrapped up. Was that 19 or was it 15?
I believe it was 19, but if there's not a 19, it might have been 15. Looks like 19 from here, but she was so fast, I only got a quick little glimpse at it.
Yeah, we don't have a 19 in roster. I'm confused.
So it might have been 15. So our other kicker, number 11, is going to get a chance right now between the posts. Opportunity to bring that score to 24-0 if this is good. It is 19, yeah.
Sorry, we don't have a 19 because we don't have a 19 on the roster.
Quick is good. Scores now 24-0. West Carroll.
It's 15. Yeah, it's tough. Who's trying to keep your heads in the game is tough. Out the sun, hot.
It's been a long day. I mean, Prince's first game this morning was it was like, I think it was 11, yeah. It's a long day, especially with the changing weather. Yeah, Prince's first game was at noon. That was 4 hours ago.
Just keeping kids hydrated out of the sun, their feet.
Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of a risk of defensive urgency on Prince's side. West Carroll is just running straight up to them. Bruce is meeting them where they're at and not trying to go catch them back there. But here comes in Grant. Now,
Tackle the
plays position in the back line. He set up as a fullback sometimes. She set up as a wing sometimes. She played fly half in their game earlier today off the scrum at certain points. She is definitely going to be missed next year after she graduates this year.
Yeah, again, kind of set it up, but they wouldn't look back to anything real good.
Yeah, and that was an opportunity for Prusa to come up. That player was not running very fast. And even though it was hard to track her hips because she was putting some foot movement into it, your full line needed to come up because they just gave so much space. I mean, 10 of those meters were just straight off the penalty because Prusa just stood there waiting for them to come to them.
No try, and they got 19 game.
Was it 19 again?
I'm trying to wait till she turns around or moves.
Really going?
But remember, green ribbon, if she's 19 or 15, I'll remember next time. I know. Just know with the numbers. 15, so that was Izzy Goodman.
And kick again.
But she left.
This one just a little short beneath the post brings our score to 29-0. West Carroll still in the first half.
Adeline Roth. Missed this one, made the last one.
So
Who's set up for the kickoff? Has someone covering their backfield.
Even the posture for the kickoff is sort of not really aggressive. It's supposed to be in that athletic position, ready to really go down on the ball.
Yeah, and we are coming to the end of the first half. We understand that these ladies might be tired. It's a long day. It's starting to get a little bit hot outside. But you have to play to that final whistle, and they're going to have another 20 minutes after halftime. They need to keep their energy up.
And the most important time in the first 3 or 4 minutes of the half and the last 3 or 4 minutes of the half. So that's the time to really pick it up. Penalty against West Carroll.
Yeah, Grant's going to toe and go herself and then pass it to 22, who made some great defensive plays earlier.
Yeah, 22 is Madison Tag. Just a freshman. He played in Madison.
Yeah, I think Steph and I definitely mentioned Madison Tay a couple times during their last game, making, again, more like strong tackles, defensive plays.
Hopefully, it looks like
Prusa's inching in on that try zone.
you can hear the West Carroll player talk to each other defensively and set each other up.
Sending it out wide. There's Grant on the wing with the stiff arm.
Rock was there quickly. She was actually able to get her in touch or close to it.
I mean, they're shutting that down on the edges.
and it has, and again,
Prusa still has the ball, making their way back towards the middle of the field. Their wing on this side, Conti, though, is over in between the posts. They are all on that half of the field.
There's just the other half that exists.
Yes, except the defense of West Carroll is still set up on that other half of the field.
I'll turn up go wide fast, and it's going to be a try to the post. So
Yeah.
gotta really watch out. They are determined for, and no penalty against West Carroll. Scouts, he went on the line.
It's going to bring it back to that 5-meter mark.
You can see West Carroll like one hard 3-point stance to defend this.
Yeah, West Carroll does not look as tired as Play Rugby looks.
Was not able to touch it down. Goal line drop.
That was a lot of resilience by Play Rugby, I will say. All of those phases to get that ball to that try zone, and a couple penalties turn their favor. So it's unfortunate to see that it didn't turn out quite as they hoped it would to finish that half off, but I think they had quite a few missed opportunities there. They tried for that pick and go in the far corner multiple times, wasn't really getting stuck.
If they defend wide here, finally getting wide here. So they kicked that ball. There's nobody over there, but they picked it up pretty quickly.
Yeah. Send Grant to the backfield. Looks like she's trying to make her way over there now. I mean, there's so much green right in front of us. West Carroll's kick is a little short. That's Moby, I believe, with the carry.
Yep.
There's Say. Pachuca's going to get the ball to move. Carol, I'm kicking this ball out. We should be at the end of the first half.
Yep. Let's hear the whistle.
Yep.
Here we go.
Halftime score is 29-0 in favor of West Carroll. Prusa had an opportunity towards the end of that half there. Well-fought opportunity, but did not come to fruition for them. They need to keep bringing that energy in the second half because they have proven that they can make it down the field. They they need to do it again. And maybe this time do something other than just a pick and go if West Carroll is able to hold it up in the try zone on their previous attempt.
Yeah, and then West Carroll did that in the last game too. They stopped the try for score, and they're really good at getting between the ball and the ground. So, turning a beautiful day. My gosh.
Yeah, I mean, and the players and the coaches and everybody is going to be coming to another week for this to talk for the June to talk to the. So it's nice that the weather turned. I believe we're outside for that as well.
I think last year there were over 600 meetings between players and coaches.
Wow.
Pretty remarkable. I mean, I was a coach here 2 years ago. It was like speed dating.
Yeah, I mean, this year we have 27 colleges and universities here. That's 7 more than last year. I think probably about 15 of which have been here since the start and have been recruiting here for the last 4 years, which is nice to see familiar faces coming back because they know that this is a definite for their team and a great guarantee for a freshman class. There are schools that have multiple recruits from different GR teams coming in to be freshmen next year, playing as seniors in the tournament this year. I know Queens has quite a few girls coming in. Westchester has quite a few girls coming in from the DRL. Quinnipiac.
Probably 6. Harvard.
Harvard has a few, yeah.
Asana from
West Point has a few. New Haven has a few. It's good to see that their time and effort, both on the players' side and the coaches' side, is being recognized. I know this event means so much to a lot of these coaches and players at the high school level. The opportunity to be seen, whether you speak to a recruiter or not, the opportunity to be seen is just unmatched, especially in an evolving and growing sport like women's rugby.
the level of coaching has really stepped up too. When you see in colleges, let's say you look at a Brown coaching staff, and that's pretty stacked right down to captain of the Eagles in the World Cup, Harvard, all these programs. Dartmouth coaching staff outstanding. My old friend Kate Daly was one of the assistants there. I mean, she was 3-year All-American at Penn State, assistant coach of the U.S. national team in the World Cup, captain in the World Cup, and she's just an assistant coach there. She was head coach at Penn State for quite a while, Notre Dame. So I mean, the players getting better coaching, better outputs, better environment, and they're being funded better. I mean, it's just creating an environment where it's just great for the sport. And these kids in high school, like, I know because I'm recruiting kids, and I would say, well, your grades are not good. As a junior, and the next year they put up a 4.0, which makes a big difference. So there's the impetus to these kids to do well at school too, to play a sport they love and have it paid for.
Absolutely, yeah.
Cost of education now? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and the opportunity to continue playing a sport that you love after high school is not talked about enough. I mean,
nobody plays like rugby, likes rugby. People play rugby, love rugby. I mean,
oh, absolutely.
We are. A couple weeks ago.
Halftime's a little bit longer than we think, but we're going to try to get play rugby back out on the field pretty soon. Our other field just wrapped up, so once this wraps up, this is the end of our games today, but make sure you come back tomorrow. We'll be mixing it up, combining teams into age brackets, and kind of making recruit games for those purposes. And I always love the Sunday games, particularly because you see how players react to playing with girls they are not used to playing. And I think that is an unbelievable experience to see from a college perspective, because if you recruit a girl, she's going to come play with girls that she has not been playing with for the last 2 to 4 years. And she might be really reliant on the team around her. It's not the player that she was when she's playing with different people. Because why that Sunday game is so important, because you can see how they adapt. Maybe they're playing in a different position. Maybe they're going from different people. They're playing against girls that they rarely played and against the day before.
I think the first thing did, and we've done it in the past, I think they're going to do it this year, but the years past, they would have, it was self-coached, the players coach themselves. thought that was really interesting because you really saw leadership, but you also saw players who were captains of their team recognize that somebody else was a leader of this team. And okay, fine, I'm good with it. And the games were great. They really were. They adapted well, but just seeing them become a team. And after 3 or 4 minutes, you could just see things start to gel.
And I mean, we got to see a little bit of it today from the North Bay squad. Our team in orange is a combination of 4 different groups of girls come together to field a team this weekend. So it was a little sneak preview into that, and they played phenomenally today. Like I mentioned earlier, they beat Play Rugby USA 35-0 earlier, and I'm not sure the outcome of the other game they played, but they just finished up over on the other field over there. But it's very good to see because it also makes you a better rugby player when you play with girls you're not used to playing with, because you understand what you need to change about your individual game to make the team around you better, which will translate back to your home club or home team.
You never got better by not playing. And you're right about that. Is playing with those other players and picking up things and learning different skills about play. Ooh, I never said, ooh, okay, that makes sense. The hardest thing is terminology, having everybody with the same nomenclature because we all call things differently.
Yeah, they're going to face that once they get beyond high school anyway. I mean, I've experienced my fair share of teams all calling things different things on the coaching side, on the player side, so it's interesting.
Goes up, the players are bobbling around and taken by Play Rugby.
That was very, very strong defensive speed coming up by Play Rugby. Their coach definitely mentioned something during halftime saying, when we are on defense, you guys need to be aggressive. I could hear her yelling it on the sideline over here during the first half. So as of right now, Play Rugby is deciding that they want to kind of flip the script on that and start being more aggressive on defense and coming up together as a team and forcing West Carroll back.
You start seeing different players with Super Cell 17. Rachel Dunlap starting to take some balls up, starting to get active in it.
Momentum stopped for Play Rugby by a knock on right as they were inching up to the try line.
So Stefan Other out there, what's with binoculars? I never realized how valuable they are.
Oh, yeah, this is the first year he's brought them, and I don't know how he did it before he had them. We would just sit here and be like, we think this is what happened on the far sideline. We think this is the player who scored, but we're not sure. Correct us if we're wrong, folks.
And these guys are crowned in the middle, so the other side actually...
Yeah, as a player, you don't really notice it as much. Like when I was playing on these fields a couple years ago, I wasn't really thinking about how domed they are. But now, as I sit in this broadcast booth for the 4th year, I'm looking at them, and every year I'm like, because you can't see that far corner of the try zone on either side.
So Play Rugby.
Play Rugby has another chance to get into their try zone. They need to keep pushing forward and driving with support to be in those ruts.
I will say 2 Marauders, he's a devastating tackler.
Ellen Fielding, just a sophomore, young talent.
Oh, he got the try. There you go.
Good effort by Play Rugby. They have been pushing since the beginning of this half for that. That puts them on the board. Awaiting the kick right now. Score is 29-5. Still in favor of West Carroll, but Play Rugby has definitely come out this second half a different team than they were in the first.
Yeah, and you can come back. You can put 29 points against you. You can do 29 points yourself. We're going to pick it up.
Exactly.
So it's funny. Their body postures just changed. All of a sudden, their shoulders are down. They're getting down. Shoulders are back. Heads are up. They're a lot more positive. So let's see if they can turn the positivity to some more points. Amazing what a score does.
Absolutely. I mean, these 15s games during this tournament format, while shorter than normal 15 games, 20-minute halves. So honestly, it's a little bit closer to 7s, where if you get a late start, you end up really behind. From what we saw during this first half, Play Rugby didn't really come out to play until the end of that half. They ended up getting down 29 points, and now they have an opportunity to come back. But again, a shortened half. Kick was no good. Score remains 29-5. But Play Rugby now continues to have the opportunity as they're going to get the ball off this kickoff and hopefully field it cleanly and start making their way down the field even more. That tee did not make it through the field, so. Hopefully one of the coaches will come grab it for one of the players' trips. Wes Carroll taking a little bit of extra time to get that kickoff. Waiting for their player to get her shoe tied. Looks like she tried to go for a little bit of a shorter kick, but it finds its way to the last row of receivers for Play Rugby. It was 13 with the carry. I think that's Mobley.
Yeah, I think Martinez kicking off the. Oh, is there a coach here? Yep, nope. Is there the ball?
Yeah, ref's going to give her a chance to place that ball. Also, it had not rolled away from the rook. So even if they have gotten hands on that ball, ref was going to call not rolling away, most likely on Play Rugby.
We'll fire it up right.
But Kipa was forced to hop in that rook as a rucker, and then somebody come behind her to scrum her.
And then Devon taking a ball apart, big, strong kid, only a freshman. Keep playing.
Yeah, Play Rugby has quite a few young players.
The goal is to keep playing.
That got on the field. Play Rugby has a player down.
I think that's.
Especially with a program like Play Rugby USA, you want to come in as an underclassman and grow with the team. That is going to help so much. Play Rugby not only plays EGR, they also try to go to other tournaments and play other teams just to give their girls a little bit more opportunity. And I know that the whole Play Rugby USA system as a whole, men's, women's, boys, girls, flag, tackle, everything like that, there's a lot of effort put into these programs. So we get to see the girls go with the program and succeed, and that helps when they come in as freshmen and sophomores.
Yeah, I can understand about Paul Englishman banker who just took his money and invested in this and said the good thing. And World Rugby, I think, bought the rights to it and the concept of it. But it's been huge, and a lot of it works from the inner city, and these are sort of lost kids, and all of a sudden they find something they never thought they had, and discover the sport that they never knew existed, and friendships that they, and everything, and all of a sudden they go someplace and they're accepted, and that's huge, and it just means so much to them. So it's been a great opportunity. So hats up to Play Rugby. They've just done a spectacular job here.
Yeah, I mean, rugby just creates a great sense of community, no matter where it is. You can ask anybody. There is always a family built around and in a rugby team. So it's just great to see the opportunity that all of these young women across all the teams have to kind of build that second family with their teammates during their middle school and high school careers and hopefully college.
Sunday DeVoe, who was the ball carrier that we just mentioned before. Yeah, Mark Rippon, the guy who started playing rugby, he just got it. Want to play for the U.S. team, even though he's English. We let them in there once in a while. Just a spectacular guy, and he just said, there's so many segments of our society that are not being served well by us, and that was his mission. God bless him.
So looks like Rep is going to resume play with a scrum to Play Rugby.
So apparently they have some substitutes there to try to sort out who's where, who's scrums, and who's doing what.
That did happen in the first game earlier with Play Rugby.